Mirabella, a novel. Chapter 1, The Ascension. The morphine sang through Mirabella St. James's veins like a choir of fallen angels, sweet and profane. As she stood before the gilt-edged mirror in her Central Park West Penthouse's shrine to herself, built on 47 years of calculated reinvention. 7 octaves she couldn't quite hit anymore, and the commodification of her own sexuality before commodification even had a Wikipedia page. She was 67 years old. She looked 42. Cost her $80,000 a month to maintain the illusion. "Darling, you're luminous," cooed Stefan, her stylist. A whippet-thin man whose own face had been pulled back so many times he existed in a state of permanent surprise. He circled her like a vulture assessing carrion, adjusting the train of her custom Givenchy. Wait, in this world it was Gauthier confection of black silk and strategic cutouts that revealed precisely calculated inches of her still remarkable body. The dress cost more than a Tesla. She was wearing approximately 7 Teslas. The thing about Morphine and Mirabella had become something of a scholar on the subject over the past 18 months was that it made everything feel inevitable and hilarious at the same time. Her reflection shimmered in the mirror like a Warhol print of itself, pop art made flesh, flesh made fable. She was going to the Olympus Gala, the fashion event of the year, the one where celebrities dressed like deranged butterflies and pretended to care about art while photographers screamed their names like exorcism rites. The theme this year, divinity and decay. Perfect. She was the fucking theme. Behind her, the penthouse sprawled like the interior of her own head-expensive, excessive echoing. 17 rooms of Marie Antoinette furniture mixed with contemporary art that cost more than small nations' GDPs. A Basquiat here, a Jeff Koons there, like decorative shrapnel from the culture wars she'd both won and lost. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Central Park spread out below, winter-bare trees reaching up like arthritic fingers trying to claw back the sky. "Your bag, Ms. St. James," murmured her assistant. Gina, a fresh-faced 26-year-old from Ohio who'd been with her for 3 months and hadn't yet developed the dead-eyed stare of her predecessors. Gina held out the Birkin $85,000 worth of Himalayan crocodile because subtle had never been in Mirabella's vocabulary. The same vocabulary that had given the world hits like Sanctified Sinner, Crown of Thorns, and Immaculate Deception songs that had scandalized, revolutionized, and ultimately been absorbed into the cultural bloodstream until soccer moms sang them at karaoke. Mirabella took the bag. Inside, nestled among her lipstick, compact phone, and breath mints, 6 pre-filled syringes of pharmaceutical-grade morphine sulfate, each one carefully wrapped in a Hermes scarf because even her addiction had aesthetics. "You look like a goddess," Stefan said, stepping back to admire his work. "I look like a cautionary tale in couture," Mirabella corrected. But she was smiling. That megawatt smile that had sold 400 million albums. No. Wait. 400 million records in this universe, across a career that had included the Blonde Devotion era, the Babylon Tour, 73 cities, $408 million gross, 1 papal condemnation, the Electric Prayer album that had her simulating orgasms in a church made of LED screens, and most recently, the Requiem Tour, which critics had called a desperate bid for relevance and surprisingly vital in the same breath. She had 4 children from 3 different relationships, though relationships was a generous term for what she'd put those men through. Lourdes. Her oldest at 28, no, Lilith. She'd call her Lilith in this story conceived with her backup dancer Carlos during the Carnal Knowledge Tour. Then the twins Sterling and Sonnet, adopted from Malawi, no, from Zanzibar in this version when they were 2. Now 23 and working very hard at disappointing her in completely different ways. And Mercy, her youngest at 17, adopted from where had that been? Somewhere photogenic. Mercy, who was currently in her room down the hall, probably smoking weed and posting TikToks about having an emotionally unavailable icon for a mother. The morphine had started innocuously enough a prescription after her hip replacement surgery last year. The hip she'd destroyed doing that insane choreography on the Apocalypse Now tour. When she was 65 and refused to acknowledge that splits at that age required a infrastructure of titanium and delusion. The doctor had said 4 to 6 weeks. She'd said, "You clearly don't understand my relationship with excess." 18 months later, here she was. "Cars waiting downstairs, Ms. St. James," Gina said, checking her phone with the efficiency of someone who'd learned to anticipate Mirabella's needs before Mirabella knew she had them. Mirabella took one last look in the mirror. The dress clung and revealed, architectural in its construction, making her body a cathedral of itself. Her face, freshly lasered, fillered, and frozen into an expression of perpetual amusement, caught the light from the baccarat chandelier overhead. Her hair, platinum blonde, because brunettes were for her 30s, and she'd left her 30s behind in 1988, was pulled back in a severe chignon that would have looked austere on anyone else, but on her read as dominatrix chics. Diamond earrings, not just any diamonds, but the ones she'd worn to the VMAs in '94 when she'd performed Jezebel while writhing on a bed of crucifixes and spawned 17,000 think pieces about the intersection of sexuality and religion. She'd kept them as a reminder that controversy was just marketing with better PR. "Let's go disappoint people by still being alive," she said, sweeping toward the private elevator. Stefan and Gina followed in her wake like remoras trailing a shark. The limousine was a rolling cocoon of leather and ambient lighting, insulated from the February cold and the reality of New York City scrolling past the tinted windows. Mirabella settled into the seat, feeling the morphine create a pleasant distance between herself and her body, like she was puppeteering her own flesh from somewhere slightly to the left of consciousness. The Olympus Gala. Christ. She'd been going to this thing for 30 years, since back when she was still hungry, still angry, still had something to prove beyond the fact that she was still breathing. She remembered her first one 1987, wearing that insane wedding dress during her immaculate era, rolling around on the red carpet while photographers lost their minds and feminists debated whether she was empowering or exploitative, as if she couldn't be both, as if she hadn't built her entire empire on being both. This year's gala was at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. No. Wait. The Celestine Institute of Art, in this world, that temple of culture where old money went to feel relevant and new money went to feel legitimate. The theme, divinity and decay, was practically a biography. Her phone buzzed. A text from her publicist, Rachel, a woman who'd been managing Mirabella's image for 15 years and had developed an ulcer for each one. Remembers smile. Wave. Don't mention the Vegas residency lawsuit. Don't mention the memoir. Don't mention your opinions on the new pop girls. Just be gracious. Mirabella snorted. Gracious. She'd built a career on being everything but gracious. She'd been provocative, revolutionary, controversial, calculating, brilliant, messy, and occasionally insufferable, but gracious? That was for people who needed to be liked. She texted back, "I'm always gracious. I'm fucking Snow White if Snow White had a coke problem and commitment issues." Another buzz. Rachel, you didn't have a coke problem. That was the 80s and it was recreational. Mirabella. Thank you for the clarification, counselor. She tucked the phone away and opened her Birkin, fingers finding one of the syringes with the expertise of muscle memory. The thing about maintaining an addiction while maintaining an image was that you got very, very good at sleight of hand. She'd given herself injections in airplane bathrooms, restaurant stalls, dressing rooms, and once, memorably, in the back of a town car while giving an interview to Vogue about wellness and spirituality in my 7th decade. The needle slid in smooth, practiced. The plunger descended. The warmth spread through her bloodstream like honey dissolving in hot water, and suddenly the world was softer, funnier, more forgiving. Outside the window, New York City transformed from its usual hostile cacophony into something almost beautiful, all those lights smearing across the dark like paint, all those people scurrying like extras in the movie of her life. 5 minutes, Miss St. James, the driver called back. 5 minutes until she stepped onto that red carpet and became Mirabella St. James again. Capital letters, exclamation point. Trademark pending. Because Mirabella St. James wasn't just a person, she was a brand, a concept, a cautionary tale and aspirational figure depending on who was telling the story. She'd been famous for so long that she'd forgotten what her face looked like before the cameras found it. Had she always been this person? Or had this person consumed whoever she'd been before? Sometimes, in the morphine haze, she couldn't remember. There'd been a girl once, back in Michigan, no. Minnesota, in this version a girl named Ella Morrison who'd gotten on a bus with $35 and a suitcase full of delusions. That girl had wanted to be a dancer. That girl had been hungry enough to eat the world. Somewhere along the way, that girl had died and a legend had been born, and Mirabella couldn't quite remember where she'd buried the body. The limousine slowed. Through the window, she could see the red carpet unfurling like a tongue, the barriers holding back the crowds, the photographers already swarming like locusts, the flash of bulbs creating a strobe light constellation. The Celestine Institute rose behind it all. That Beaux-Arts beauty lit up like a cathedral, because tonight art and commerce would fuck each other raw and call it culture. Showtime, she murmured to herself. Gina checked her one last time, dress perfect, hair perfect, makeup perfect, the illusion holding. Stefan had already exited to walk the carpet separately, because stylists had their own ecosystem of relevance to maintain. The door opened. The sound hit her first, a wall of noise, screams and shouts, and her name echoing back at her like a sonic mirror. Mirabella! Mirabella. Over here. Mirabella. She stepped out of the car and onto the red carpet, and the transformation was instant, cellular. Her spine straightened, her chin lifted, her smile activated like a weapon system coming online. She was no longer a 67-year-old woman with a morphine addiction and a complicated relationship with her own legacy. She was Mirabella St. James, living legend, pop culture deity, the woman who'd given the world Justified, Sacred and Profane, the Revelation Tour, the infamous performance at the Super Bowl where she'd descended from the ceiling, dressed as an avenging angel and sang Reckoning while the country collectively lost its mind. The photographers screamed her name like a prayer and a curse. She worked the carpet with the precision of someone who'd done this 1,000 times, because she had. Pause here, turn there, hand on hip, chin down, eyes up, give them the sultry look, give them the power pose. Give them what they wanted, which was the fantasy that age and time hadn't touched her, that she was still the woman who'd scandalized the VMAs in 89, 91, 94, 03, and that one time in 2019 that everyone agreed had maybe gone too far, but they couldn't look away. A reporter thrust a microphone at her. Mirabella, you look incredible. Who are you wearing? Vintage Gautier, she purred, and the tears of my enemies. Laughter rippled through the press pen. She was good at this. She'd always been good at this. Another reporter. What does divinity and decay mean to you? She smiled, slow and dangerous. Darling, I've been both since 1983. More laughter. She was killing it. The morphine made everything feel choreographed, like she was watching herself from above, marveling at how well the performance was going, how the machine of celebrity still hummed along despite the rust, despite the cracks, despite the syringes in her purse. And then, she shifted her birkin from one hand to the other, a simple movement, mechanical, meaningless except the clasp hadn't been properly closed. Had it? Gina had checked everything except the clasp, and the bag tilted at the wrong angle, and suddenly, horrifyingly, inevitably, the contents began to spill. Time slowed down, became viscous, became a nightmare in slow motion. Her phone clattered onto the red carpet. Her lipsticks, her compacts, her breath mints. And then, oh God, oh Christ, oh no, the syringes, tumbling out like damning evidence, like a confession made manifest. 6 pre-filled syringes of morphine sulfate wrapped in Herm's scarves hitting the red carpet with 6 distinct sounds, like a clock striking the hour of her destruction. The cameras caught it all. Of course they did. The cameras always caught everything. The red carpet, that sacred strip of fabric where celebrities became gods, was suddenly littered with medical-grade evidence of her addiction, each syringe gleaming under the lights like tiny prophecies of doom. For a moment, maybe 2 seconds, maybe 2 hours. Time had become unreliable. Nobody moved. The photographers froze mid-click. The reporters stopped mid-question. Even the crowd behind the barriers seemed to hold its collective breath. Mirabella stared down at the wreckage of her secret life spread across the carpet like entrails at an augury, and the morphine whispered, "This is hilarious. This is the most hilarious thing that's ever happened." And she started to laugh. Not a polite titter. Not a nervous giggle. A full-throated head thrown back. From the diaphragm laugh that echoed across the red carpet like a woman losing her mind or finding it, impossible to tell which. "Well," she said, her voice carrying across the sudden silence, "I guess we're not pretending anymore." And then several things happened at once. The hilarious thing, one of the reporters, a young woman from some online outlet, blurted out, "Are those for you, or are you planning to vaccinate everyone inside?" And Mirabella, still laughing, shot back, "Darling, if I could vaccinate people against aging, do you think I'd look like this?" Gesturing to her face, and the crowd erupted, unsure if they were allowed to laugh but unable to stop themselves, because even in her unraveling, she was still somehow controlling the narrative, still the ringmaster of her own circus. The disturbing thing. A security guard rushed forward to help her collect the syringes, and when he picked one up, his hand was shaking not from nervousness, but from recognition, and Mirabella saw it in his eyes, that knowledge of addiction, that familiarity with the weight of a loaded syringe. He was someone's father, someone's husband, maybe someone's son, and he'd been where she was, or known someone who had. And the way he looked at her wasn't with judgment, but with something worse, pity. He handed her the syringes one by one, wrapping them back in the scarves with the tenderness of someone handling holy relics or cursed objects, and whispered, "Ma'am, you need help?" And she wanted to scream that she was help, that she'd helped millions of people feel less alone through her music, but the morphine made her mute, made her accept the syringes back into her bag like a child accepting a punishment. The inspirational thing. A young girl, maybe 13, maybe 14, broke through the barrier security, was still too stunned to react, and ran up to Mirabella with tears streaming down her face. She was wearing a T-shirt from the Revelation tour, that image of Mirabella in her fallen angel costume, wings spread, defiant. "You saved my life," the girl sobbed. "You saved my life. When I wanted to die, when I thought I was nothing, I listened to benediction and I survived. Please don't die. Please. You have to know you saved me." And Mirabella looked at this child, this stranger, this girl who'd turned her music into a life raft, and felt something crack open in her chest, some sealed chamber where she'd locked away the reason she'd started doing this in the first place, before the fame and the money and the morphine, when it had been about the music, about the connection, about making people feel less alone in their beautiful, terrible lives. She pulled the girl into a hug, this child who smelled like drugstore perfume and hope, and whispered into her hair, "Baby, I'm not going anywhere." I'm too stubborn to die and too vain to do it in public. The cameras caught that too. Of course they did. By now, handlers were swarming her publicist Rachel, appearing like a demon summoned by crisis. Security guards forming a protective barrier. Gina white-faced and apologizing profusely for the clasp, for the bag, for failing to prevent the apocalypse. Someone was trying to usher Mirabella inside, away from the cameras, away from the questions that were already forming like storm clouds. Is Mirabella St. James a drug addict? How long has this been going on? Will she cancel her upcoming tour? Is this the end? But Mirabella wasn't done yet. She had one more performance left in her. She straightened up, stepped away from the crying girl, and walked back to the center of the red carpet, where the syringes had fallen, where her secret had spilled out like blood from a wound. She stood there, in her $87,000 dress, her $2 million million diamonds, her rebuilt face and rebuilt hip and rebuilt persona, and she posed, hand on hip, chin up, eyes challenging every single camera, every single person watching. "You want a story?" she called out, her voice ringing across the carpet. "Here's your fucking story. I'm Mirabella St. James. I'm 67 years old. I've sold 400 million records. I've won 17 Grammys. I've been married 3 times, divorced twice, and the third one's pending. I've adopted 2 children and given birth to 2 more. I've been called a genius and a hack, a feminist icon and a male fantasy, a revolutionary and a sellout, sometimes in the same sentence. I've done things to pop music that can never be undone. I've influenced everyone from Betty Blythe to Starling Sage to fucking Euphoria Moon. And yes, before you ask, I'm addicted to morphine. Have been for 18 months. And I'm not sorry because it's the only thing that makes being a legend survivable." Silence. Total, absolute silence. And then she smiled, that megawatt smile, the one that had sold all those records and all those tickets and all those magazine covers. "And I'm still the best thing that ever happened to pop music. Try to fucking forget me." She turned to walk inside, into the Celestine Institute, into the gala, into whatever came next, but her leg, the one with the replaced hip, the one that had never quite been the same since the surgery gave out, just buckled, like a bridge collapsing, like a system failure, like the universe finally calling in its tab. She fell. Not gracefully, not cinematically, just fell, her body hitting the red carpet with a sound that was somehow both soft and catastrophic, her head cracking against the ground with enough force to make the crowd gasp, to make the cameras surge forward, to make Rachel scream her name. For a moment, she was aware of everything with crystal clarity. The cold of the carpet against her cheek, the taste of blood in her mouth. She'd bitten her tongue. The sound of people screaming her name. The feel of hands on her body trying to help, trying to save her, trying to keep her in this world. And then the morphine and the head trauma conspired to pull her under, into a darkness that felt like velvet, like drowning, like the end of everything. Her last thought before the world went black was, "This is going to fuck up my comeback tour." The cameras captured her lying there, sprawled on the red carpet like a fallen angel, like a broken doll, like a legend meeting its expiration date. The syringes had scattered again in her fall, creating a halo around her head, morphine and designer scarves, and the detritus of fame forming a tableau so perfect that it looked staged, looked like art, looked like the ending she'd always been hurtling toward but never quite believed would arrive. Rachel was on her knees beside her, screaming for an ambulance, for help, for God, for anyone. The young girl in the Revelation Tour t-shirt was crying, hands pressed to her mouth. The sea. The security guard who'd helped her collect the syringes stood with his head bowed, like he was witnessing a death he'd seen coming for years. and Mirabella St. James, pop icon, living legend, mother, provocateur, addict, artist Mirabella St. James, lay utterly still on the red carpet of the Olympus Gala, her eyes closed, her face peaceful, her chest not moving, not moving, not moving, not moving. The paramedics would arrive in 4 minutes. They would work on her for 7 minutes before getting a pulse. They would shock her heart 3 times. But right now, in this moment, as the cameras flashed and the crowd screamed and the world watched in real time, horror and fascination, Mirabella St. James looked, for all intents and purposes, dead. The last photograph, taken before the barriers went up and the press was pushed back, showed her lying there in her couture, surrounded by syringes, the Celestine Institute lit up behind her like heaven rejecting entry, her face slack and peaceful, like she'd finally found the one thing that had eluded her for 47 years. Rest. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, The Descent. Death, as it turned out, was a lot like being on hold with customer service, endless, boring, and accompanied by terrible music. Mirabella floated in a space between everything and nothing, where her consciousness flickered like a faulty light bulb. She could hear voices, distant and distorted, like someone had left a radio on in another room. No pulse. Charging to 200. Clear. And then her body became a lightning rod. Electricity slamming through her chest, and she rocketed back into her flesh with all the grace of a car crash, gasping, choking, her eyes flying open to see a circle of faces staring down at her like she was a science experiment that had just achieved sentience. Paramedics. Rachel, her publicist, mascara running down her face like war paint. Security guards. Gina, looking like she might vomit. And beyond them, past the barrier they directed, the cameras, still flashing, still hungry, documenting her resurrection like it was the second coming, which, in a way, it was. She's back, one paramedic said, and Mirabella thought, back from where? And why? Her head felt like someone had used it as a drum in a death metal concert. Her tongue was bleeding where she'd bitten it. Her hips screamed in protest. But she was alive, unfortunately, inconveniently, impossibly alive. Ms. St. James, can you hear me? The paramedic's face swam into focus, young, earnest, probably had her albums on his Spotify Wrapped. Unfortunately, she croaked. We need to get you to a hospital. No. The word came out stronger than she felt. No hospital. Mom, you just went into cardiac arrest. And I came back. I'm resilient. Like herpes. Rachel knelt beside her, gripping her hand so hard it hurt. Bella, you have to go to the hospital. You died. You were dead for almost 3 minutes. 3 minutes. She'd been dead for 3 minutes. 3 minutes was how long it took to microwave popcorn, to brush your teeth, to ruin your entire fucking life on national television. Help me up, Mirabella said. Ms. St. James, I really don't advise. Help me up. The thing about being famous for 47 years is that you get very good at making people do what you want, even when it's catastrophically stupid. The paramedics exchanged glances, then carefully, reluctantly, helped her to her feet. The world tilted, righted itself. Her Gauthier dress was torn, blood-stained ruin. There went 7 Teslas. Her hair had come loose from its chignon and hung around her face like Medusa having a bad day. She could taste blood and morphine and the coppery tang of her own mortality. The crowd behind the barriers had swelled to hundreds, foams raised like offerings to the gods of going viral. The photographers were in a frenzy. This was going to be everywhere: CNN, TMZ, BBC, People, Us Weekly, every blog and podcast and think Peace Factory in the digital universe. By morning, there would be memes. By afternoon, hot takes. By evening, concerned statements from other celebrities who'd crossed the street to avoid her for the past decade. Mirabella St. James overdoses at Olympus Gala. Pop icon collapses on red carpet. Is this the end for the Queen of Pop? She could already see the headlines. I'm leaving, she announced. Bella, no. Rachel started. I'm leaving. I'm not dying here in front of these vultures. I'm not giving them that satisfaction. I'm walking away from this disaster on my own 2 feet, even if it kills me, which statistically, it might. And then, cutting through the chaos like a knife through butter, a voice, yo, baby, the car's over here. Mirabella turned too fast. The world spun like a carousel built by a drum can. There he was. Dante Crawford, 28 years old, 6'3", skin like polished mahogany, cheekbones that could cut glass. Former backup dancer from her Requiem tour who'd somehow graduated from being one of 20 bodies on stage to being the body in her bed, despite the fact that she was old enough to be his mother and probably should have been mature enough to know better. But maturity was for people who hadn't died and come back to life in the past 5 minutes. He was standing by the barriers, wearing a leather jacket and ripped jeans and an expression that said he found this whole spectacle hilarious, which was probably why she'd kept him around. That, and he was phenomenal in bed, and he didn't ask questions about the syringes, and sometimes late at night when the morphine made her philosophical. She wondered if he was with her because he loved her, or because he loved what being with her meant for his Instagram following. Tonight she didn't care. Get me out of here, she said. Dante vaulted over the barrier like it was a minor inconvenience. Security was too focused on Mirabella to stop him and wrapped an arm around her waist. I got you, Em. Ms. St. James, please, the paramedic tried again. Send the bill to my accountant. The bill to my accountant, Mirabella said, and let Dante half carry, half drag her toward the street, past the gaping crowd, past Rachel, who was screaming something about lawyers and liability, past the Celestine Institute glowing like a reproach, past the red carpet where her blood and her secrets had spilled out for everyone to see. Parked illegally on Fifth Avenue, hazard lights blinking like a rebellious heartbeat, was Dante's baby, a 1979 Chevrolet Caprice Classic, baby blue, chrome gleaming, the kind of car that made no sense in modern Manhattan, but made perfect sense for someone who thought he was the protagonist of his own blaxploitation film. You drove this? Mirabella laughed, high and sharp. To the Olympus Gala? Figured you'd need a getaway car. He opened the passenger door with a flourish. Welcome to your jailbreak, Mama. She collapsed into the passenger seat, which smelled like weed and cheap cologne and freedom, and Dante slammed the door, jogged around to the driver's side, and gunned the engine. The Caprice roared to life like a mechanical beast, and they pulled away from the curb, tires squealing, leaving behind the cameras and the questions and the evidence of her spectacular public unraveling. Behind them, Rachel was probably having a stroke. Her lawyers were probably already drafting statements. The internet was probably already destroying her. None of it mattered. Not right now. Right now she was alive, impossibly and moving, and the city streamed past the windows like she was traveling through time, through space, through the fever dream of her own existence. Where are we going? Dante asked, one hand on the wheel, one hand on her thigh, fingers drumming a rhythm against her torn gouthier. Anywhere, Mirabella said. Everywhere. Nowhere. I just died, Dante. I was dead. Yeah, I saw. Pretty metal. She laughed again, couldn't stop laughing. The morphine was still in her system, mixing with the adrenaline, mixing with the head trauma, creating a cocktail of chemical chaos that made everything feel unreal. like she was watching her life from outside her body, like she was a character in a story someone was writing about a washed-up pop star finally hitting bottom. They drove south, away from the museum, away from the Upper East Side respectability, down into the chaos of Midtown. The city on a Monday night in February relatively quiet, but Manhattan was never truly quiet. It pulsed, hummed, seethed, with its millions of little dramas playing out in apartments and bars and cars and hearts. "I need a drink," Mirabella announced. "I died and came back, and I need a drink to celebrate."
Liquor store it is.
Dante hung a right on 42nd Street, the Caprice handling like a boat in a bathtub. All that American steel and questionable suspension from an era when gas was cheap and seat belts were suggestions. They found one on 10th Avenue, a dingy little place called Broadway Spirits, which was aspirational at best and delusional at worst. The neon sign flickered like it had a neurological disorder. The security gate was half pulled down despite the store being open, like it couldn't quite commit to either safety or commerce. Dante parked in a loading zone because parking laws were for people who hadn't just stolen a pop legend from her own overdose. "Ma, stay here," he said.
Fuck that.
Mirabella opened her door, stepped onto the street, and immediately realized she was barefoot. Somewhere between dying and being resuscitated, she'd lost her Louboutins, another $1,000 sacrificed to the gods of chaos. The pavement was freezing. She didn't care. She walked into Broadway Spirits like she owned the place, like she owned every place. Because that's what 47 years of fame did to you, made you believe that all spaces were your spaces, that the world was just a stage, and everyone else was a supporting character in the musical of your life. The interior was exactly what you'd expect. Fluorescent lights that made everyone look tubercular, shelves of bottom-shelf vodka and mid-tier whiskey, a refrigerator case of beer, and behind the bulletproof glass, a cashier who looked like life had chewed him up and spit him out multiple times. He was maybe 50, maybe 60, hard to tell when existence had been that unkind. He looked up from his phone as they entered, and his eyes went wide. He recognized her. Of course he did. "Holy shit," he said.
Yes.
"Thirsty," Mirabella finished. "Very, very thirsty." She walked to the vodka section, selected a bottle of Grey Goose. She was a disaster, not an animal, and grabbed a bottle of champagne for good measure. Dante was getting tequila, the expensive kind, the kind that came in a bottle shaped like a skull because subtlety was dead, and they'd killed it. They brought their selections to the counter. The cashier was staring at her like she was an apparition, which fair she basically was. "You're Mirabella St. James." "Last time I checked."
I just saw you on Twitter.
They said you died. At the Olympus Gala." "Greatly exaggerated." She smiled, and it felt like her face might crack. "How much?" He rang it up, hands shaking slightly. $1.87.50. Mirabella reached for her purse, her $85,000 Birkin, with the broken clasp and the syringes wrapped in Herm's scarves, and realized with the clarity of a woman who died once tonight and might do it again. She didn't have her wallet. She'd had Gina carry everything except the essentials, which apparently didn't include money, because when was the last time she'd actually paid for anything herself? "I don't have my wallet," she said. The cashier's expression shifted from starstruck to wary.
Then.
And that's when Dante pulled out the gun. It happened so fast that Mirabella's brain, already running on fumes and pharmaceuticals and head trauma, took a moment to process what she was seeing. 1 second. Dante was standing beside her, all casual swagger and leather jacket. The next, there was a pistol in his hand, black, compact, very real, pointed at the cashier through the bulletproof glass. "Open the register," Dante said, his voice different now, harder, like someone had flipped a switch and revealed the person underneath the charming smile and the good dick and the Instagram aesthetic. Dante, Mirabella said, and her voice sounded far away, like it was coming from the bottom of a well. What are you? Open the fucking register, old man. The cashier's hands were up, trembling.
Okay, just don't shoot, man, please.
Time became elastic, stretched, and compressed. Mirabella watched as the cashier opened the register, as Dante grabbed a plastic bag and started stuffing it with bills, 20s, 10s, 5s, 1s, all of it. Probably not even $300 total. A laughable amount. She'd spent more on a single lunch, but here they were, robbing a liquor store on 10th Avenue like they were Bonnie and Clyde, if Bonnie was a geriatric pop star and Clyde was a dancer with delusions of grandeur. Dante, this is insane, Mirabella said, but she was laughing again. Couldn't stop laughing because what else was there to do? She'd died tonight. She'd spilled her secrets on the red carpet. She'd walked away from paramedics who'd literally shocked her heart back to life. Why not add armed robbery to the list? Why not complete the bingo card of self-destruction? Put your phone on the counter, Dante ordered the cashier. Now. The man complied, hands still shaking, and Mirabella thought,
He has kids.
You can always tell. He has kids, and he's working the night shift at a liquor store in Hell's Kitchen. And tomorrow he'll tell them how Mirabella St. James robbed him at gunpoint. And they won't believe him, and he'll show them the security footage, and they'll watch their father's humiliation go viral. The guilt lasted approximately 3 seconds before the morphine smothered it. Dante grabbed the bag of money, grabbed the bottles of liquor they'd selected, and backed toward the door, gun still trained on the cashier. Don't move. Don't call the cops. Don't do shit for 5 minutes. You hear me?
I hear you.
And then Mirabella saw it. The security camera, mounted in the corner, its red light blinking like a malevolent eye, recording everything, capturing her second viral moment of the evening. Something in her brain, the part that had always understood performance, had always understood how to turn disaster into iconography activated. She walked up to the counter, right up to the bulletproof glass, and looked directly into that camera. Her makeup was smeared, her hair was wild, her dress was torn and blood-stained, and she looked absolutely fucking insane. Perfect. She winked. And then she said it, one of her catchphrases from Sanctified Sinner. The song that had defined her controversial blonde devotion era, the line that had appeared on T-shirts and protest signs and think pieces about the commodification of religion. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned and I'm not fucking sorry. She blew a kiss at the camera. Behind her, Dante was yelling, let's go. She turned, laughing, high on adrenaline and morphine and the sheer absurdity of her life. And they ran out of the store together, the bells above the door jangling like a demented Christmas carol. They were halfway to the Caprice when she heard it. The gunshot. A sound like the world cracking open, sharp and final and impossible to unhear. Mirabella's head whipped around. Through the store window she could see the cashier on the ground, behind the counter, not moving. And Dante was already at the car, throwing the bag and bottles into the back seat. And when did he shoot him? How did she not see it happen? Was it before she looked at the camera, or after? Did it matter? The morphine made time unreliable, made memory unreliable, made everything feel like a dream she might wake up from if she just tried hard enough. Get in the car, Dante screamed. She got in the car. The Caprice's tires squealed against asphalt, and they were moving, racing down 10th Avenue, the store shrinking in the side mirror, and Mirabella's brain was trying to process what had just happened, trying to rewind and replay, but the footage kept skipping, kept glitching. Had there been a gunshot before she walked to the camera? Had she heard it and ignored it? Had the morphine swallowed the sound? Did you? She started. He grabbed something, Dante said, hands tight on the wheel, jaw clenched. Looked like a gun. I didn't have a choice. Did you kill him? I don't know. I don't know. We had to go, Em. We had to fucking go. The city streamed past the windows, neon and shadow, car lights and street lights, all of it blurring together. Sirens in the distance could be ambulance, could be police, could be fire, could be heading to the store, to the cashier, to the body if there was a body, if he was dead, if they'd just murdered someone for 2 bottles of liquor and $300. Mirabella looked down at her hands. They were shaking. She'd winked at the camera. She'd blown a kiss. She'd delivered her catchphrase while behind her, maybe, possibly, probably, a man was dying. "Oh, God," she whispered. "Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh." "Don't freak out on me," Dante said, taking a turn too fast, the caprice fishtailing slightly. "We're okay. We're good. We just need to get somewhere safe, ditch the car. Figure this out. Figure this out. Like this was a problem with a solution. Like they hadn't just committed armed robbery and possibly murder. Like she hadn't just performed for a security camera while a man bled out behind a counter. Her phone, she still had her phone, somehow, miraculously buzzed in her purse. Text after text after text after text. Probably Rachel. Probably her lawyer. Probably everyone in her life who was watching her self-destruct in real time and couldn't do anything to stop it. She pulled it out. 73 missed calls. 216 texts. And on Twitter, trending #1 worldwide. #Mirabella is dead. Except she wasn't dead. She was alive. She was in a stolen moment in a baby blue Caprice Classic with a man 40 years her junior who'd maybe just killed someone while she was high on morphine and head trauma and the intoxicating cocktail of fame and ruin. She was alive, and she'd never felt more dead. "Where are we going?" she asked. Dante's jaw worked. "Brooklyn. I got a friend in Red Hook. We can lay low there." "This is bad, Dante. This is we're on every camera. My face is everywhere. In a few hours, they'll have the security footage from the store. And so what?" He glanced at her, and his eyes were wild, desperate. "So what, Em? You already died tonight. On live TV. You already lost everything. What more can they take from you?" And she realized, with the clarity of the truly damned, he was right. She'd been Mirabella St. James for 47 years. She'd built an empire out of controversy and charisma and calculated risk. She'd pushed every boundary, broken every rule, scandalized every generation. And tonight, she'd finally gone too far. Tonight, she'd become the cautionary tale she'd always been threatening to be. The Caprice barreled down the West Side Highway, heading south toward Brooklyn, toward whatever came next. And Mirabella looked out at the city she'd conquered, the city that had made her and broken her and remade her 1,000 times over. She thought about the cashier. She thought about the security camera. She thought about that young girl in the Revelation Tour t-shirt who'd said, "You saved my life." And she thought, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." But she didn't say it out loud. Instead, she reached into her purse, found one of the syringes still there, still wrapped in Herm's silk hand, injected herself with another dose of morphine, feeling the warmth spread through her veins like forgiveness, like oblivion, like the only friend she had left. Behind them, Manhattan glittered like a promise that had been broken a long time ago. And Mirabella St. James, pop icon, living legend, addict, thief, accomplice to maybe murder Mirabella St. James, closed her eyes and let the morphine take her somewhere else, somewhere softer, somewhere that didn't require her to think about what she'd done or who she'd become or how this story was going to end. The Caprice crossed into Brooklyn. The city swallowed them whole. And somewhere in Hell's Kitchen, in a liquor store called Broadway Spirits, police and paramedics swarmed around a cashier who may or may not have been breathing, while a security camera rewound and replayed and recorded for posterity the moment Mirabella St. James looked into its lens and said, "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned and I'm not fucking sorry." End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, The Fall. They made it exactly 17 blocks into Brooklyn before the universe decided it hadn't quite finished destroying her yet. The red and blue lights erupted behind them like a disco ball designed by the devil, splashing across the interior of the Caprice, turning Dante's face into a strobing mask of panic. "Shit," he breathed. Shit. "Don't stop," Mirabella said, the morphine making her voice languid, disconnected, like she was giving directions to a grocery store instead of coaching a felony evasion. "Just keep driving. There's 3 cop cars behind us. Then drive faster." But even as she said it, she could see more lights ahead, cars blocking the intersection at Atlantic Avenue, and suddenly they were boxed in, surrounded, trapped in a baby blue 1979 Caprice Classic that was about as inconspicuous as a nuclear explosion at a Quaker meeting. "Fuck," Dante whispered, and for the first time since she'd met him on the Requiem tour, backstage in Budapest, him all swagger and abs and the kind of confidence that came from being beautiful, and 26 she saw actual fear in his eyes. Not the performative kind. The real kind. The kind that came from realizing you'd just torpedoed your entire life for a woman who was old enough to remember when MTV played music videos. He pulled over because what else was there to do? The Caprice's engine ticking down like a countdown to doom. And then because this was her life. Because the universe had decided subtlety was for people who weren't already trending worldwide as a hashtag the paparazzi arrived. They swarmed from nowhere and everywhere, like locusts responding to a biblical plague, like they'd been tracking her phone, her car, her pheromones, like they could smell disaster from miles away and came running with cameras raised like weapons. Vans screeched to stops. Motorcycles appeared. Men with telephoto lenses pressed against police barriers that officers were hastily erecting. Flash, 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 the world turned into a strobe light, into a nightmare, into the kind of media circus that she'd courted her entire career but that now felt like a public execution. "Mirabella. Mirabella, what happened at the gala?" "Mirabella, are you okay? Is IT true you overdosed? Who's the guy?" Through the windshield, she could see at least 8 police cars, maybe 10. Officers emerging with that particular combination of caution and excitement that came from approaching a celebrity in crisis, half afraid she'd die on them, half hoping to sell the story later. "We're fucked," Dante said flatly. "We are completely, totally, biblically fucked." Mirabella looked at him this beautiful, stupid boy who'd somehow become tangled in the wreckage of her life, who'd pulled a gun in a liquor store, who'd maybe killed a man, who was about to go to prison because he'd had the catastrophically poor judgment to fall into bed with a legend on her way down. "No," she said. "No, we're not." She could see an officer approaching, his hand on his holster, moving slowly like she was a wild animal that might bolt. Behind him, the paparazzi were screaming, cameras clicking like mechanical insects, and somewhere in her morphine-soaked brain, Mirabella thought, "This is it. This is the image they'll use in the documentary. This is the moment that defines the end." The officer reached the driver's side window. Dante rolled it down with shaking hands. "Good evening," the officer said. And he was young, maybe 30, with that earnest face that suggested he'd become a cop because he actually wanted to help people. Poor bastard. "License and registration, please." Dante fumbled for the glove compartment. "And Mirabella," because 47 years of fame had convinced her that charm was a universal currency, leaned across Dante with her megawatt smile and purred. "Officer, I'm having a religious experience." It was a line from Blessed, her third single from the Electric Prayer album, the one that had peaked at #2 and spawned 1,000 remixes. She even did the little hair flip she'd done in the video. The officer blinked at her. "Ma'am, my knee. Do you know who I am?" She continued, the smile never wavering, her voice dripping with that particular brand of charisma that had sold stadiums and perfume lines, and the fantasy that sex and spirituality were the same thing. "Yes, ma'am, you're Mirabella St. James, and—" "Then you know I'm practically a national treasure. Like the Statue of Liberty, but with better tits and more controversy." Behind them, another officer was approaching the passenger side. Through the rearview mirror, Dante could see more cops, maybe 6 or 7, surrounding the car. This wasn't a traffic stop. This was a takedown. The young officer's expression shifted from earnest to resigned. "Ma'am, I'm going to need you to step out of the vehicle." "Why is being fabulous illegal now? Is there a law against cheating death that I'm not aware of?" "Ma'am, there was an incident at a liquor store on 10th Avenue. A man was shot. We have reason to believe." And that's when Mirabella saw it, in the officer's eyes, that flicker of recognition, that moment when he realized he wasn't just dealing with a celebrity DUI or a publicity stunt. He knew about the liquor store. They all knew, which meant they'd already reviewed the security footage, which meant they'd already seen her wink at the camera, blow a kiss, deliver her catchphrase while a man bled out behind the counter. She was fucked. They were both fucked. And the catchphrase hadn't worked. "Dante," she said quietly, "when I say now, you're going to hit the gas." There's cops everywhere." "I've been performing impossible stunts for 47 years. Trust me." The officer on Dante's side was reaching for the door handle. The one on Mirabella's side was doing the same. Behind them, more cops were moving into position, and the paparazzi were going absolutely feral, climbing on barriers, screaming questions, and... Mirabella grabbed the bottle of Grey Goose from the back seat, unscrewed the cap with her teeth. Very action hero, very impractical, very on-brand, and hurled the entire bottle at the windshield of the cop car directly in front of them. The glass exploded in a spray of premium vodka and crystalline shards, and the officers on either side of the Caprice instinctively ducked. And... "Now!" Mirabella screamed. Dante slammed his foot on the gas. The Caprice lurched forward, engine roaring like a mechanical dragon. All that American steel and horsepower from an era before fuel efficiency ruined everything. They clipped the side of the vodka-drenched cop car Zari. Taxpayers' hands squeezed through a gap between 2 other cruisers that was maybe 6 inches wider than the Caprice's frame. Metal screamed against metal. Sparks flew. The side mirror on Mirabella's side exploded into fragments. And then they were through, barreling down Atlantic Avenue, while behind them the police scrambled to their vehicles and the paparazzi howled with delight, because this was gold. This was content. This was the kind of footage that would play on loop for decades in true crime documentaries, narrated by people with soothing voices. "I can't believe that worked!" Dante screamed, yanking the wheel hard right, the Caprice fishtailing around the corner onto Court Street. "I'm Mirabella St. James," she screamed back. "Physics bends to my will." Sirens erupted behind them, multiple sirens, a symphony of law enforcement. probably every cop in Brooklyn now converging on their location because apparently the NYPD had nothing better to do than chase a geriatric pop star through the borough. Dante drove like a man possessed, taking turns at random, racing through yellow lights that turned red, narrowly missing pedestrians who dove out of the way screaming obscenities that Mirabella would have found hilarious if she wasn't busy gripping the dashboard and wondering if she was going to die again. For real this time. No resuscitation. No encore. "Where are you going?" she shouted over the sirens.
I don't know.
Somewhere. Anywhere. He hung a left on Bergen, then a right on Smith, the Caprice's suspension screaming in protest because it was 46 years old and hadn't been designed for high-speed chases through Brooklyn. Behind them, the police were gaining, their newer, faster, better-maintained vehicles eating up the distance.
And then miracle of miracles.
Or maybe just the universe deciding it hadn't extracted enough entertainment from her suffering, yet they hit a stretch of road construction, the kind that plagued New York City like a chronic disease, orange cones and barriers and a massive pit where the street used to be. Dante didn't slow down. "Dante, there's a... I see IT." He yanked the wheel hard, the Caprice mounting the curb, racing down the sidewalk. "Sorry, pedestrians." And then actually launching across the construction pit, all four wheels leaving the ground for one glorious, impossible, absolutely idiotic second. They landed on the other side with a crunch that suggested several important parts of the car had just decided to retire, but the engine was still running, and they were still moving. And behind them, the police cars had to slow down, had to navigate around the pit, had to watch in what Mirabella imagined was a mixture of fury and grudging admiration as the baby blue Caprice classic disappeared into the worn of Brooklyn streets. Dante took 3 more random turns, then killed the lights and pulled into an alley behind what looked like an abandoned warehouse in Red Hook, the kind of neighborhood that gentrification had started nibbling at but hadn't quite swallowed yet. He cut the engine. Silence, except for their ragged breathing and the distant wail of sirens searching.
Holy shit,
Dante whispered. "Holy shit," Mirabella agreed. And then they both started laughing, hysterical, unhinged laughter that echoed off the alley walls. The kind of laughter that came from surviving something that should have killed you. The kind of laughter that was maybe also crying, maybe also screaming, maybe also screaming, maybe also the sound of 2 people realizing they'd just burned their lives to the ground and were dancing in the ashes. Mirabella's head was pounding. Her hip was screaming. She could feel her heartbeat in her teeth. The adrenaline was wearing off, leaving behind the reality of what they'd just done. Fled from police, engaged in a high-speed chase, probably racked up about 40 different felonies.
We need to ditch the car,
Dante said finally, wiping his eyes.
It's too hot.
They'll be looking for it. Agreed. Mirabella looked around the alley dumpsters. Graffiti, broken bottles catching the streetlight like shattered dreams.
Where are we?
Red Hook.
Near the docks. Classy.
They sat there for another minute, neither wanting to move, both understanding that getting out of the car meant confronting what came next, meant actually dealing with the disaster they'd created, instead of just running from it. Finally, Dante turned to her, and his expression was serious, stripped of the usual swagger.
I need to know something.
What? Why are you doing this? Why are you risking everything for me? You could have stayed at the gala. Could have gone to the hospital. Could have let them help you. Instead, you're here, in a fucked-up car in a sketchy alley, running from the cops. Why? Mirabella looked at him really, looked at him and saw past the beautiful face and the perfect body and the Instagram aesthetic to the person underneath. A kid from the south side of Chicago who danced his way into her bed and her heart and her train wreck of a life. Because, she said slowly, everyone else in my life wants me to be Mirabella St. James. Capital letters. Brand name. Icon. They want the legend, not the person. You're the only one who sees me dying and says, let's steal a car instead of let's get you into rehab. Own.
That's fucked up, Em.
I know. That's not love. That's... I know what it is. She reached across the seat, took his hand. I'm 67 years old, Dante. I've been famous longer than you've been alive. I've had 3 husbands, 4 children, 17 Grammy Awards, and 400 million records sold. And you know what? I've never been more alone. Everyone wants something from me, my name, my influence, my money, my fame. You're the only person who wants me to be free, even if being free means burning it all down. Dante's jaw worked. The cashier. Don't. She squeezed his hand. Don't think about it right now. We can't change it.
We can't fix it.
All we can do is keep moving. He nodded slowly, and she could see him compartmentalizing, putting the guilt and fear into boxes that he'd deal with later, or never, or in therapy 20 years from now, when he was writing a tell-all book called Dancing with Disaster, My Life with Mirabella St. James. They got out of the caprice, the poor, valiant caprice that had carried them through their escape, and probably wouldn't survive the weekend, started walking. Red Hook at night was like the set of a movie about urban decay, beautiful in its desolation. All crumbling brick and rusted metal, and the particular loneliness that came from being a neighborhood the city had forgotten. They walked past empty lots and closed warehouses, and the occasional bodega still clinging to life with barred windows and neon signs advertising lottery tickets and disappointment. Mirabella was still barefoot, still wearing her torn and blood-stained gauthier, still looking like exactly what she was. A woman who died at a gala and been resurrected into a nightmare. People stared as they passed. A few pulled out phones. In about 10 minutes, someone would post their location on social media, and the chase would resume. We need to get off the streets, Dante said. We need to get out of these clothes. We need to get out of New York. We need... She stopped walking. Ahead of them, illuminated by a flickering streetlight, was a woman. Or maybe woman was too generous, she was human wreckage. A pile of bones and rags sitting against a chain-link fence, surrounded by plastic bags that probably contained everything she owned. She was smoking something out of a glass pipe that caught the light and threw it back in fractured rainbows.
Crack.
Mirabella had seen enough documentaries, read enough think pieces, attended enough charity galas for addiction awareness to recognize the pipe, the ritual, the particular desperation. The woman looked up as they approached, and her face God. Her face had probably been beautiful once, before life and drugs had carved canyons into it, before her teeth had rotted and her skin had gone gray and her eyes had developed that particular emptiness that came from giving up on everything except the next high. She couldn't have been older than 40. She looked 70. You got any change? The woman asked, her voice like gravel scraped across concrete. And Mirabella, who'd just fled the Olympus Gala, died on the red carpet, been resuscitated, robbed a liquor store, fled from police, and launched a car across a construction pit. Mirabella laughed. Change? She repeated. Honey, I don't even have shoes. The woman squinted at her, then at Dante, then back at her.
Holy shit.
You're that singer. Depends on which singer you mean. The one from the internet. The one who died tonight. Greatly exaggerated. Mirabella sat down beside her, right there on the filthy pavement, her 7 Tesla dress pooling around her like a puddle of designer despair.
What's your name?
The woman looked suspicious, like this might be a trick. Like celebrities didn't usually sit down and chat with crack addicts in Red Hook at Mirabella, checked her phone. Jesus Christ. It was only 11:37 p.m. It felt like days had passed since she'd left her penthouse.
Geisha, the woman said finally.
Kaisha, I'm Mirabella. This is Dante, and we're having what you might call a challenging evening. Kaisha barked out a laugh that turned into a cough that went on long enough to suggest some serious lung issues.
Yeah?
Join the fucking club. Dante was shifting uncomfortably, clearly wanting to keep moving. But Mirabella felt rooted to the spot, felt some kind of kinship with this woman, this stranger. This person who'd also fallen so far that the fall had stopped feeling like falling and started feeling like flying.
You got any of that?
Mirabella asked, nodding at the pipe. Dante started.
I'm not gonna smoke it.
I'm just curious. Cassia studied her, then shrugged.
Yeah, I got some. Cost you, though. How much?
$20. Mirabella laughed again. $20. She'd paid $87,000 for a handbag, and this woman was hustling for $20 to feed a habit that would kill her. Was probably killing her right now, one hit at a time. Dante, you got that money from the register? He did. He pulled out the crumpled bills had to be less than 300 total and handed Keisha a 20. Keep the pipe, Keisha said, accepting the bill like it was a winning lottery ticket. I got more. And then, because the universe had clearly decided that this night couldn't get any weirder, so why not lean into it? Dante pulled out the bottles they'd stolen Grey Goose, minus the one Mirabella had thrown at the cop car. Tequila in its skull-shaped bottle, and champagne. Shall we? He said, unscrewing the tequila. So they drank. Right there on the street in Red Hook, in the shadow of a chain-link fence, surrounded by Keisha's plastic bags and the detritus of urban decathe drank. Dante passed the tequila bottle to Mirabella, who took a long pull, feeling it burn down her throat and hit her stomach like napalm. She passed it to Keisha, who drank without hesitation, without judgment, without any of the performance that usually accompanied drinking with Mirabella St. James. To bad decisions, Keisha toasted. To worse decisions, Dante added. To being alive against all odds, Mirabella finished. They drank until the tequila was half gone, and the champagne was open, and the Grey Goose was making its way around the circle. They drank until Keisha started telling stories about her life before the pipe. She'd been a paralegal, married, had a daughter who was 16 now and living with her ex-husband in New Jersey, and hadn't spoken to her in 3 years. She thinks I'm dead, Keisha said, staring at the bottle. Maybe I am. Maybe this is hell and I just haven't noticed. If it is, Mirabella said, at least the drinks are good. Keisha laughed at that, and it sounded almost human, almost like the person she might have been before the world broke her. Dante told stories about growing up in Chicago, about being raised by his grandmother who'd worked 3 jobs to keep him fed and clothed, about discovering dance as a way out, about the first time he'd seen Mirabella perform on TV, the Revelation Tour, and he'd been 13 years old, and thought she was the most powerful person in the world. I thought you were immortal, he said, looking at her across the circle of stolen liquor and shared desperation. I thought nothing could touch you. Turns out I'm very touchable, Mirabella replied. I'm so touchable I'm currently wanted by the police for armed robbery and fleeing arrest. And possible murder, Dante added. Let's not commit to that until we know for sure. They drank more. The world became softer, fuzzier, more forgiving. The sirens in the distance sounded like lullabies. The streetlight flickered like a candle. And Mirabella felt, For the first time in months, maybe years.
Peace. Not happy peace. Not satisfied peace. But the peace that came from finally hitting bottom, from having nothing left to lose, from sitting on a dirty street in Brooklyn with a 28-year-old boyfriend and a crack addict and stolen liquor, and realizing that this, right here, was the realest moment she'd had in decades. I died tonight, she said suddenly. Had the gala. I was dead for 3 minutes. Keisha and Dante both looked at her. And when I came back, she continued, the words flowing now, unstoppable, like she was channeling something, I realized I've been dead for years. I've been this thing, this Mirabella St. James Brand, this collection of magazine covers and concert tours and controversy and carefully managed scandal. But I haven't been alive. I haven't been real. I've been a hologram of myself, performing for an audience that doesn't care if I live or die. They just care if I'm interesting. She took another drink, the champagne bubbling in her throat. But tonight I was real. Tonight I bled and fell and ran and felt alive. And you know what? It's the best I've felt in 47 years. Silence, except for the distant sounds of the city traffic sirens, the eternal hum of millions of people living their millions of little lives. So what are you gonna do? Keisha asked. Keep running? No. Mirabella looked up at the flickering streetlight, at the sliver of sky visible between the buildings, at the universe that had tried to kill her twice in one night, and failed both times. I'm going to do what I always do. What's that? Turn my disaster into art. She stood up too fast. The world tilted. Dante steadied her and she felt it crystallizing in her mind. The idea, the vision, the solution to everything. I'm going to do a tour, she announced. One final tour. Not the polished, choreographed, family-friendly bullshit I've been selling for the past decade. A real tour. Raw. Honest. Me up there with no filters, no safety net, telling the truth about what it's like to be famous for half a century, to be a legend, to be a brand, to be a woman who the world wants to either fuck or destroy, and usually both. Dante was staring at her like she'd lost her mind, which, fair, she probably had. We're fugitives. We can't just... I'll call it the Resurrection Tour, she continued, ignoring him, the idea taking shape, becoming real. Because I died tonight and came back. Because I've been dying for years, and tonight I finally woke up. Because everyone wants to watch the resurrection. It's the second most popular part of the Jesus story after the crucifixion. That's... Keisha started, then stopped, shook her head. That's either genius or insane. It's both, Mirabella said, and she was smiling now. Really smiling. Not the megawatt performance smile, but something genuine, something dangerous. It's exactly both, which means it's perfect for me. She pulled out her phone. 73 missed calls had turned into 92. Texts had multiplied like rabbits. Social media was probably comparing her to everyone from Britney Spears to Marie Antoinette, and she started typing. A message to Rachel, her publicist. I know you think I've lost my mind. You're right. But here's what we're going to do. Press conference. Tomorrow. The Celestine Institute steps. I'm announcing the Resurrection Tour. Book venues. Book press. Book everything. This is happening. I'm not dead yet, and I'm going to make sure everyone knows it. This is crazy, Dante said. The cops are looking for us. We can't just... The cops are looking for criminals, she interrupted. Tomorrow, I stop being a criminal and become a martyr. A victim. A woman driven to desperation by addiction and the crushing weight of fame. I'll cry. I'll apologize. I'll be vulnerable. America loves vulnerability. They eat that shit up.
What about the cashier?
Self-defense.
You felt threatened.
You panicked. We'll have the best lawyers money can buy, spin it into a tragedy where everyone's a victim and no one's a villain.
She was thinking like the old Mirabella now.
The one who'd navigated controversy and scandal and outrage for 4 decades and always came out on top. The one who understood that in America, you could be forgiven for almost anything as long as you made it entertaining. Kaisha was watching her with something like awe. You really think you can pull that off?
Honey, Mirabella said,
I once convinced the Pope to bless me after I performed a song called Fallen Angel while dressed as a demon in a cathedral made of LED screens. I can pull off anything. She sent the message to Rachel. The response came back almost immediately.
You're insane.
I quit. No, wait. I can't quit because no one else will represent you. Fine. Press conference tomorrow. 2 p.m. Bring your lawyer. And for the love of God, get some sleep and look less like you've been living in a dumpster.
Mirabella laughed, showed the message to Dante and Keisha.
The resurrection tour, she said, testing the words, feeling their weight, their power. Starting in 3 months. 40 cities. No choreography, no costume changes, no bullshit. Just me and a microphone and the truth. And it's going to be magnificent.
She looked down at Kaya, who was watching her with those empty eyes that had maybe gotten a little less empty over the past hour.
You should come, Mirabella said. To the first show. Front row. My guest. Kaisha blinked. Are you serious? Completely. You showed me something tonight what it looks like when you stop pretending. I need to remember that. I don't know if I'll be alive in 3 months, Keisha said quietly. Then make sure you are, Mirabella replied. Stick around. See how this story ends. It's going to be either epic or catastrophic, and honestly, I'm not sure there's a difference anymore. She pulled a wad of bills from Dante's stashad to be at least $100 and pressed it into Keisha's hand. What's this for? Kaya asked.
Whatever you need it for.
Food, shelter, drugs, I don't care. Consider it payment for being real with me when everyone else in my life is fake. Keisha stared at the money, then at Mirabella, and for just a second her eyes filled with tears. You're gonna die, you know, she said. If you keep going like this, I can see it. I've seen it in the mirror. You're gonna die. Probably, Mirabella agreed. But not tonight. Tonight I'm alive, and I'm going to make sure everyone knows it. She turned to Dante. Come on. We need to find somewhere to sleep and figure out how to turn ourselves in tomorrow without getting shot. They left Keisha sitting there with her $100 and her plastic bags and her pipe, left her in the shadow of the flickering streetlight in Red Hook, left her in the life she'd chosen, or the life that had chosen her, impossible to tell which. As they walked away, Keisha called out, Hey, Mirabella! She turned. I'll see you at that show. Front row. 3 months. Don't you die on me before then. Wouldn't dream of it. They found a motel 6 blocks away, the kind that rented rooms by the hour and didn't ask questions as long as you paid cash. Dante handed over $60 most of what they had left, and they got a room with a bed that sagged in the middle and a TV that only got 3 channels and a bathroom where the shower curtain had given up on life. Mirabella collapsed on the bed, still in her ruined Gauthier, still barefoot, still covered in her own blood, and the evidence of her spectacular unraveling. Dante lay down beside her, and they stared at the water-stained ceiling,
listening to the sounds of the motel arguments through thin walls, car doors slamming, the eternal soundtrack of people living their desperate little lives.
The resurrection tour, Dante said. You really think you can pull it off?
I have to, Mirabella replied. It's either that or actually die, and I'm not ready for that yet. I still have too much to prove.
To who? She thought about that.
To everyone.
To no one. To myself.
To that girl from Minnesota who got on a bus with $35 and delusions of grandeur.
To everyone who ever said I was too old, too controversial, too much. To the world that made me a legend, and then tried to destroy me for being one.
She reached into her purse the $85,000 Birkin that had started all of this and found another syringe.
The morphine called to her, promising peace, promising oblivion, promising a few hours where she didn't have to think about what she'd done or who she'd become. But she didn't inject it.
Instead, she looked at it, really looked at it. This thing that had nearly killed her, that had exposed her on the red carpet, that had turned her secret into spectacles.
Tomorrow, she said, I'm going to tell the truth. All of it. The morphine, the desperation, the loneliness of being a legend. I'm going to stand on those steps and show them what it really looks like to be Mirabella St. James. And then? Dante asked.
And then I'm going to give them the greatest comeback tour in history.
Or I'm going to die trying.
Either way, they'll never forget me. She put the syringe away.
Tomorrow would come soon enough, with its press conferences and lawyers and consequences.
Tomorrow she'd have to face what she'd done, who she'd hurt, what she'd become.
But tonight, she was just Ella Morrison from Minnesota, sleeping in a shitty motel in Red Hook with a boy too young for her and a dream too big for reality, and that was enough.
That was more than enough. That was everything.
End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4, The Rehearsal.
The cashier didn't die. This was the first miracle, though calling it a miracle was generous considering the man Luis Delgado, 53, father of 2, grandfather of 4, immigrant from the Dominican Republic who'd worked at Broadway Spirits for 11 years was, now paralyzed from the waist down, the bullet having severed his spine at the L2 vertebra, turning him from a man who walked to a man who would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair contemplating the night Mirabella St. James walked into his store and destroyed his life. But he didn't die, which meant it was attempted murder, not murder. Which meant, in the Byzantine logic of the American legal system, that there was room for negotiation. The second miracle was that Deshawn's gun recovered from the Caprice, which police had found abandoned in Red Hook, was registered. Legally purchased in Illinois 3 years ago for home protection, according to the paperwork. Which meant he wasn't an armed felon, just a terrified young man who'd made a catastrophically poor decision in a moment of panic. The third miracle was money. Specifically, the $47 million Million Mirabella's legal team led by Martin Schwartzberg, a lawyer so expensive that his hourly rate could fund a small school district offered to Luis Delgado in a settlement that included lifetime medical care, a house in Queens with wheelchair accessibility, college funds for his grandchildren, and a strict non-disclosure agreement that essentially bought his silence with enough zeros to make his suffering feel, if not justified, at least adequately compensated. Luis took the deal. Of course he took the deal. What else was he going to do? Refuse the money and spend years in court while his medical bills mounted and his family struggled and Mirabella's team of lawyers sharks in Armani. All of them buried him in motions and delays and legal maneuvering that would outlast his lifetime. So the charges were dropped. Not dismissed, dropped. As in, never formally filed. As in, the DA's office, after a series of meetings with Schwartzberg that probably involved words like self-defense and perceived threat and mental health crisis, and possibly a few campaign contributions to the DA's re-election fund, decided that prosecuting a beloved pop icon and her terrified boyfriend for a shooting that happened during what was clearly a drug-induced psychotic episode would be, in the immortal words of one anonymous prosecutor quoted in the New York Times, more trouble than it's worth. The media, naturally, had a field day. Half the internet called it justice for the wealthy. Another example of how the rich could literally shoot people and buy their way out of consequences. The other half called it Melanie, pointing out that Mirabella was clearly suffering from addiction and mental illness and didn't need prison. She needed help. A think piece in The Atlantic was titled, Mirabella St. James and the Monetization of Trauma: How We Consume Celebrity Suffering. A podcast called Pop Culture Autopsy devoted 3 episodes to her, titled The Fall, The Reckoning, and The Resurrection. TMZ ran a poll, should Mirabella St. James be in prison or rehab? The results were almost exactly 50/50. And through it all, Mirabella St. James, the woman herself, not the brand, not the legend, though the line between the two had become so blurred it was basically non-existent, sat in her penthouse on Central Park West and watched her life become content. The press conference had been, in Rachel's professional opinion, a fucking disaster that somehow became a triumph. Mirabella had shown up to the Celestine Institute steps at 2 p.m. exactly as instructed, but instead of looking polished and apologetic, she'd looked like what she was, a woman who'd spent the night in a Red Hook motel after fleeing from police. Her makeup was minimal, her hair was pulled back in a simple ponytail, and she was wearing jeans. When was the last time anyone had seen her in denim? And a white t-shirt under a black blazer. She looked human. She looked vulnerable. She looked real. And when she spoke, she didn't read from a prepared statement. She just talked. I'm an addict, she'd said, looking directly into the cameras, into the eyes of millions of people watching live. I'm addicted to morphine. I've been addicted for 18 months. I started after hip surgery, and I couldn't stop. And instead of asking for help, I hid it. I hid it from my family, my friends, my team. I hid it from myself. And on Monday night, at the Olympus Gala, my secret became public in the most spectacular way possible. I died. Literally died. My heart stopped. And when they brought me back, I ran. I ran because I was scared and ashamed and high, and I made choices that hurt people, innocent people. And I am so sorry. Her voice had cracked on that last word. Real tears, not the glycerin kind she'd used in music videos, had streamed down her face. But I'm not going to hide anymore, she'd continued. I'm not going to pretend to be perfect or polished or the icon everyone wants me to be. I'm just going to be human. Messy, broken, struggling human. And I'm going to do what I've always done when life gets hard. I'm going to make art. The Resurrection Tour starts in 3 months. 40 cities. No dancers, no costume changes, no spectacle. Just me and a microphone and the truth. And if you want to watch me fall apart or pull myself together, you're welcome to buy a ticket. Either way, it's going to be honest. The internet exploded. Ticket sales for the Resurrection Tour venues hastily booked in the 3 days between the press conference and the official announcement sold out in 17 minutes. All 40 shows. Gone. The secondary market went insane, with tickets reselling for $5,000, $10,000, one reportedly for $47,000 to a Silicon Valley tech bro who wanted to witness history. Her streaming numbers tripled overnight. Sanctified Sinner hit #1 on iTunes for the first time since 1994. Benediction, the song the girl at the gala had mentioned, the one that had saved her life, was suddenly the anthem of a generation of people who'd grown up with Mirabella's music and were now watching her implode in real time. She was more famous now than she'd been in a decade. More relevant. More watched. More everything. Because America loved a comeback story, but what America really loved was watching someone famous suffer beautifully, publicly, in high definition. Rehearsals began 3 weeks after the press conference, in a warehouse in Long Island City that smelled like decades of other people's dreams. Broadway shows, rock concerts, corporate events, all of them leaving behind the ghost scent of sweat and ambition and the particular desperation that came from trying to create magic on a deadline. Mirabella stood center stage, barefoot again. She'd developed a thing about shoes, or rather, about not wearing them, like her feet needed to feel the ground to remember she was real, wearing black leggings and an oversized sweater that had belonged to one of her ex-husbands, the second one, Mario, the director who'd been 20 years older and had treated her like a muse until she'd gotten too famous, and suddenly she was competition instead of inspiration. Around her the crew worked. Lighting designers, sound engineers, set builders, all of them trying to translate her fever dream into something that could tour 40 cities without killing anyone or bankrupting the production. Yvette Laroche, supermodel turned actress turned director turned whatever. Yvette was now probably just rich and bored and looking for the next source of entertainment. They'd been friends in the 90s, back when they'd both been at the peak of their powers, back when they'd done a photo shoot for Vanity Fair that had been equal parts art and softcore pornography and had caused approximately 17 protests and sold 1 million magazines. Yvette was 62 now, looked 45. Money and genetics and a surgeon with a gentle hand, and was wearing leather pants and a silk blouse and enough diamonds to fund a small country's GDP. "Darling," Yvette said in her French-accented English, sweeping into the room like she owned it. "That was either the most brilliant thing I've ever seen or you're having a psychotic break, and honestly, I can't tell which, but bravo." She air-kissed both of Mirabella's cheeks, then stepped back and really looked at her. "You look terrible." "Thank you, I've been working on it." "No, I mean it. You look actually medically terrible. When's the last time you slept? What year is it?" Yvette laughed, but her eyes sharp, assessing, missing nothing, tracked over Mirabella's face. Her body lingered on her left arm despite the gloves. "How bad is it?" Yvette asked quietly, and Mirabella knew immediately what she was asking about. Not the show, not the tour, the addiction. "Manageable," Mirabella lied. "Sherry, I've known you for 30 years. I know when you're lying. And you're lying badly, which means it's worse than you're admitting even to yourself. I'm handling it. You died 3 weeks ago. And I came back. Resurrection, remember? It's literally the theme of the tour." Yvette sat down on the couch, crossed her legs, and studied Mirabella with the kind of attention that made you feel transparent, like she could see through skin and bone into the rot underneath. "I lost someone to this," Yvette said finally. "My brother. Heroin." He thought he was handling it too. Right up until the day he overdosed in his apartment, and no one found him for 3 days. The room went quiet. Even the post-show chaos outside, crew breaking down equipment, people congratulating each other, the ambient noise of success seemed to recede. "I'm not your brother," Mirabella said. "No, you're worse. Because the whole world is watching you die, and you're selling tickets to it, and everyone's pretending it's art when really it's just slow-motion suicide with good lighting." "Fuck you, Yvette. Fuck you too, darling. But I'm right, and you know I'm right, which is why you're so angry." Mirabella wanted to argue, wanted to defend herself, wanted to explain that this was different, that she was different, that she was in control of her narrative, her addiction, her life. But her left arm was throbbing so badly she could barely think, and her body was shaking not from exertion but from the morphine wearing off, and she could feel the infection spreading, could feel her mind fragmenting, could feel the careful story she'd been telling herself about being fine and being in control starting to collapse like a building with a compromised foundation. "I have a tour," she said instead. 40 cities. 3 months. I can't stop now. then don't stop. But get help. Real help. Not press conference help. Not I'm vulnerable, so buy my tickets help. Actual help. Medical help. Psychiatric help. Whatever you need to make it through this without dying. I've been dying for years, Yvette. This is just the first time anyone's noticed. That's the morphine talking. No, it's the truth. I've been Mirabella St. James for so long that I forgot how to be anything else. And now I'm trying to remember, trying to be human again, and it hurts. And the morphine makes it hurt less, and I know that's addiction talking. I know that's the disease, but I don't care because the alternative is feeling everything all the time, and I can't. I just can't. She was crying now. Couldn't stop. The tears coming hot and fast and taking all her carefully constructed defenses with them. Deschamps was beside her, arms around her, and Yvette had moved to the couch, her hand on Mirabella's knee, and they sat there in the dressing room of Irving Plaza while outside. People were still talking about the show, about the coffin, about the resurrection, about the legend, the icon, the cautionary tale. "You're going to be okay," Yvette said, but she didn't sound convinced. "I have to be," Mirabella whispered. "I have 40 shows to do. Then we'll make sure you survive them." Yvette pulled out her phone. "I'm texting you the name of my doctor. Not a celebrity doctor, not someone who'll give you whatever you want. An actual doctor who specializes in addiction and won't take your shit. You call him tomorrow. Yvette. Tomorrow, Mirabella. Or I go to the press and tell them you're going to die if you don't get help, and I ruin your comeback tour by forcing you into treatment. Your choice." It wasn't really a choice, and they both knew it. "Fine," Mirabella said. "Tomorrow." Yvette kissed her forehead, told Deschamps to take care of her, and left in a cloud of expensive perfume and concern, leaving behind the kind of silence that felt heavy with things unsaid. Deschamps helped her stand, helped her to the car, helped her up to her penthouse. She could barely walk by then, the adrenaline of the performance having worn off completely, leaving behind only pain and exhaustion and the bone-deep knowledge that she was teetering on the edge of something catastrophic. She lay in her bed king-sized, covered in Egyptian cotton sheets that cost more than most people's monthly rent, and stared at the ceiling. The show had been perfect. The audience had loved her. The reviews would be glowing. Ticket sales for the rest of the tour would skyrocket. She'd done it. Pulled off the impossible. Turned her trauma into triumph. But her arm was infected, possibly necrotic. Her body was failing. Her mind was fragmenting. And she had 39 more shows to do. "I can do this," she thought. "I can survive this. I've survived everything else." And then, because the morphine was wearing off and reality was seeping back in like water through cracks. Or maybe I can't. Maybe this is how it ends. Maybe the resurrection was just a temporary reprieve, and the real death is still waiting, patient, inevitable. Beside her, Deschamps was already asleep, exhausted from worrying, from watching her self-destruct, from being 28 years old and tangled in a legend's unraveling. Mirabella reached for her phone on the nightstand. Pulled up Twitter even though Rachel had begged her to stop. #Resurrection Tour was trending #1 worldwide. The reviews were already coming in. Mirabella St. James gives the performance of her career all, vulnerable, unforgettable. The coffin entrance alone is worth the price of admission. This is theater. This is art. Is this a comeback or a farewell? Either way, it's devastating and beautiful. She should have felt triumphant. She should have felt vindicated. Instead, she felt tired. So tired. She put the phone down, closed her eyes, and let the darkness take her. Tomorrow, she'd call Yvette's doctor. Maybe. Tomorrow, she'd deal with the infection. Probably. Tomorrow, she'd figure out how to survive the next 39 shows without dying. Hopefully. But tonight, she'd done it. She'd risen from the coffin. She'd given them their resurrection. And if it killed her, at least it would be spectacular. At least they'd never forget. At least she'd go out doing what she'd always done, turning her life into legend, her pain into performance, her disaster into art. In her dreams that night she was back in the coffin, but this time the lid wouldn't open. She sang and sang, but no one could hear her. She pushed against the lid, but it wouldn't budge. And slowly, inevitably, the air ran out and she understood. Resurrection was a one-time deal, and she'd already used hers up. She woke up gasping, her left arm on fire, her body soaked in sweat. Deshawn shaking her shoulder, saying her name over and over. And for a moment, just a moment, she couldn't remember if she was dead or alive, if this was real or another fever dream, if she was Mirabella St. James, or just Ella Morrison from Minnesota, who'd made a series of catastrophically poor decisions and was now reaping what she'd sown. I'm okay, she told Deshawn, told herself, told the universe that kept trying to kill her. I'm okay. She wasn't sure if she believed it, but she said it anyway, because that's what legends did. They lied until the lie became true, or they died trying. And Mirabella St. James was nothing if not persistent. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5. The Conversion. The cult started small, as most cults do, with devotion that looked like fandom, until you looked closer and realized the line had been crossed somewhere between admiration and worship, between following and following. It began on Reddit, naturally, because all modern religions are born in comment threads and subreddit forums where people with too much time and too little meaning gather to create purpose out of pixels. R/Resurrection Witness started 3 days after the Irving Plaza show, created by a user named U/Mirabella Risen, who posted a 30-minute video essay titled The Gospel According to St. James, How Mirabella's Death and Resurrection Mirrors the Christ Narrative. The video was insane. Brilliantly, meticulously, academically insane. It broke down the symbolism of her collapse at the Olympus Gala, the fall from grace, her 3 minutes of death, 3 days in the tomb, her resuscitation, resurrection, the liquor store incident, the cleansing of the temple, somehow, and the coffin entrance at Irving Plaza, the ascension, or maybe the transfiguration. Theology got fuzzy when you applied it to pop stars. Within a week, the subreddit had 15,000 members. Within 2 weeks, 50,000. By week 3, when Mirabella was 5 shows into her warm-up residency at the Beacon Theatre 7 nights, all sold out, all religious experiences masquerading as concerts R/Resurrection. Witness had 200,000 members and had spawned offshoots in 12 languages. They called themselves disciples. They had rituals, listening to benediction at 3 a.m., the hour she'd died, wearing black and red, death and resurrection, fasting on Mondays, the day of the gala. They had sacred texts, her lyrics, analyzed and interpreted with the same fervor biblical scholars applied to Corinthians. They had pilgrimages, traveling to the Celestine Institute to stand where she'd fallen, to Broadway Spirits, the liquor store, where she'd sinned and transcended sin simultaneously, to Irving Plaza, where she'd risen from the coffin. They had martyrs, 3 fans who'd attempted suicide, leaving notes that said they were joining Mirabella in death so they could be resurrected with her. 2 survived, 1 didn't. The family sued. Mirabella's lawyers settled quietly, but the death only made the cult stronger, gave them their first martyr, their first proof that this was real, that this meant something beyond entertainment. And Mirabella fucking loved it. "Look at this," she said to Deshawn one morning, scrolling through her phone while lying in bed, her infected arm throbbing despite the antibiotics she'd finally started taking after Yvette's doctor had taken one look and said, "Hospital, now, or you lose the arm." They're calling me the prophet of pain, the Madonna of morphine, the resurrection queen. That's a cult. That's an actual cult. I prefer devoted following. They're worshipping you, like religiously worshipping you. And the Catholic Church has been doing the same thing with a Jewish carpenter for 2,000 years. At least I'm still alive to appreciate it. One of them died, Mirabella. A kid. 19 years old. Killed herself because of you. That should have hurt. Should have penetrated. Should have made her feel something other than the warm, distant numbness of morphine and ego and the particular intoxication that came from being loved so completely that people would die for you. But it didn't. Or it did, but the feeling was so far away, buried so deep under the drugs and the performance and the need to keep going, that she couldn't reach it, couldn't access whatever part of her used to care about consequences. I didn't tell her to kill herself, Mirabella said. I told her to live. Benediction is about survival. These people are misinterpreting my message. Then tell them that. Go on Twitter, make a statement. Tell them to stop. And ruin the best publicity I've had in a decade. Deshawn, do you know what this kind of devotion is worth? This is the kind of following that lasts forever. This is legacy. This is immortality. He stared at her like she was a stranger, which, fair, she probably was. She'd been Mirabella St. James for so long that whoever Ella Morrison had been was dead and buried, and this new person, this legend, this deity, this cautionary tale had taken her place so completely that there was no going back. I'm worried about you, he said quietly. Everyone's worried about me. It's very fashionable. I'm serious, Em. You're not sleeping. You're barely eating. Your arm is healing. The antibiotics are working. They weren't. Not really. The infection had improved marginally, but it was still there, still angry, still spreading slower than before, but still spreading. The doctor had wanted to hospitalize her, cut out the infected tissue, maybe do a skin graft. She'd refused. She had shows to do. 7 nights at the Beacon. Then the full tour 40 cities in 3 months. She couldn't stop now. Not when she was finally relevant again, finally mattering, finally proving that she was more than a has-been, more than a cautionary tale, more than a legend past her expiration date. She had a cult. She was a goddess, and goddesses didn't take sick days. By the 5th night at the Beacon Theatre, the disciples had evolved from online community to physical presence. They gathered outside the venue hours before showtime, dressed in black and red, holding candles, singing her songs like hymns. Some had brought offerings, flowers, letters, vials of their own blood. Security confiscated those, photographs of themselves at their lowest moments with captions like, "You saved me, and I died with you and rose again." Rachel, her publicist, was having a breakdown trying to manage the narrative. "This is getting out of control," she said backstage, pacing like a caged animal. "We need to make a statement. We need to distance you from this cult narrative before it becomes the only narrative."
Why?
Mirabella was in her dressing room, looking at herself in the mirror thinner now, gaunt, her cheekbones sharp enough to cut glass, her eyes too big in her face, her skin pale except for the flush of fever that came and went like a tide. She looked like a Victorian consumptive, like Ophelia before the drowning, like every tragic heroine who'd ever burned bright and died young, except she was 67 and had already survived her own death once. She looked perfect. "Because," Rachel said, voice tight with the kind of stress that led to early heart attacks and lucrative book deals, "cults end badly. Always. They end in Waco or Jonestown or Heaven's Gate, and I will not have your legacy be pop star who inspired mass suicide."
So dramatic.
"Mirabella, I'm serious. This stops now. Tonight. You go on stage and you tell them that you appreciate their support, but you're not a deity, you're not a prophet, you're just a person, and they need to go home and live their own lives." Mirabella turned from the mirror, and Rachel must have seen something in her eyes, something wild, something unhinged, something that had crossed the line from eccentric artist to actual madness bake as she took a step back. No, Mirabella said simply.
What?
I said no. I'm not telling them to leave. I'm not dismissing their devotion. Do you know how rare this is, Rachel? To be loved so completely that people would die for you. To matter so much that your existence gives other people's lives meaning. This is what every artist wants and never admits to wanting.
This is transcendence.
This is delusion.
Same thing.
Mirabella, I'm going on stage. And tonight I'm going to give them what they want. I'm going to give them a religious experience. I'm going to make them believe. She walked out of the dressing room, leaving Rachel standing there with her phone in her hand, probably already texting Mirabella's lawyer, her manager, her therapist. She didn't have a therapist, but Rachel kept suggesting it. Everyone in her support system who'd spent the past month watching her spiral and being powerless to stop it. The show that night was transcendent, or psychotic, or both. She emerged from the coffin as usual, but instead of launching into benediction, she stood there in silence, arms spread like Christ on the cross, like a conductor before an orchestra, like a priestess before her congregation. The audience held its breath, and then she spoke, her voice soft but carrying, amplified by the microphone clipped to her costume.
I died for you. Silence.
3 weeks ago I died on the red carpet of the Olympus Gala. My heart stopped. I was gone, dead, finished, and they brought me back. They shocked my heart, forced air into my lungs, dragged me back from whatever comes after this, and you know what I saw. The audience leaned forward, desperate to know, desperate to believe.
I saw you.
All of you. Every person who'd ever listened to my music, every person who'd ever felt less alone because I existed. I saw your pain and your hope and your beautiful, terrible need to believe in something bigger than yourself. And I came back for you. I resurrected for you. It was bullshit. Complete, utter, morphine-fueled bullshit. She hadn't seen anything when she died except darkness, and even that might have been her imagination. But the audience didn't care about truth. They cared about meaning, about purpose, about having a story big enough to contain their suffering. And she was giving it to them. The show that followed was less concert and more revival meeting. She preached between songs, rambling monologues about pain and survival and the holy nature of suffering. She invited people on stage to testify, to share their stories of how her music had saved them. She blessed them, actually laid hands on their heads, and blessed them while the crowd watched, rapped and filmed on their phones, and believed. By the end of the night, the Beacon Theatre felt less like a concert venue and more like a church, and Mirabella was the high priestess, the Messiah, the living proof that you could die and come back, that you could be broken and be worshipped for it, that suffering wasn't something to overcome but something to embrace, to perform, to turn into the very foundation of your divinity. She took her final bow to thunderous applause, to people crying, to someone in the balcony screaming, "I love you," over and over, like a prayer, like a plea, like the last words of the faithful before the apocalypse. Backstage, she collapsed, not dramatically, not cinematically, just collapsed. Her legs gave out, her body hit the floor, and suddenly she was on the ground and couldn't get up, couldn't move, couldn't do anything except lie there while her left arm exploded in pain, so intense it whited out her vision. "Em!" Deshawn was there, hands on her face. "Em, stay with me." "My arm," she gasped. "Something's wrong with my arm." He pulled off the gloves she'd been wearing to hide the infection, and what he saw made him go pale. The infection had spread from her elbow to her shoulder, angry red lines radiating outward like lightning, like veins of fire under her skin. The Ori Jangle's site was swollen, black at the center, weeping pus that smelled like death, like rot, like the particular decay that happened when your body gave up fighting and started surrendering to the bacteria that had colonized it. "Hospital," Deshawn said. "Right now." "We're going to the hospital. I have 2 more shows." "Fuck the shows. Em, you're septic. You're going into septic shock. You could die." "I already died." Didn't take. But even as she said it, she could feel it, the way her body was shutting down, the way her temperature was spiking. The way her heart was racing trying to fight an infection it couldn't win against.
Sepsis.
Blood poisoning.
Organ failure.
All the things that happened when you ignored a staph infection because you had a tour to do and a cult to maintain and a legend to live up to. Call 911. Someone was saying maybe Rachel, maybe the stage manager, maybe God himself finally deciding to intervene. But before they could, before the ambulance arrived, before any of it, Mirabella's vision tunneled, her consciousness flickered, and she fell again not physically this time, but mentally, spiritually, into a darkness that felt different from the darkness of death, felt more like before than after, felt like traveling backward through time, through memory, through the layers of person she'd been before she became Mirabella St. James, the dream. She's 23 years old, standing in front of the mirror in a shitty apartment in the East Village, the one with the bathtub and the kitchen and the toilet in a hallway shared with 3 other apartments, and the radiator that clanked like it was haunted by the ghost of thermodynamics past. She's wearing leg warmers and a leotard that's seen better days, her hair pulled back in a ponytail that's half fashion choice and half, I haven't washed my hair in 4 days because hot water costs money. Her real name tags on the mirror in fading lipstick, Ella Morrison. She stares at it, this name, this identity, this person she's trying to shed like a snake sheds skin. That's not who you are anymore, says a voice behind her. She turns. There's a man sitting on her bed-lumpy mattress on the floor because furniture is for people with money, and she's been in New York for 6 months and has $47 to her name and dreams, so big they might suffocate her. She doesn't recognize him at first. And then she does. It's Luis Delgado, the cashier from the liquor store. Except he's not in a wheelchair here in this memory dream hallucination. He's whole, walking, judging her. You shot me, he says conversationally. I didn't shoot you. Deshawn shot you.
You were there.
You winked at the camera. You performed while I bled. I didn't know. I was high. You were Mirabella St. James, he says, and suddenly he's not Louis anymore. He's her, a younger version of herself, the one from before the fame, before the money, before everything. You were already her, even then. You just didn't know it yet. The apartment dissolves, shifts, becomes a stage but not a modern stage, not the Beacon Theater or Irving Plaza. It's the Pyramid Club in 1982, her first real gig, 50 people in the audience, most of them too drunk or too high to care, but she'd gotten on stage anyway in a torn wedding dress she'd found in a dumpster and sung. Like a prayer, no wait, she'd sung Sanctified Sinner, the song that would launch her career 3 years later, but here it was new, raw, unpolished. The audience watches. They're all the people from her life, her first husband, her children, her backup dancers, her producers, her critics, her fans, Luis Delgado in his wheelchair now, Keisha from Red Hook, the girl from the gala in her Revelation Tour T-shirt, all of them watching her 23-year-old self perform like their lives depend on it. And maybe they do. This is where it started, says another voice. Her mother appears dead now for 15 years, cancer. Mirabella had been on tour in Asia and hadn't made it home in time. Her mother looks exactly as she did the last time Mirabella saw her, frail, angry, disappointed. You left, her mother says. You left Minnesota and you never came back. Not really.
Not as yourself.
I had to leave.
There was nothing for me there. There was me, your father,
your sisters,
your life. That wasn't my life.
That was a life someone else wanted me to have. And this? Her mother gestures to the stage, to the audience, to the fever dream of memory.
This is the life you wanted?
To be worshipped by strangers and loved by no one.
I'm loved.
By who? Your boy toy who's 40 years younger and only here because you're famous? Your children who you've barely seen because you're always on tour? Your fans who just as happily watch you live or die as long as it's entertaining? Mirabella wants to argue, wants to defend herself, but the morphine has followed her into this dream, making everything soft and distant and hard to grasp. The scene shifts again. Now she's in a recording studio, and it's 1989, and she's recording Immaculate Deception, the song that will define her blonde devotion era, the one that will make her a household name and a cultural lightning rod. She's singing into the microphone, and through the glass she can see her producer, and he's giving her the thumbs up, and she feels it that moment when you know you've created something that will outlive you, that will matter, that will change things. But when she looks down at the lyric sheet, the words are different.
I sold my soul for a spotlight.
I traded love for applause. I killed the girl I used to be, and I don't remember the cause. Those aren't the lyrics, she says, aren't they? Her younger self is in the booth now, 27 years old, blonde ambition incarnate. The woman who'd scandalized award shows and made sexuality into an art form and refused to apologize for any of it. Aren't those the real lyrics? The ones you've been singing your whole life without admitting it?
I didn't sell my soul.
I built an empire.
Same thing. I didn't kill anyone.
You killed Ella Morrison, buried her so deep that even you forgot she existed.
She wasn't strong enough to survive. And is Mirabella?
The studio dissolves into static, into white noise, into the sound of a heart monitor flatlining. And suddenly she's back on the red carpet at the Olympus Gala, lying there with syringes scattered around her head like a halo, and the cameras are flashing, and people are screaming her name, and she's dying, her heart is stopping. But this time she doesn't come back. This time the paramedics arrive too late, or they don't arrive at all, or they arrive and decide she's not worth saving, and she's just gone. Dead. Finished. And the world goes on without her. She can see it, somehow, from this place between life and death, this liminal space where consciousness goes when the body can't hold it anymore. She can see the headlines, Mirabella St. James dead at 67. She can see the tributes, the memorial concerts, the think pieces about her legacy. She can see her children crying at her funeral, but also checking their phones, already moving on because that's what people do. They mourn, and then they live. She can see Deshaun finding someone new, someone younger, someone who doesn't need him to manage their addiction and their demons. She can see the disciples, her cult, splintering into factions, some claiming she'll resurrect again. Others saying her death is the final sacrament, still others just drifting away to find a new deity, a new pop star, a new reason to believe. She can see it all, and she understands. She is not special. She is not immortal. She is not a goddess. She is just a woman who got famous and confused fame for meaning, who built a cathedral out of her own pain and invited people to worship there, who died and was brought back and then-wasted the gift of resurrection on morphine and ego, and the desperate need to prove she still mattered. "I'm sorry," she whispers to the void, to the darkness, to whatever comes after.
"I'm so sorry.
I didn't know. I didn't understand. I thought if I mattered enough, if I was famous enough, if I was loved enough, you'd finally feel alive?" asks a voice. And she recognizes this one immediately, would recognize it anywhere, in any realm, in any lifetime. Lucia. Her first love, her first heartbreak. The woman she'd met in 1985, before the fame really hit, when she was still straddling the line between Ella and Mirabella, still becoming whoever she was going to be. Lucia, who'd loved her without needing her to be famous, who'd seen her at her most vulnerable and hadn't run, who'd asked her to choose between the career and the relationship. And Mirabella had chosen the career. Of course she had. Lucia had died in 2003. Car accident. Mirabella had been on tour in Europe and had found out from a text message from a mutual friend. She'd cried in her dressing room for 10 minutes, then gone on stage and performed sacred and profane to a crowd of 50 Sawazaro people who had no idea her heart was breaking. "Loose," Mirabella breathes.
"Hey, baby."
Lucia looks exactly as she did the last time Mirabella saw her 39 years old, silver starting to thread through her black hair, lines around her eyes from laughing too much, wearing jeans and a flannel shirt because she'd never cared about fashion, had never needed to perform herself for anyone.
I'm dying, Mirabella says.
I know. I don't want to. I know that too. I'm scared.
Good. Fear means you're still human. For a while there, I wasn't sure.
They're sitting now, somehow, somewhere, not the red carpet, not the studio, not any real place, just a space that feels like memory, like the apartment they'd shared for 8 months before Mirabella's career took off and she'd had to choose.
I fucked it all up, Mirabella says.
Everything, every relationship, every choice, every person who loved me.
I turned it all into material for songs and performances and controversy.
I monetized my own humanity until there was nothing left.
Yeah. Lucia agrees.
You did.
That's it?
No comforting words? No, you did your best?
You didn't do your best.
You did what fed your ego and your addiction, first to fame, then to morphine, then to being worshipped. You hurt people. You damaged your kids. You built a cult around your own suffering and called it art.
So I deserve this?
To die like this?
Nobody deserves anything, Bella.
That's not how it works. You make choices, and choices have consequences, and sometimes those consequences are septic shock in a concert venue while your cult waits outside praying for another resurrection. Mirabella laughs, and it comes out broken, desperate.
What do I do? You wake up.
And then you decide, do you want to die as Mirabella James, legend, icon, cautionary tale? Or do you want to try one last time to remember how to be human?
I don't know how to be human anymore. Then learn?
It's not that hard. You just stop performing, stop pretending, stop turning everything into content. You just be. Messy, imperfect, mortal. Be.
The tour.
Fuck the tour. You have 39 cities left and maybe 3 months to live if you don't stop. Choose. They're expecting me. The disciples, the fans, the critics. Everyone's watching.
Everyone's waiting to see how this story ends.
Let them wait. Let them be disappointed. Let them find another deity. You're not responsible for their worship, Bella. You never were.
But if I stop now, it means everything was for nothing.
All the pain, all the sacrifice, all the years I gave to this.
It wasn't for nothing.
You made art. Real art. You changed things. You mattered. But you don't have to die to prove it. The space around them starts to dissolve, to fade, and Mirabella can feel herself being pulled back, toward consciousness, toward her body, toward the hospital room that she knows, somehow, is waiting for her. Loose, she says desperately.
I don't know how to be just Ella. She's been dead for so long.
Then resurrect her, Lucia says, and she's smiling, that gentle smile that had made Mirabella fall in love with her 40 years ago.
You've already proven you're good at that.
She woke up to white walls, white ceiling, white sheets, the particular sterile white of hospitals that said, "You nearly died, but congratulations, you didn't." There were machines beeping around her heart monitor, the 4th drip, something else she couldn't identify. Her left arm was wrapped in bandages from shoulder to wrist, thick and professional, and when she tried to move it, the pain was distant, manageable, suggesting they had her on some serious painkillers.
Not morphine, though,
she could tell. Morphine had a particular feel, a warmth, a sense of coming home.
This was something else.
Something that dulled the pain without offering transcendence. She hated it. And then she saw who was sitting beside her bed. Yvette Leroux, looking exhausted and furious and worried in equal measure, still wearing last night's clothes, or was it last night? How long had she been out? Her silver locks pulled back, her makeup smudged, her usual immaculate presentation replaced by the disheveled appearance of someone who'd been keeping vigil.
"You're awake,"
Yvette said flatly.
"Apparently."
"You were in septic shock. Your blood pressure dropped to 60/40. Your kidneys started failing. They had to do emergency surgery on your arm, debrided the infected tissue, which is a fancy way of saying they cut out the parts of you that were rotting."
"You almost died."
"Again."
"For the 3rd time in a month."
"I'm very resilient."
"You're very stupid."
Mirabella tried to laugh, but it hurt. Everything hurt, actually, now that she was paying attention. Her body felt like it had been taken apart and reassembled slightly wrong. How long was I out? 2 days. They kept you sedated while they stabilized you. Deschamps' been here the whole time, but I sent him to get food and sleep because he looked like a corpse. Your publicist has been fielding calls from every media outlet in existence. Your cult thinks you're undergoing a sacred trial. And your children—
Yvette's voice got sharp.
Your children have been terrified that you're going to die, and they're going to have to explain to their therapists why they feel more relief than grief. That landed like a knife between her ribs. I need to call them—
No.
What you need to do is shut up and listen to me. Yvette stood up, moved closer to the bed, and Mirabella could see the tears in her eyes, could see the anger and fear and love, all tangled together in the face of her oldest friend.
I told you about my brother, Yvette said quietly.
About how he died from heroin.
What I didn't tell you was that I could have stopped it.
He called me 3 days before he overdosed. Called me from his apartment, high out of his mind, and said, I think I'm dying, Yvette. I think this is finally killing me. And you know what I did? Mirabella shook her head.
I told him to get sober. I told him to check himself into rehab.
I told him I loved him, but I couldn't help him until he was ready to help himself. And then I hung up. And 3 days later, he was dead.
And I have spent 20 years wondering if I'd just gone to his apartment, if I'd just been there, if he would have survived.
Tears were streaming down Yvette's face now, and Mirabella felt her own eyes burning. I'm not making that mistake again, Yvette continued. I'm not watching another person I love kill themselves while I stand by and offer platitudes about recovery and choice and rock bottom. So here's what's going to happen.
You're going to cancel the tour. All of it.
The 39 remaining cities, the venues, the tickets, everything. You're going to issue a statement saying you need time to heal physically and mentally. And then you're going to check yourself into actual, real, intensive treatment. Not celebrity rehab where they let you keep your phone and your assistant. Real treatment.
The kind that strips you down to nothing and builds you back up as a person instead of a brand. I can't cancel the tour, Mirabella said automatically.
People are counting on me.
The venues are booked.
The tickets are sold. The disciples. Fuck the disciples, Yvette exploded. Fuck the venues and the tickets and the people who want to watch you perform your own destruction.
They don't love you, Bella. They love the show. They love the drama.
They love being able to say they were there when Mirabella St. James finally burned out.
But I love you.
The actual you.
The person underneath all the bullshit and the morphine and the mythology.
And that person is dying.
Yvette.
You have 3 children who need a mother more than the world needs another concert.
You have friends who want you alive more than they want you famous.
You have a life that you've been sacrificing on the altar of your own legend for 47 years. And if you don't stop now, you will die.
Not dramatically, not poetically. You'll just die, and it will be ugly and sad and wasteful.
And everyone will say she had so much potential, and if only she'd gotten help, and then they'll move on to the next tragedy because that's what people do. The room was silent except for the machines beeping, and both of them breathing and the weight of truth settling between them like something physical, something that couldn't be ignored or performed away or dissolved in morphine. I'm scared, Mirabella whispered.
I know. If I'm not Mirabella St.
James, I don't know who I am.
Then find out. You're 67 years old.
You've been performing since you were 20. Maybe it's time to figure out who Ella Morrison would have been if she'd never gotten on that bus to New York. She's dead, Yvette. I killed her. Then resurrect her. You're good at that, remember? Mirabella closed her eyes, saw Lucia in her mind, heard her saying, You just stop performing, stop pretending, stop turning everything into content. You just be. She thought about her children Lilith, Sterling, Sonnet, Melanie, and realized she couldn't remember the last time she'd had a real conversation with any of them that wasn't filtered through assistants or publicists or the performance of being a good mother. She thought about Luis Delgado in his wheelchair, about Keisha on the street in Red Hook, about the girl at the gala who'd said, "You saved my life," about all the people she'd touched and hurt and helped and destroyed in her 47-year rampage through popular culture. She thought about the disciples outside, praying for her resurrection, building a religion around her suffering, and understood. She was responsible for that. Not legally, maybe, but morally. She'd encouraged it. She'd fed it. She'd turned her pain into their purpose, and now someone was dead because of it. She thought about Diane really dying this time, permanently, and realized that the thing that scared her most wasn't death itself. It was dying as Mirabella St. James, as a brand, as a cautionary tale, as a legend who'd never learned how to be human. "Okay," she said finally, opening her eyes. "Okay, I'll do it. I'll cancel the tour. I'll go to treatment. I'll try." Yvette's shoulders sagged with relief so profound it was almost physical. She reached out, took Mirabella's good hand, squeezed it hard enough to hurt. "Thank you," Yvette said. "Thank you for choosing life." "Don't thank me yet. I might change my mind in an hour. Then I'll convince you again, and again, as many times as it takes." The door to the hospital room opened, and Deschamps walked in carrying coffee and looking like he hadn't slept in the 2 days she'd been unconscious. When he saw she was awake, his face crumpled, and he rushed to the bedside, careful not to disturb the fourth lines. "M," he breathed. "Jesus Christ, Em," I thought. "I know," she said. "I know. But I'm okay. I'm going to be okay." And for the first time in 18 months, since the hip surgery, since the first prescription, since she'd started down the path that had led to syringes on the red carpet and staph infections and cult worship for the first time, she almost believed it. Almost. The morphine sang to her from somewhere deep in her cellular memory, promising peace, promising transcendence, promising that she could stop being human just a little while longer. But she didn't reach for it. Instead, she held Deschamps' hand and Yvette's hand, and she cried real tears, ugly tears, the kind that came from somewhere deeper than performance, from some part of her that was still Ella Morrison from Minnesota, who'd wanted to dance and ended up building an empire and losing herself in the process. "I'm going to cancel the tour," she told Deschamps. He nodded. "Good. The disciples are going to be devastated. Let them be devastated. They'll find another prophet. Rachel's going to kill me. Rachel will understand. I don't know how to not be famous anymore. Then we'll figure it out together." Outside the hospital room, the world continued its relentless march toward entropy. The media already writing headlines about her collapse. The disciples gathering outside the hospital with candles and prayers. The secondary ticket market watching their investments evaporate. Rachel drafting statements. Her children being notified. The machinery of fame and consequence grinding forward, regardless of whether she wanted it to or not. But in this room, in this moment, Mirabella St. James icon, legend, addict, mother, human closed her eyes and let herself be small, be weak, be mortal. And it was terrifying, and it was necessary. And it was, finally, after 47 years of performing herself into oblivion. Ria. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6. The Retreat. The statement went out at 3 p.m. on a Thursday, drafted by Rachel with the clinical precision of someone defusing a bomb. Due to unforeseen health complications, Mirabella St. James will be postponing the remaining dates of the Resurrection Tour. Miss St. James is entering a private treatment facility to address her ongoing recovery from both her recent medical emergency and the substance abuse issue she has courageously acknowledged publicly. She thanks her fans for their understanding and support during this difficult time, and looks forward to returning to the stage when she is healthy, whole, and ready to give her audience the performance they deserve. Ticket holders will receive full refunds. New dates will be announced in the future.
Ms. St. James asks for privacy during her treatment and recovery. The internet, predictably, lost its collective mind. Half of Twitter celebrated. Finally! She's getting help! We love a redemption arc. The other half mourned. This is the end. She'll never come back. Icons don't survive rehab, they just get boring. The disciples all three. Sorrow of them now. Oh, 1R/resurrection witness went into full crisis mode, posting emergency prayer circles and interpreting her hospitalization as the third death and her decision to enter treatment as descending into the underworld. And honestly, if Mirabella had been in any condition to engage with social media, Rachel had confiscated her phone. She would have been simultaneously horrified and flattered by their commitment to making her addiction into mythology. But she wasn't engaging with social media. She was in a car heading to Serenity Hills Recovery Center in upstate New York, not the celebrity rehab, where movie stars went to detox between projects, but an actual, no-bullshit facility that had a 90-day minimum program and a waiting list so long that only Yvette's connections and Mirabella's willingness to donate $2 million to their scholarship fund had gotten her a bed. Deshawn sat beside her in the back seat, holding her hand, neither of them speaking much, because what was there to say? She was checking herself into rehab. She was admitting defeat. She was doing the one thing she'd sworn she'd never do, choosing life over legend. You can still change your mind, Deshawn said as they pulled through the gate stall, iron, intimidating, like entering a very expensive prison. I know. You got to own it. You can walk out any time.
It's voluntary.
I know. But you're going to stay. I have to. She looked at him, this beautiful boy who'd gotten tangled up in her disaster and somehow still looked at her like she was worth saving. If I don't do this, I'll die. And I've already died twice. I'm not interested in a third. The facility was less intimidating than she'd imagined, a series of buildings scattered across wooded property. All natural wood and large windows, more luxury spa than institution. But the similarities ended at aesthetics. Inside it was clear. This was serious. No phones, no computers, no contact with the outside world except supervised calls once a week. Group therapy, individual therapy, medical monitoring, 12-step meetings, the whole apparatus of forced introspection and accountability. They took her phone. Gave her a schedule. Assigned her a roommate, a 42-year-old lawyer from Connecticut named Diane, who'd been addicted to Xanax and wine, and had driven her Mercedes into her neighbor's pool, while her 3 children watched from the window. You're Mirabella St. James, Diane said, staring at her like she'd just been assigned to room with Bigfoot. Technically, I'm Ella Morrison. Mirabella is who I'm trying to retire.
Is that allowed?
Can you just stop being famous? We're about to find out. The first week was hell. Withdrawal wasn't as bad as it could have been. They'd tapered her down in the hospital, gotten the morphine mostly out of her system before transferring her, but her body still screamed for it. Her mind still reached for the warm embrace of chemical oblivion every time reality became too sharp, too present, too real. She threw up. She shook. She got to own it. She couldn't sleep. When she finally did sleep, she had nightmares. Syringes raining from the sky, coffins she couldn't escape from. Louis Delgado in his wheelchair asking her over and over, "Why did you wink at the camera? Why did you wink?" Group therapy was worse than withdrawal. Sitting in a circle with 12 other addicts, all of them sharing their stories, their traumas, their reasons for ending up here, and then it was her turn. And everyone stared at her with that particular mix of awe and resentment that came from being in rehab with someone famous, someone whose addiction had been entertainment, whose rock bottom had been trending worldwide. "I'm Mirabella," she said, and immediately corrected herself. "No, I'm Ella. Ella Morrison. I'm 67 years old, and I'd been addicted to morphine for 18 months. And before that, I was addicted to fame for 47 years, and I don't know which one did more damage." The therapist, a woman named Dr. Chen, who had the unimpressed demeanor of someone who'd heard every excuse and rationalization known to humanity, raised an eyebrow. "Tell us about the fame addiction." So Ella did. She talked about being 23 in New York, with $35 and too much ambition. She talked about the first time someone recognized her on the street, 1985, after Sanctified Sinner hit the top 10, and how it felt like being seen for the first time, like finally mattering, like proof that she existed. She talked about how that feeling became a drug, how she'd done more and more outrageous things to get it, the controversial performances, the calculated scandals, the willingness to be hated as long as she was noticed. She talked about how she'd sacrificed her first real love, Lucia, her relationship with her children, her connection to anything resembling a normal life, all of it, fed into the machine of Mirabella St. James, all of it consumed by the insatiable need to be relevant, to matter, to prove that the girl from Minnesota wasn't worthless. "And the morphine?" Dr. Chen asked. "The morphine was just the latest version of the same thing. Something to make me feel good about myself. Something to make reality tolerable. Something to fill the hole where my humanity used to be." The room was silent. Diane, her roommate, was crying quietly. A guy named Mario, former hedge fund manager, Oxy Addiction, said, "Damn, that's heavy." "Yeah," Ella agreed. "It really is." By week 4, something shifted. Not dramatically. Not like in movies where the addict has a breakthrough and suddenly sees the light. More like layers peeling away. The performance falling off. The armor cracking. She started being honest in group therapy. Not performing honesty, actually being honest.
About her fears, her failures, her guilt over Luis Delgado, over the disciples, over her children growing up with a mother who'd chosen stadiums over school plays, magazine covers over bedtime stories. She called her kids. Supervised calls once a week, 15 minutes each. Lilith, her oldest, was wary. Are you actually getting better, or is this another performance? I don't know yet, Ella admitted. But
I'm trying.
really trying. Sterling and Sonnet, the twins, mostly just wanted to know if she was going to finish the tour. We already told our friends we were going to come to the LA show. I will finish it, she promised. When I'm ready. When I'm actually healthy. Melanie, her youngest at 17, was the hardest. Do you even remember my birthday? Without looking it up? Ella couldn't. She'd missed so many birthdays, been on tour for so many milestones, that the dates had blurred together, become another piece of information managed by assistants.
No,
she said quietly. I don't. And, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Melanie hung up. But she called back the next week, and that felt like progress, or at least like not total failure. By week 8, Ella was different. Not cured addiction didn't work that way, Dr. Chen reminded her constantly. But changed. Lighter. Like she'd been carrying a weight so long she'd forgotten it was there, and now it was gone, and she could finally breathe. She looked different, too. No makeup, no styled hair, no designer clothes, just jeans and t-shirts from the facility gift shop. Her hair pulled back, her face bare. She looked her age. She looked human. She looked like Ella Morrison from Minnesota, who'd spent 47 years pretending to be someone else and was finally, tentatively, trying to remember who she'd been before the pretending started. Deshawn visited on Family Day week 10. He looked good, healthier, like he'd also been recovering from something, maybe from the stress of loving someone who was actively destroying themselves. You look different. Is that good or bad? Good. Really good. You look real. They sat in the garden, actually sat. Not performing sitting, just existing together in silence for a while before she asked, Are you going to leave me? When I get... He considered it, which she appreciated. No immediate reassurance, no platitudes. Just honest consideration. I don't know, he said finally. I lie. But I don't know if I love Mirabella or Ella. And I don't know if there's a difference anymore. And I don't know if I can watch you build yourself back up just to potentially tear yourself down again. That's fair. But I'll
I'll be there when you get out.
We'll figure it out together. Oh, we won't.
Either way, I'll be there.
Thank you.
For what?
For not running when you had every reason to. He smiled, kissed her forehead, and left her sitting in the garden, feeling something she hadn't felt in years. Grateful. Not grateful for the publicity, or grateful for the career opportunity. Just grateful to be alive, to have a chance, to maybe She completed the 90-day program in late May, walked out of Serenity Hills wearing jeans and a hoodie and sunglasses, and got into a car that took her not to her penthouse on Central Park West, but to a modest townhouse she'd quietly purchased in Brooklyn Prospect Heights, tree-lined streets, normal people, the kind of neighborhood where pop legends didn't typically live. No press conference. No statement. Just leave. Rachel had wanted a triumphant return. Mirabella St. James. Reborn. Ella had said no. I'm done performing my recovery, she told Rachel on their first phone call post-rehab. I'm just going to live it. If people care, they care. If they don't, they don't. They don't.
But the tour
will happen when I'm ready. 3 months from now. 6 months. A year. I don't know. But I'm not rushing back just to prove I can. Rachel, to her credit, had sighed and said, Okay. Okay. We'll do it your way. So Ella moved into her Brooklyn townhouse with minimal fanfare, minimal press, minimal everything. She hired a housekeeper, a no-nonsense woman from Guyana named Paulette, who didn't care about fame and made the best curry goat Ella had ever tasted. She started going to AA meetings at a church 3 blocks away, where she was just Ella, just another addict trying to stay sober one day at a time. She went for walks. Long walks through Prospect Park, where sometimes people recognized her and sometimes they didn't, and she found she preferred the latter. And then, without planning it, without performing, Ichi started helping. It began small. She'd see someone struggling with grocery bags and offer to carry them. She'd notice the community garden on her block needed weeding and show up with gloves. She'd walk past the homeless shelter on Flatbush and think about Keisha from Red Hook and go inside and ask if they needed volunteers. They did. So she volunteered. Every Tuesday and Thursday, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., serving meals, sorting donations, talking to people who had nothing and wanted nothing from her except maybe conversation, maybe kindness, maybe proof that someone saw them as human. She didn't tell anyone. Didn't bring a camera crew. Didn't post about it. Didn't turn it into content.
She just did it because it felt right, because it filled the hole that morphine and fame had been filling, because for the first time in decades, she felt like she was doing something instead of just being something. But someone always notices. A volunteer's daughter posted a photo on Instagram, Mirabella St. James serving meals at the shelter. Is this real life? Within hours, it was everywhere. TMZ, Mirabella St. James volunteers at homeless shelter, no cameras, no press, just kindness. People, after rehab, pop icon gives back. The Atlantic, Mirabella St. James and the radical act of genuine kindness. How authenticity became her greatest performance, which annoyed her because it wasn't a performance. But she'd learned to let people interpret however they needed to. And instead of cynicism, instead of accusations of PR stunts and image rehabilitation, the public loved it. Finally, she's real! This is the Mirabella we needed. Redemption looks good on her. Even the disciples, who'd been spiraling into increasingly baroque theories about her disappearance. One faction believed she'd ascended to a higher plane. Another that she was being held captive by the medical-industrial complex, calmed down, reinterpreted her service work as the ministry, and mostly left her alone. Mostly. She rescheduled the tour for September 40 cities, 3 months. The same plan, but different now, because she was different. The first show was in Boston, at the Wang Theater, and she emerged from the coffin. They'd kept that part, it was too good to abandon. Not as Mirabella St. James, legend, but as Ella Morrison, who'd become Mirabella and was now trying to figure out how to be both. The show was different. Stripped down. She sang live, no backing tracks, no vocal enhancements, just her voice, raw and real, occasionally cracking, occasionally imperfect, and somehow more powerful for it. She talked between songs. Not rambling, morphine-fueled philosophy, but actual conversation. About rehab. About addiction. About the cult she'd accidentally encouraged, and the responsibility she felt for the people who'd gotten hurt. "I am not a prophet," she said midway through the show, standing center stage with just a spotlight on her. I am not anyone worth dying for. I am just a person who got famous and confused fame for meaning, who built my identity out of your approval, who almost died chasing relevance. And I am so sorry for anyone who hurt themselves because of me. I am so sorry for making you think that suffering was sacred, that pain was purpose. It's not. Pain is just pain. And you deserve better than to worship someone else's disaster. The audience was silent. And then someone in the balcony yelled, "We love you anyway!" And the place erupted. She cried through the next song. Benediction. Real tears, grateful tears, the tears of someone who'd been given a second chance, a third chance, really, given the dying twice thing and was determined not to waste it. The tour was a triumph. Not because it was spectacular or scandalous or controversial. Because it was honest. Because people came expecting a show and got something real instead, and it turned out that was what they'd been wanting all along. By the time she finished the final show in Los Angeles, Melanie and the twins in the front row, Lilith backstage with her own daughter, Ella's granddaughter, who she barely knew but was trying to, Deshawn in the wings, Yvette in VIP, Rachel probably having a stress-induced aneurysm somewhere, but also secretly proud by the time she took her final bow, Ella Morrison, who performed as Mirabella St. James, understood something fundamental.
She was going to be okay.
Not cured. Not some perfect version of herself that had transcended all struggle. Just okay. Human.
Mortal.
Sober.
It was enough.
She bought the compound in November. 200 acres in the Catskills, far enough from the city to feel like a different world, close enough to still matter. There was a main house, beautiful, rustic, all wood and stone, and windows looking out at forest and several smaller cabins scattered around the property, connected by walking paths through the trees. She told herself she was buying it for peace. For recovery. For a place to write music and think and be alone without being lonely. She told herself it wasn't about the disciples. She was lying. They'd started showing up, not all 340. Thank God, but a steady trickle. People who'd followed her through the addiction and the recovery and the tour, people who still wanted to believe in something, who still needed her to be more than human, even though she'd spent 6 months trying to prove she wasn't. At first, she turned them away, told security to keep them off the property, posted signs, private property, no trespassing. This is not a pilgrimage site. But they kept coming. And one day in December, when 3 women showed up at the gate hall in their 30s, all articulate and employed and seemingly normal except for the fact that they'd driven 12 hours to see Hershey let them in. They sat in her living room, these 3 strangers who knew everything about her, and about what her music had meant to them, about how they'd struggled with their own addictions, their own demons, their own sense of meaninglessness, about how she'd given them something to believe in, not because she was perfect, but because she was broken and kept going anyway. "We don't want to worship you," one of them said. "We just want to be around you. To learn from you. To be part of whatever this is you're building. I'm not building," Ella said. "I'm just trying to stay sober and make music and figure out how to be a better person. That's what we want to learn." So she let them stay. Just for a few days, she told herself. Just until they got bored or disillusioned or realized she wasn't actually special. But they didn't leave. And then more came. By January, there were 15 people living on the compound in the cabins, paying modest rent, contributing to the community, working the gardens they were planning for spring, attending the AA meetings Ella hosted twice a week in the main house. It wasn't a cult, she told herself.
It was a community. It was people helping people. It was support, not worship. But at night, sometimes she'd hear them singing her songs around the fire pit, and it sounded like hymns, and she'd feel a twist in her stomach that was equal parts pride and dread. Deshawn had moved in too, though they occupied separate cabins now, their relationship having evolved into something neither romantic nor platonic, but somewhere in between, more like family than lovers, more like survivors of the same shipwreck than partners in a shared life. "This feels dangerous," he said one night, watching the disciples she'd stopped pretending they weren't disciples gather around the fire. "It's fine," Ella said. "It's controlled. It's healthy. You said that about the morphine." "That's not fair." "Isn't it?" She didn't answer because he might be right, because maybe you couldn't actually unring the bell of worship. Maybe once people decided you were sacred, there was no way to convince them you were just human. Maybe she'd created something that would outlive and outgrow her and eventually consume her. But for tonight, it felt good. It felt like purpose. It felt like the kind of meaning she'd been chasing her whole life through fame and drugs and controversy, except this time it was real, grounded in actual connection instead of performance. This time was different. She believed that. She had to. The cake appeared on a Tuesday in late February. Ella had been up early 5 a.m., her new sober person schedule, drinking coffee and watching the sun rise through the kitchen windows of the main house. The disciples were still asleep in their cabins. Deshawn was in the city for the week, visiting his grandmother. She was alone, which she'd been enjoying more lately, the quiet of it, the peace of not having to be anything for anyone. She went to make breakfast and stopped. On the kitchen counter, centered perfectly on the butcher block island, was a cake. Not just any cake. A heart-shaped cake, covered in red frosting, professionally made. The kind of cake you ordered from a fancy bakery for someone you loved or someone you wanted to impress, or someone you were obsessed with in ways that probably required professional intervention. And sticking straight up from the center of the heart driven into the cake with enough force to crack through the frosting and puncture the layers beneath was a knife. Not a cake server. A hunting knife. 8-inch blade. Serrated edge. Handle carved from bone or something meant to look like bone. The kind of knife you used to gut deer or, presumably, pop stars who disappointed you. Ella stared at it. Her first thought absurdly. The frosting is a really beautiful shade of red. Very professional work. Her second thought was, someone was in my kitchen. Someone was in my house. Someone got past security, past the gates, past all the locks, and left me a heart-shaped cake with a knife in it. Her third thought was, I should probably be more scared than I am.
But she wasn't scared. Or she was scared, but it was distant, muted, like watching a horror movie instead of starring in one. Maybe it was the 18 months of sobriety rewiring her panic response. Maybe it was having died twice and survived both, making additional death threats feel anticlimactic. Maybe it was just exhaustion with the whole circus of fame and worship, and the increasingly blurred line between devotion and violence. She walked around the counter, examining the cake from different angles. There was writing on it, piped in white frosting, visible despite the knife.
For the Resurrection Queen.
With love and devotion. Forever and ever. The ever S continued around the edge of the cake, getting smaller and smaller, more cramped, more frantic, until they dissolved into a legible scrawl like the person writing had lost the plot somewhere between eternal devotion and psychotic break. Ella pulled out her phone. She had it back now. Post-rehab, though she kept it mostly often called security. Yeah, hi, Mario. There's a knife cake situation in my kitchen. No, I'm not joking. Yes, an actual knife. Inanatual cake. In the shape of a heart. Could you come take a look? While she waited for Mario, the head of her security team, ex-military, took his job very seriously, probably having a stroke right now knowing someone had breached the perimeter. Ella stared at the cake.
Someone had done this.
Someone had baked or bought this cake, driven to her compound, evaded security, broken into her house, positioned it perfectly on her kitchen counter, stabbed it with a hunting knife, and left. And the thing that disturbed her most wasn't the knife, or the breaking and entering, or the implied threat of violence. It was that somewhere out there, someone loved her enough to do this. Not regular love. Not healthy love, but the kind of love that looked like possession, that looked like worship, that looked like the natural end point of everything she'd been building for the past year. The disciples, the compound, the community, the blurred lines between leader and deity. This was what happened when you let people make you sacred. This was the consequence of resurrection. Mario burst through the door, gun drawn, scanning the room like they were under active siege.
Miss...
He stopped when he saw the cake.
What the fuck? That
Was my assessment too. When did this how did? He was already on his radio, calling the rest of the security team, initiating lockdown protocols, doing all the things you do when someone demonstrates they can access your supposedly secure compound at will. Ella kept staring at the cake. Forever and ever and ever. We need to check the rest of the house, Mario said. Make sure they're not still here. They're not, Ella said with strange certainty. This was a gift. You don't stick around after giving a gift. That would ruin the surprise. They checked any way, every room, every closet, every possible hiding place.
Nothing.
Whoever had left the cake was long gone, vanished back into the woods, into the darkness, into the ranks of people who loved her in ways that looked indistinguishable from hate. By 7 a.m., the disciples were awake and gathered in the main house, all 15 of them, all looking at the cake with expressions ranging from horror to fascination to and. This is what chilled Ella appreciation.
It's beautiful, one of them said.
A woman named Sarah, early 40s, had quit her job as a paralegal to live on the compound. The craftsmanship,
The symbolism.
the heart represents your love for us. The knife represents our devotion to you.
No.
Ella said sharply.
No.
This is not beautiful. This is not devotion. This is someone threatening me. This is violence. Is it though? Asked James, 26, had driven from Oregon to be here. Or is it just intense love expressed through art? It's a knife and a cake in my kitchen that someone broke into. But they didn't hurt you. They just left you a gift. Ella looked around the room at these people, these disciples she'd allowed to stay, to build a community, to turn her recovery into their religion, and saw it clearly now.
She'd done it again.
She'd built another cult. A gentler cult, a sober cult, a cult based on healing instead of suffering, but still a cult. Still a group of people who'd given up their own agency to follow her, to believe in her, to make her more than human. And somewhere, out there, one of them had crossed the line from devotion into delusion, had decided that leaving a knife cake was an appropriate expression of love. "Everyone out," Ella said quietly.
Ow!
All of you. Back to your cabins.
Now!
They filed out, confused, hurt, probably already texting each other in their group chat about how the prophet was having a bad morning, how they needed to pray for her, how this was a test of their faith. When they were gone, Ella sat down at the kitchen counter, looked at the cake, and laughed. It started as a chuckle, grew into a cackle, became full-body laughter that shook her whole frame, and brought tears to her eyes, and was maybe also crying. Hard to tell. Emotions were complicated when you'd spent 47 years performing them. She'd tried so hard. She'd gotten sober. She'd done the work. She'd been honest, vulnerable, real. She'd turned her disaster into redemption, her addiction into recovery, her legend into humanity. And it didn't matter! Because once people decided you were sacred, there was no unconsecrating yourself. Once they built a religion around you, you couldn't just close the church. Once they loved you with the fervor of true believers, you couldn't convince them you were just a person. You were stuck being a goddess forever, and goddesses received offerings, and sometimes those offerings were heart-shaped cakes with hunting knives stabbed through them. The knife caught the morning light coming through the window, blade gleaming, beautiful and terrible at once. Forever!
And
Ella reached out and carefully, slowly, pulled the knife from the cake. It came free with a soft squelch, leaving a hole shaped like violence, like devotion, like the end of the story, or maybe just the beginning of a new chapter. She set the knife on the counter, picked up her phone, called Yvette.
I think I fucked up again,
she said when her friend answered.
What happened?
Someone left me a cake.
with a knife in it.
In my kitchen, at my compound, where I'm living with 15 disciples who think I'm some kind of prophet. Silence on the other end. Then...
So what are you going to do?
Ella looked at the cake, at the knife, at the morning light streaming through the windows of her beautiful compound in the woods, where she'd tried to build a new life and had instead built a new cage.
I don't know, she said honestly.
I really don't know. Well, Yvette said, and Ella could hear the smile in her voice despite the horror. At least it's never boring with you. That's always been the problem. Among many others, darling. Among many others. Ella hung up and sat there in her kitchen with the heart-aped cake and the hunting knife and the slowly dawning realization that you could change your life, change your habits, change your entire self. But you couldn't change what you'd already done. You couldn't undo the worship. You couldn't unring the bell. You couldn't unresurrect yourself once the disciples had witnessed the miracle. Somewhere out there, someone loved her enough to break into her home and stab her cake. Somewhere out there, 14 other people were texting each other about whether the prophet was losing her faith. And somewhere, deep inside herself, underneath the sobriety and the recovery and the genuine desire to be better, Mirabella St. James was laughing. Because this was exactly the kind of absurd, disturbing, darkly hilarious nightmare she'd spent her entire career courting. This was the logical endpoint of fame and worship, and the willingness to let people make you into something more than human. This was what she'd always wanted, even when she'd claimed she didn't.
This was her legacy.
She looked at the cake. Considered it. And then, because she was sober but not changed, not really, not all the way down where it counted, she cut herself a slice. The red frosting was strawberry. It was delicious. The compound became a world unto itself. By March, there were 37 disciples living on the property, not in the cabins anymore. Those had filled up, but in yurts they'd erected in clearings throughout the woods, in converted sheds, in a geodesic dome that someone with an architecture degree and too much free time had built near the eastern fence line. They'd established schedules, rituals, hierarchies. Morning meditation at 6 a.m. Group breakfast at 7. Work duties, gardening, cooking, maintenance, security distributed according to skill and devotion.
evening gatherings where they'd sing Mirabella's songs around bonfires that looked increasingly like pagan ceremonies. And Ella, who'd promised herself this wasn't a cult, who'd sworn she was just offering community and support, found herself slipping deeper into the role of prophet, priestess, living sad. It happened gradually, like a tide coming in. One day, she was just Ella Morrison trying to stay sober. The next, people were asking her permission to leave the property, seeking her blessing before making life decisions, interpreting her offhand comments as gospel truth. "I think I might go visit my sister in Portland," a disciple named Mario would say. And Ella would reply, "That sounds nice." And Mario would hear, "The prophet has blessed my journey. Should I take the job in the city or stay here?" A woman named Temperance would ask. And Ella would shrug, "Follow your heart." And Temperance would interpret, "The prophet wants me to stay. My heart is here. This is a test of my faith." Deshawn watched it happening with increasing alarm. They're worshipping you again. You know that, right? They're literally worshipping you. They're not They're just devoted. That's the same thing. It's different now. I'm sober. I'm healthy. I'm actually helping them. By becoming their god? That worked out so well last time. But she couldn't help herself. Or wouldn't. The line between the two had become impossible to find. Because the truth, the ugly, honest, morphine-free truth was that she liked it. Liked being needed. Liked being the center of something. Liked having purpose beyond just staying sober one day at a time. Fame had been her drug for 47 years, and sobriety hadn't changed that addiction, just temporarily suppressed it. Now it was roaring back. Dressed up as spiritual leadership, as community building, as helping others. Sam drug. Different delivery system. The biotech treatment started in April. Yvette had told her about them cutting-edge cellular regeneration therapy happening at a private clinic in Switzerland, the kind of treatment that cost $400,000 and made you sign 17 NDAs and promised to essentially rewind your biological clock by a decade, maybe two if you were lucky. It's not FDA approved, Yvette said over lunch in the city. Ella had started making weekly trips down from the compound, needed to maintain some connection to reality beyond the woods and the disciples. It's experimental, but I've seen the results. Claudia went last year, you remember? Claudia, the model. She's 63 and looks 40. The science is insane. Stem cells, telomere therapy, some kind of proprietary cellular reprogramming I don't understand, but my doctor swears by. So it's basically magic. It's science that looks like magic, which is the best kind. Ella had been feeling her age lately. Not just mentally, though. 67 years of living plus 18 months of morphine addiction plus dying twice had certainly aged her soul, but physically. The hip replacement that had started the whole morphine nightmare still ached. Her skin looked tired despite the good lighting she'd had installed throughout the compound. Her energy flagged by 8 p.m., which was embarrassing when your disciples wanted to commune until midnight.
How long does it take?
3 weeks in Switzerland.
2 weeks of prep. 1 week of intensive treatment. Then you come home and let the cells do their work. I can't leave the compound for 3 weeks. The disciples will be final. They're away. They can worship you from a distance for a few weeks. So Ella went to Switzerland. The clinic was in the Alps. All modern glass and steel against ancient mountains, the kind of place where oligarchs and tech billionaires went to buy immortality in $100,000 increments. She signed the NDAs. Let them take samples, blood, tissue, probably some cells from her soul, hard to tell. The science was beyond her. Underwent treatments that involved being hooked up to machines that hummed and beeped and did things to her body at the cellular level while she lay there, and thought about what it meant to be a 67-year-old woman spending $400,000 to look younger so she could continue leading a cult in the Catskills. The irony wasn't lost on her. But when she came back to New York in May, the results were undeniable. She looked younger. Not dramatically, not obviously, but better. Her skin glowed. Oh! Energy returned. The chronic ache in her hip vanished. She felt 40, maybe 45, like someone had reset her internal clock and given her another chance at middle age. The disciples lost their collective minds. It's a miracle! Oh. The prophet has been renewed.
This is a sign.
This is proof of her divinity. It's biotech, Ella tried to explain. It's science. Expensive experimental science. But they didn't want to hear it. They wanted the miracle. They wanted proof that following her was the right choice, that she was special, that this was all meaningful. And if Ella was honest with herself, which she was trying to be, though the effort exhausted her, she didn't fight too hard against their interpretation. Because being a miracle was easier than being a woman with enough money to buy youth from Swiss doctors. The Grammys called in June. Rachel, they want you to perform. Lifetime Achievement Award. Plus, you'd be the oldest performer in Grammy history. At 67, you'd break the record currently held by Tony Bennett at 66. This is history, Bella. This is legacy. I thought I was retired from performing. You did a 40-city tour last year. You're not retired, you're in intermission. Ella sat in her office in the main house she'd claimed a room, decorated it with photos and memorabilia, created a space that was hers alone, though the disciples still found excuses to knock, to ask questions, to seek her blessing/advice/presence. Through the window, She could see them in the garden, working the soil, preparing for summer planting, moving in synchronized rhythm like they'd choreographed it, which maybe they had. What would I perform?
Whatever you want!
They're giving you 8 minutes. You could do a medley, a single song. Interpretive dance for all they care. Your Mirabella St. James receiving a Lifetime Achievement Award. You could read the phone book and they'd give you a standing ovation. 8 minutes. She could do benediction. The obvious choice. The song that had saved that girl's life at the gala, that had become the anthem of her resurrection.
She could do something new.
She'd been writing lately, actual writing, not just thinking about writing or telling people she was writing. Songs about sobriety, about aging, about leading a cult she hadn't meant to lead. Good songs, maybe great songs. Hard to tell when the only people who heard them were disciples who'd applaud if she burped the alphabet. I'll do it, she said, but I'm performing something new. Something they haven't heard. Bella, new song. Take it or leave it. Rachel sighed the sigh of publicists everywhere, who'd learned that fighting Mirabella St. James was like fighting gravity, technically possible, but ultimately futile.
Fine.
But make it good. The whole world will be watching. The first package arrived 3 days after she agreed to do the Grammys. She found it on her doorstep, the main house, not the gate, which meant someone had bypassed security again. A box wrapped in brown paper, her name written in block letters. Prophet Mirabella. Mario, her head of security, wanted to call the bomb squad. It's not a bomb, Ella said, though she had no way of knowing this. After the knife cake incident, just open it carefully. Outside. Wearing gloves. Whatever protocol exists for mysterious packages from obsessed fans. Inside the box, a VHS cassette. Just a VHS cassette, unlabeled, the black plastic scuffed, like it was decades old. Who even has VHS players anymore? Mario muttered. Ella did. In her media room, along with Betamax and Laserdisc and every other obsolete format she'd been too sentimental to throw away. She took the cassette inside, ignored Mario's protests about chain of custody and evidence, and slid it into the player. Static. Snow. Then footage of her. But not recent footage. Not concert footage. Not anything she'd ever seen before. This was her at maybe 16, 17 years old in Minnesota, before New York, before fame, before any of it. She was at a lake had to be Lake Minnetonka. Her family used to go there summers and she was on a jet ski, young and awkward and laughing,
her hair wild, no makeup, wearing a one-piece swimsuit that had been her mother's. She was chasing someone else on another jet ski, both of them cutting through the water, kicking up spray, and you could hear her laughing over the engine noise, this pure, unself-conscious joy that Ella barely recognized as her own. The footage cut to her lying on a beach, sand dunes rising behind her, tall grass waving, and she was eating something, hash browns maybe, from a styrofoam container, just sitting there in the sand, looking peaceful, looking young, looking like someone who had no idea what was coming.
How do you have this?
Ella whispered to the screen. The footage continued. Her at 17 in her high school drama class, performing Ophelia from Hamlet, overdoing it the way 17-year-olds do, all emotion and no technique. Her at a diner with friends, laughing over milkshakes. Her in her bedroom, her childhood bedroom in Minnesota, practicing dance moves in front of a mirror, fierce and determined and so young. And then the footage ended, cut to black, and text appeared, white letters on black screen. I know who you were. Before you became her. I have been watching since the beginning. Forever and ever. The tape ejected itself. Ella sat in the media room, hands shaking, trying to process what she'd just seen. Someone had footage of her childhood, of her actual... before she was Mirabella, when she was just Ella Morrison. Nobody... Nah. Someone had been collecting this, preserving it, watching her for 50 years. Deshawn appeared in the doorway. Mario said you found another package? She told him about the tape. Showed him the final message. We need to call the police, he said. And tell them what? That someone has home movies of me from 50 years ago? That's not illegal. Creepy. Yes, but not illegal. The message is disturbing but not threatening. I have been watching could mean... Could be a fan who knew me before I was famous. Could be someone from my hometown. Could be someone who's been stalking you for half a century. Also possible. The second package arrived the next day. This time, a black polyester shirt. But not just any black polyester shirt. Her black polyester shirt from 1983, from her first real music video shoot, the one for Sanctified Sinner, where she'd worn this shirt with leather pants and too much eyeliner and launched her entire aesthetic. The shirt had disappeared decades ago, she'd assumed, stolen by a crew member or lost in the chaos of constant touring. But here it was, carefully preserved, folded with a note pinned to it. I saved this from the dumpster. After the shoot,
You threw IT.
I kept IT safe.
Waiting.
Okay.
That's definitely a threat, Deshawn said.
It's something, Ella agreed. The packages kept coming, each more disturbing than the last. A photograph of her and Lucia, her first love. The one who'd appeared in her fever dream from 1985, the two of them at Pride, holding hands, both young and in love and doomed. Ella had never seen this photo before. Didn't know anyone had captured that moment. A makeup compact that had belonged to her mother, who died 15 years ago. Ella recognized it immediately, the powder pressed into the shape of a rose, the silver case engraved with her mother's initials. It had been buried with her. Someone had exhumed it. A water bong, yes, an actual water bong that Ella vaguely remembered owning in 1987 during her brief experimental phase with hash that she'd never publicly acknowledged. The note, "I was your dealer. You never knew my name." Each package came with notes that were increasingly unhinged, increasingly possessive, increasingly knowing. I was there when you cried after your first failed audition. I watched you through the window of your apartment. I know about the abortion in 1986. I know everything. I am your most devoted. Mario upgraded security. Added cameras, motion sensors, guards patrolling 24/7. But the packages kept appearing, sometimes on her doorstep, sometimes in her mailbox, once inside her car, which had been locked, which meant whoever this was had keys or picks or some kind of access that shouldn't be possible. The disciples found it romantic. Someone loves you so much they've dedicated their entire life to knowing you, Temperance said dreamily. That's not love, Ella snapped. That's obsession. That's surveillance. That's stalking. Is there James asked. Isn't all love a form of obsession?
No!
Love is respectful. Love has boundaries. Love doesn't steal your dead mother's makeup from her grave. But she could see it in their eyes. They didn't agree. To them, this stalker was just the most devoted disciple. The one who'd loved longest, deepest, most completely. The one who'd seen her before fame and stayed through everything. To them, the stalker was aspirational. The Grammys were in mid-July. By then, Ella had received 37 packages, each more disturbing than the last. The FBI was involved, meaning they'd opened a file and told her to document everything and try not to die. The media was in a frenzy, another scandal, another storyline, another chapter in the ongoing saga of Mirabella St. James can't catch a break. But she was performing anyway. Because the show must go on was a cliché, but it was also the only rule she'd ever consistently followed. Rachel had arranged everything. Private jet to LA, luxury hotel suite,
security detail that could defend a small country, a makeup artist named Kevin, who had an IQ that was apparently genius level. He could contour cheekbones while discussing quantum physics, which Ella found both impressive and annoying. The biotech treatments were amazing, Kevin said, studying her face with the intensity of a general surveying a battlefield. Your bone structure looks 10 years younger. The cellular regeneration is chef's kiss. Thank you. I'm going to enhance what nature and Swiss doctors have done. You gotta own it. You're going to look immortal. Ageless. Like a god. Great. That's exactly what my ego needs. The performance was scheduled for the middle of the show prime time. Maximum viewers, the slot reserved for legends and spectacles and moments that would trend for days. She'd written the song specifically for this. The Prophet's Lament. About leading people who wanted to follow. About being worshipped when you just wanted to be human. About the impossible space between deity and disaster. The staging was simple. Just her, a piano, a single spotlight. No dancers, no pyrotechnics, no gimmicks. After a career of spectacle, she was going for something radical, honesty. She stood backstage in her hot pink, tuxedo custom Gauthier, because even honesty needed aesthetics waiting for her cue, feeling the biotech treatments humming through her body, making her feel vital, alive, dangerous. 2 minutes, the stage manager said. Her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Watching you right now. You look beautiful. Like you did at 17 on the jet ski. You've got to... And ever. And ever. She blocked the number. It was the 15th unknown number this week. The stalker had access to burner phones and time and a level of dedication that would be admirable if it wasn't terrifying. Mirabella St. James, the announcer called, and the crowd erupted, and she walked onto the Grammy stage for the first time in 12 years, into the spotlight, into the moment, into history. Oldest performer in Grammy history, breaking Tony Bennett's record. Being immortalized not for her youth but for her refusal to die, to fade, to become irrelevant. She sat at the piano. The crowd hushed, and she sang. They call me prophet, call me queen. Call me everything I've never been. I'm John, with stories I was never meant to tell. But they want miracles, want signs, want proof that suffering is divine. So I perform my pain again and call it healing. Call it art, call it sin. The audience was transfixed. Cameras caught celebrities crying, actual celebrities, people as famous as she was, moved to tears by her honesty, her vulnerability, her willingness to admit that the emperor had no clothes and maybe never had. I broke records just by not dying young. I survived when survival wasn't fun, and they made me sacred for the crime, a being broken and still taking up time. She finished, stood from the piano,
looked at the audience, millions in the arena, millions more watching from home, and felt it. This was the moment. This was her legacy. Not the scandals or the morphine or the syringes on the red carpet. Honesty. Truth. The willingness to be mortal on the biggest stage in the world. The ovation was thunderous. 3 minutes of standing applause. Longer than any Grammy performance in history. Another record. Celebrities were on their feet, crying, applauding, bearing witness to something real in an industry built on artifice. Backstage, Rachel was crying. That was perfect. That was Bella. That was the best thing you've ever done. Ella nodded, accepting the praise, the validation, the evidence that she still mattered, and tried to ignore the text that had come through during her performance. Beautiful. I'm so proud.
The stalker was caught 3 weeks later.
His name was Dennis Kowalski. 69 years old. Had lived in Minnesota in the 70s. Same town as Ella. Had gone to her high school, 2 grades ahead. Had been, apparently, obsessed with her since she was 15. Had moved to New York when she did. Had followed her career with the dedication of a devoted fan and the resources of a trust fund inherited from his parents. Had committed no actual crimes beyond the grave robbing, a misdemeanor, shockingly, and trespassing. Had meant no harm, his lawyer insisted. Was just a devoted fan. A collector. A person whose entire life had been organized around Mirabella St. James, and wasn't that, in its way, beautiful? Wasn't that love? It's stalking, Ella told the detective. It's 50 years of surveillance and violation. It's admiration, Dennis said through his lawyer. He was in custody but smiling, serene, like this was all part of the plan. I dedicated my life to you. I preserved your history when no one else would. I am your most devoted disciple. They found his apartment, a shrine. Photos covering every wall. VHS tapes, DVD, hard drives full of footage. Articles, magazine covers, concert tickets, clothing stolen or rescued from dumpsters. Hair, hers, collected from various sources over the decades. A lock of baby hair and a locket presumably hers from childhood. Source unknown and disturbing. Most damning, journals. 50 years of journals documenting every movement, every performance, every public appearance. Plans for how to get closer. Dream about being part of her life. Detailed fantasies about the moment when she'd finally realize he was her soulmate, her truest follower, her destined companion. He'd been at the Olympus Gala. Had taken photos of her dying. Had followed her to the liquor store. Had been outside the hospital. Had been at every show on the Resurrection Tour. had been at the compound multiple times, leaving packages, watching through windows, walking the grounds at night while everyone slept.
He never meant to hurt you, the detective said. He just wanted to be near you.
That's what stalkers always say right before someone gets murdered. Dennis was charged with stalking, trespassing, grave robbing, and several other misdemeanors that would probably result in a suspended sentence and a restraining order because the justice system was a joke and obsession wasn't illegal unless it resulted in actual violence.
He'll be out in 6 months, Rachel said.
Probably less.
Great.
Something to look forward to. The media had a field day. Mirabella's stalker caught after 50 years. Think pieces about obsession, celebrity culture, the price of fame. The disciples on Reddit had a schism half, thought Dennis was a hero, the truest believer, unfairly persecuted. The other half thought he'd violated the prophet and should be excommunicated from the faith.
The faith!
They were calling it a faith now. The resurrection faith.
The Church of Mirabella.
We need to shut this down, Deshawn said. This is out of control. You have a stalker who's been following you for 50 years. You have disciples who think stalking is devotion. You have a compound full of people who've given up their lives to follow you. This is dangerous.
It's fine, Ella said.
But she didn't believe it anymore, if she ever had. It's not fine. It's the opposite of fine. This is going to end badly. Everything ends badly eventually. That's just entropy.
That's not funny.
I'm not being funny. She was tired.
So tired.
The biotech treatments had given her physical energy, but couldn't touch the exhaustion that came from being Mirabella St. James, from being a legend, from being responsible for the worship of people who'd turned her recovery into religion. And then, 3 days after Dennis's arrest, someone burned down the compound. It happened at 2 a.m. on a Wednesday in August. Ella woke to Deshawn shaking her, shouting something about fire, about getting out, about now. The main house was filling with smoke. She could hear alarms screaming, the particular sound of panic that came from suddenly confronting mortality at 2 a.m. They got on it. They got out her. And Deshawn. And most of the disciples, all of them standing in the clearing watching the compound burn. The main house, the cabins, the yurts, the geodesic dome, all of it consumed by flames that reached toward the sky like prayers, like offerings, like the world's most expensive bonfire. Fire trucks arrived. Police. Investigators. But by then it was too late. The compound was gone. Decades of memorabilia, of photos, of history gone. The space she'd built for recovery and community gone. One casualty. One casualty. Who'd been in the main house safe room, a panic room Ella had installed after the stalker packages started.
Fireproof and secure, the kind of room that could survive anything except apparently a fire that burned hot enough to melt the... He'd suffocated before the fire reached him. Small Melanie! Oh!
Sen, the fire marshal said.
Accelerant used. Multiple points of origin. This was deliberate. Dennis? Ella asked. The stalker? He's in... Then who? They didn't know. Might never know. Could have been another disciple. The disciples, homeless now. Scattered. Some went back to their families. Some found new prophets. Some stayed nearby, camping in the woods, insisting this was a test, a trial, that the prophet would rebuild. I'm not rebuilding, Ella told them. This is over. The compound, the community. Go home. Go back to your lives. I never was. But she could see it. They didn't believe her. They thought this was the descent into the underworld, the dark night of the soul, the necessary destruction before resurrection. They'd be waiting, watching, ready to follow her wherever she went next. Because you couldn't uncreate a cult. You could only watch it metastasize. She went back to her Brooklyn townhouse, the one she'd bought for peace, for normalcy, for some version of life that didn't involve being worshipped. Paulette, her housekeeper, welcomed her back with curry goat and the kind of no-nonsense affection that came from not caring about fame. You look tired, Paulette said. I am tired. Then rest. So Ella rested. For 3 days she slept, ate Paulette's cooking, avoided her phone, ignored the texts from Rachel and Yvette and the disciples and the media and everyone who wanted a piece of her narrative. On the 4th day, she remembered childhood. Not the footage from the stalker's VHS tape, though, that had triggered it, but an actual memory. A real one, unmediated by cameras or nostalgia, or the reconstruction that happened when you became famous, and your childhood became mythology. She remembered being 7 years old in Minnesota. It was autumn. The leaves had turned. Her mother had taken her to a pumpkin patch, just the two of them, rare, because her mother worked 2 jobs and time was scarce. They'd picked pumpkins, carved them that evening, sat on the front porch watching trick-or-treaters. And her mother had said, "You know what's beautiful about this, Ella? It's simple. It's just us, just this moment. When you're grown up, you'll look back and remember, this was enough. This was everything." Ella had been too young to understand. Had wanted more, wanted fame, wanted importance, wanted to matter beyond one porch, one mother, one moment. Now, at 67, having achieved everything she'd ever wanted and more, having been famous and worshipped and nearly destroyed by both, now she understood.
That moment on the porch had been enough. Had been everything. She'd traded it for stadiums and magazine covers and a lifetime of people who loved her without knowing her. Bad deal. She was sitting in her Brooklyn kitchen, contemplating this and drinking coffee, and considering maybe, possibly, finally actually retiring for real this time, when her phone rang. Lilith. How old is Dawn? And her voice was wrung tight, scared, the voice of someone about to deliver very bad news. What happened? It's Melanie. Her youngest, 17, the one who'd barely spoken to her for years because Ella had been too busy being famous to be a mother. She's in trouble. Bad trouble. What kind of trouble? The kind with police and lawyers and Mom. She owes money. A lot of money. To people you don't want to owe money to. Ella's stomach dropped. How much? $250,000. For what? She's 17. How does a 17-year-old... I'll explain when you get here. But, Mom, they're coming for... these people. And they don't care that she's a kid or that you're famous or any of it. They want their money, and if they don't get it... Lilith's voice cracked. You need to come to Miami. Now. Miami? What's in Miami? That's where Melanie is. That's where the debt is. And Mom? Lilith paused. You need to bring cash. All of it. Everything you can liquidate. Because these people, they operate in the Everglades. They have a secret society thing, like a real organization with rules and hierarchy. And one of their rules is, debts are paid in cash or blood. Jesus Christ, Lilith, what has she gotten into? I'll tell you everything. But... you need to come now. They've given us 48 hours. 48 hours or what? Silence. Then... or they take her. And we never see her again. Mom, please. I know you're dealing with the compound burning down and the stalker and everything else, but Melanie needs you. I need you! We need our mother, not Mirabella St. James. Just Mom. And Ella realized this was it. This was the consequence she'd been running from for 47 years. The bill coming due. The price of choosing legend over family, performance over presence, fame over the simple beauty of being enough. Her 17-year-old daughter owed drug dealers or
whoever they were, $250,000 and had 48 hours to pay or disappear into the Everglades forever. I'm coming, Ella said. I'm on my way. Just keep her safe until I get there.
Hurry, Mom!
Please, hurry. The line went dead. Ella sat in her kitchen, phone in hand, coffee going cold, the morning sun streaming through the windows, illuminating the wreckage of her life. Compound burned, stalker caught, but probably getting out soon. Cult scattered but not dissolved, and now her youngest daughter in danger, because Ella had been too busy being famous to notice her child was in trouble. Through the window, she could see Brooklyn waking up, people going to work, living their lives, existing in that simple, beautiful way that Ella had traded decades ago for something bigger, something worse, something that had consumed everything and given back nothing but applause and danger and the hollow satisfaction of being remembered. She stood up, made a call to her financial manager. I need $250,000 in cash. Today. I don't care how you do it, just do it. Made a call to Rachel. I'm going to Miami. Family emergency. Cancel. Made a call to Deshawn. I need you to come with me. Bring anything that could be used as a weapon. What's happening? My past is finally catching up. Turns out you can't neglect your children for 40 years and expect them to turn out fine. Where are we going? Miami. The Everglades. To meet some very bad people and try to save my daughter before they kill her. Jesus Christ. Yeah. That's what I said. She packed cash, clothes, her phone, a small knife she'd kept from one of the stalker packages. Waste not, want not. Looked around her townhouse, her refuge, her attempt at normal, and wondered if she'd ever see it again. Then she walked out the door and into whatever came next. Because this was what being Mirabella St. James meant. Everything came for you eventually. The stalkers, the disciples, the consequences, the debts your children incurred because you were too busy being famous to teach them better. All of it coming due in cash or blood. 48 hours. The Everglades. A secret society with rules. Her 17-year-old daughter and unseemly debt she'd racked up. And Ella Morrison, who'd become Mirabella St. James and was now about to find out if legends could save their children or if they'd sacrifice that ability along with everything else on the altar of fame. The jet was waiting. Miami was 3 hours away. And somewhere in the Everglades, men in black polyester shirts were checking their watches, counting down the hours, sharpening their knives, preparing to collect what was owed. 48 hours. 47 now. Tick. Tock. Tick. End of Chapter 6. There's your revised Chapter 7, The Reconciliation.
Miami hit like a physical assault, humidity that felt like being wrapped in a wet towel, heat that shimmered off the tarmac, the particular aesthetic chaos of South Florida, where Art Deco met drug money, met Instagram influencers in a cocktail that was either genius or catastrophic, depending on your tolerance for neon. Ella stepped off the private jet wearing sunglasses and anxiety, Deshawn behind her carrying a duffel bag full of cash that felt both ridiculous and terrifying. 200 and... She'd liquidated a Basquiat sketch to get it. Would have sold her soul, but that was already mortgaged to various entities, including the IRS, her children's therapy funds, and the general public, who owned pieces of her, whether she liked it or not. Lilith was waiting at the private terminal, looking exhausted and furious and scared in equal measure. She was 28 new God. When had that happened? With Ella's cheekbones and her father's eyes and an expression that said she'd spent the last 48 hours contemplating matricide. "Where's Melanie?" Ella asked. No preamble, no greeting. Just straight to the crisis, because that's how their family worked. Ignore each other for months, then converge during disasters. Safe house in Coral Gables. I've got her with Sterling and Sonnet. They're keeping her locked down until we figure this out. Tell me everything. How does a 17-year-old owe $250,000 to Everglades criminals? Lilith pulled out her phone as they walked to the waiting SUV, started scrolling through photos. Evidence! The digital breadcrumbs of her sister's catastrophically poor judgment. She got involved with a guy. 23. Goes by Reef. Real name Ronald Kowalski.
Kowalski?
Like the stalker? No relation. Florida's lousy with Kowalskis, apparently. Anyway, Reef was Melanie's boyfriend. He's part of this organization called Las Mantarai. The Stingrays. Exactly. They operate in the Everglades. Drug running, money laundering, some human trafficking. All the greatest hits. But they also have this whole code of honor thing. Like old school mafia meets Florida. Very organized. Very serious. Very willing to kill teenagers who fuck with their money. The SUV pulled out into Miami, traffic aggressive, chaotic, everyone driving like they were escaping something, or chasing something, or both. And Melanie fucked with their money, Ella said. Melanie and Reef stole from them. They were supposed to be running a shipment, just driving it from the Keys to Miami. Easy job, $5,000 payout, but they got greedy. Took the shipment, tried to sell it themselves, fucked it up spectacularly, lost the product and the money. And now Las Mantarrayas wants $250,000 to cover their loss, plus interest, plus the insult of being robbed by a teenager and her dipshit boyfriend. Where's Reef now?
Dead.
They found him 3 days ago in the Everglades. Ater's got most of him, but what was left made it clear this wasn't an accident. Ella's stomach turned. Jesus Christ. And Melanie
Saw them.
No. But she knows.
She's terrified, Mom. Like actually genuinely terrified in a way I've never seen her. They're going to kill her. And honestly, Lilith's voice cracked. They might. These aren't people who care that she's your daughter. If anything, that makes it worse. Celebrity kids should know better. Flashback. 2009. Melanie is 2 years old, toddling around backstage at the Revelation tour, wearing a tiny version of Mirabella's stage costume that the wardrobe department made as a joke. She's laughing, chasing one of the backup dancers, completely unself-conscious, pure joy. Mirabella watches from her dressing room between costume changes and feels something dangerous. Love. Not performative mother love for the cameras, but real love. The kind that makes you vulnerable. That makes you want to cancel the show and just sit on the floor playing with blocks. But she doesn't cancel the show. She never cancels the show. 5 minutes, Ms. St. James, the stage manager calls. Mirabella kisses Melanie's head. The nanny is already there to take her back to the hotel and walks toward the stage, toward the 50,000 people who paid to see her, toward the legend she's building one performance at a time. Behind her, Melanie starts crying. Mama! Mama, come back! Down. The nanny picks her up, carries her away. Mirabella keeps walking.
The show must go on.
They arrived at the Safe, who's a modest bungalow in Coral Gables, the kind of place that looked like a retired accountant lived there, which was probably the point. Sterling and Sonnet were in the living room, her twins, 23 now, both looking like they'd rather be anywhere else but doing their duty, because Melanie was family, and family showed up even when family was catastrophically stupid. And there, in the bedroom at the back, was Melanie, 17 years old. Dyed black hair. When had she dyed it black? Nose ring. When had she gotten that pierced? Wearing ripped jeans and a t-shirt that said "Dead Inside" in cheerful lettering. She looked like every rebellious teenager in history, except this one had actually managed to piss off organized crime. "Mom," Melanie said, and her voice was small, scared, nothing like the defiant teenager who'd spent the past 3 years barely speaking to her. "Hey, baby!" Ella sat on the bed, and Melanie, her youngest, her last chance to maybe get parenting right, collapsed into her arms and sobbed. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean I thought we could. Reef said it would be easy." "Shh. It's okay. We're going to fix this. They're going to kill me. Mom, they killed Reef. They fed him to gators. They're going to do the same to me. No one is feeding my daughter to gators. I promise you that. I have survived a morphine addiction, a stalker, a cult, and the 1990s. I can handle some Everglades criminals.
Melanie pulled back, looked at her with red-rimmed eyes.
You really think you can fix this? I'm Mirabella St. I can fix anything. She believed it about 60%. But 60% was better than nothing. Flashback. 2014. Melanie is 7. There at the penthouse on Central Park West, Mirabella has been on tour for 6 months, hasn't seen her daughter in person since March, and it's now September.
"Read me a story," Melanie says, holding up a book about a princess.
I can't right now, baby. Mommy has a conference call with Tokyo in 5 minutes. You always have calls.
That's because Mommy has a very important job.
More important than me? And Mirabella, exhausted, jet-lagged, pulled in 17 directions by managers and lawyers and the machinery of fame's naps. Yes. Actually, yes. Because my job is what pays for this apartment, and your school, and your toys, and your entire life. So yes, sometimes the call to Tokyo is more important than a bedtime story. Melanie's face crumples, and Mirabella immediately regrets it, wants to take it back, wants to be the kind of mother who cancels Tokyo for bedtime stories. But Tokyo is on hold, and the moment is already gone.
"Janya will read to you," Mirabella says, calling her assistant.
Melanie throws the book at the wall and runs to her room. Mirabella takes the call with Tokyo. Another night, another priority, another choice that seemed so obvious at the time and so catastrophic in retrospect. That evening, Ella met with Los Mantarrayas. Not the whole organization, that would be insane, but 2 representatives. They'd agreed to a meeting at a neutral location, a parking lot behind a strip club in Hialeah, which was very Miami, very on-brand for criminals with a flair for the absurd. The representatives were exactly what you'd expect. 2 men in their 40s, both wearing black polyester shirts, apparently the unofficial uniform of South Florida criminal enterprises, gold chains, the kind of facial hair that required maintenance, and expressions that said they'd done this negotiation before, and it usually ended with bodies. Their names were Mateo and
"Miss St. James," Mateo said, and his English was perfect, no accent, which somehow made him more intimidating.
Thank you for meeting with us. We're fans. Sanctified Sinner was my wedding song. That's incredibly inappropriate given the lyrics, but thank you. We understand you have our money. Deshawn, standing behind Ella, like a very handsome bodyguard, held up the duffel bag.
250,000, Ella said.
Cash!
As requested.
And in exchange, my daughter's debt is cleared. Forever. She never existed to you.
Cisco, the quieter one, the scary one, unzipped the bag, started counting with the efficiency of someone who'd counted a lot of illegal money.
The issue, Mateo said, is that this isn't just about money. Your daughter and her boyfriend stole from us. That's disrespect. That requires compensation beyond financial.
Ella's stomach tightened.
What kind of compensation?
Normally
we'd require a lesson. Public.
Memorable.
The kind of thing that ensures no one else gets ideas about stealing from Las Montaras. Normally meaning we kill her. Or maim her. Or make her disappear in ways that leave questions, but no answers. The parking lot was quiet, except for the distant thump of bass from the strip club. Deshawn's hand moved subtly toward his waistband. He'd brought a gun, despite Ella telling him not to, and she was suddenly grateful for his lack of listening skills. But... Ateo continued, holding up a hand. We're reasonable people. And we recognize that killing Mirabella St. James's daughter would bring heat we don't need. Federal heat. Media heat. The kind of attention that's bad for business. So we have a proposal, Cisco said, still counting money but talking now, his voice flat, businesslike. You give us the $250. Plus, and here he looked up, met her eyes. You do something for us. What kind of something? We need credibility. Legitimacy. We're trying to expand operations, move from Everglades smuggling into real estate, hospitality, legitimate business. But we have an image problem. People see us as criminals. You are criminals. True. But we'd like to be criminals with good PR. So here's the deal. You take a photo with us. Smile. Like we're friends. Like you endorse us. We use it for marketing Mirabella St. James's favorite Miami hospitality group, and suddenly we're not scary drug runners. We're businessmen who happen to know a legend. Ella stared at him. You want me to launder your reputation? Exactly. You're very quick. And if I say no? Then we take the money and kill your daughter anyway. Because respect has to be maintained. It was brilliant, actually. Evil, but brilliant. They weren't asking for much, just her image, her name, her legend weaponized for their benefit. A photo! 30 seconds of her time. In exchange for Melanie's life. I need guarantees, Ella said. Legal guarantees that this photo, we're done. Melanie is safe. You never contact her. Never threaten her. She doesn't exist to you. We'll have our lawyer draft something. Very official. Very binding. And you can't use the photo to imply anything illegal. Just, she gestured vaguely, hospitality and business and generic endorsement nonsense. Cisco finished counting. It's all here. Mateo pulled out his phone. Smile, Miss St. James. You're saving your daughter's life. So Ella smiled, stood between two members of Los Mantarrayas, put her arms around their shoulders, and smiled for the camera like they were old friends. Like this was a reunion, like she endorsed whatever hospitality ventures they were planning in their expansion, from drug running to legitimacy. Flash. Done. Pleasure doing business with you, Mateo said. Your daughter. Our lawyer will send the paperwork. And Ms. St. James? He paused. For what it's worth, you're a good mother. Most people wouldn't do this. Most people's daughters don't steal from organized crime. Also true. They left, took the money. Ella stood in the parking lot, Deshawn beside her, and felt the full weight of what she'd just done. Sold her image, her name, her carefully cultivated legend to save her daughter from consequences of her own making. That was smart, Deshawn said. Low-key, no violence, just negotiation. That was selling my soul. Again. For the 100th time in my career. Yeah. But this time it was for Melanie. Not for fame or money or drugs. For your kid. He was right. And somehow that. Because if she could do this for Melanie, sacrifice her image, make deals with criminals, be present when it mattered, why hadn't she done it earlier? Why had it taken death threats and 48-hour deadlines to make her show up as a mother? Flashback. 2017. Melanie is 10. She's in a school play, some production of Annie. Or maybe Matilda. Something with a plucky orphan. Which is ironic given that Melanie's mother is alive and famous and just never there. Mirabella is in London now. Recording an album. She gets the text from Lilith. Melanie's play tonight? She asked if you're coming. Mirabella looks at her schedule. Vocal sessions until 8 p.m., then dinner with the producer, then mixing sessions until midnight. She texts back, can't make it. Send her my love. Tell her. 3 hours later, another text from Lilith. She cried. You should have been here. Mirabella deletes the text. Finishes the vocal session. The album will go platinum. Melanie will remember forever that her mother chose London over a 5th-grade production of Matilda. Some choices echo longer than others. Back at the safe house, Melanie was asleep, exhausted from fear, from crying, from being 17 and stupid and nearly dead. Ella sat in the living room with her other children. Lilith, Sterling, Sonnet. All of them adults now. All of them looking at her with varying degrees of judgment and relief and the complicated love-hate that came from being raised by a legend who was sometimes a mother. You fixed it, Lilith said. I bought it, Ella corrected. There's a difference. Still, you showed up. That's progress. Was it? Or was it just another performance? Another crisis managed? Another item checked off the list of things that made her look like she cared? Sterling pulled out his phone. Have you seen Twitter? I try to avoid Twitter for my mental health. You should probably look at this. He handed her the phone, and there it was. Trending number 3 worldwide. You've got to own it! Hashtag Mirabella Affair. And underneath, an article from TMZ. Bombshell. Celestia Vox accuses Mirabella St. James of affair with her husband. Oh, for fuck's sake, Ella breathed. Celestia Vox. Of course it was Celestia Vox. Her oldest frenemy, rival, competitor. The woman who'd been nipping at her heels for 30 years, trying to claim the throne of pop royalty that Ella had built through blood and scandal and sheer stubborn refusal to disappear. They'd collaborated once a duet in 1996 that had been critically acclaimed and personally catastrophic, both of them too competitive to actually enjoy working together. They'd feuded publicly, made up publicly, feuded again, made up again, the whole cycle playing out in magazines and award shows and carefully worded shade in interviews. Celestia was 63, looked 48, different Swiss clinic, same desperation, and was married to Mario Stalactor, producer, Silver Fox, the kind of man who looked good on red carpets and in boardrooms, and apparently, according to Celestia's accusation, in Mirabella's bed. Except he'd never been in Mirabella's bed. Not even close. Not even a consideration. Because the truth, the deeply private truth that Ella had been wrestling with for the past year, since getting sober, since actually being present in her own life long enough to notice her own thoughts, was that she wasn't interested in Mario Steele. Or any man, really. No, maybe not ever, if she was honest with herself, which was a terrifying prospect at 67. The feelings had started small, noticing women in ways she'd previously only noticed men. Finding herself drawn to a barista's smile, a disciple's laugh, the curve of her yoga instructor's shoulders. Nothing acted on, nothing expressed, just this quiet realization that had been building in the background while she'd been too busy being famous to pay attention to her own sexuality. She might be a lesbian, or bisexual, or just done with men after 3 marriages and countless affairs, and Deschamps, who was lovely but increasingly felt like a habit rather than a desire. She hadn't told anyone, hadn't even fully admitted it to herself. Because coming out at 67, after a lifetime of performing heterosexuality, after building a brand partially on her sexual relationships with men that was terrifying in ways that morphine addiction and stalkers and cults somehow weren't. I didn't sleep with Mario Steele, Ella said flatly. Obviously, Sonnet said. You haven't slept with anyone but Deshawn in like 2 years. You're practically celibate. But
Celestia's claiming she has proof, Sterling said, scrolling through his phone. Photos, texts, hotel records. She's doing a press conference tomorrow. This is going to be everywhere. Let me see the article. Ella read it, her stomach sinking with each paragraph. In an explosive accusation, legendary pop star Celestia Vox has claimed that her husband, Mario Steele, had an extended affair with her longtime rival, Mirabella St. James. I have proof, Vox said in a statement released this evening. Photos, communications, evidence that this betrayal happened repeatedly over the past 2 years while Mirabella was pretending to get sober and find herself. She wasn't finding herself, she was finding my husband. 2 years. During her addiction, during rehab, during the reconstruction of her entire life. She'd barely spoken to Mario Steele in 2 years, let alone slept with him. This is bullshit, Ella said. Then why is she doing it? Lilith asked. Because she's jealous. Because I'm trending again. Because I just did the Grammys and she didn't. Because we've been competing for 30 years and she can't stand that I'm still relevant. Or, Deshawn said quietly from the doorway, because she knows something. Everyone turned to look at him. What do you mean? Ella asked. I mean, maybe Mario did have an affair. Just not with you. And Celestia is blaming you, because blaming the actual person would be worse for her image. Better to feud with Mirabella St. James than admit her husband is sleeping with someone who actually threatens her. It was plausible. God, it was more than plausible. Mario had always been charming. Always been flirtatious at industry events. Always had that look in his eye that said he was keeping options open. So what do I do? Ella asked. Hold a press conference denying it? That makes me look defensive. Ignore it? That makes me look guilty. Sue for defamation? That drags it out for years. You could tell the truth, Lilith said. Which truth? The one about why you're not interested in Mario Steele. The one about who you actually are. The room went quiet. Ella looked at her daughter, her oldest, the one who'd watched her mother fail at relationships for 28 years, who'd seen every affair and every marriage and every messy breakup. I don't know what you're talking about, Ella said. Mom. Come on. We've all noticed the way you look at women now. The way you don't look at Deshawn anymore. It's okay. It's actually more than okay. I'm not having this conversation right now. My youngest just almost got killed by gators.
I just paid off organized crime, and now I'm being accused of an affair I didn't have.
My sexuality is not the priority.
But it was... or it would be... because everything always came out eventually. That was the lesson of 50 years of fame. Secrets were just stories waiting for the right price. That night, alone in her hotel room, the Fenna, because even during family crises, she had standards. Ella stared at the mini bar. Specifically, at the tiny bottles of liquor lined up like soldiers, like temptation, like old friends she'd abandoned, but who were always willing to welcome her back. She'd been sober for 14 months. 14 months of AA meetings and therapy and the daily, exhausting work of being present in her own life. 14 months of not reaching for morphine or vodka or anything that made reality negotiable. But tonight reality was too much. Melanie almost dying, the debt, the photo with criminals, Celestia's accusation, the secret about her sexuality that she wasn't ready to acknowledge, let alone announce. She reached for the vodka, unscrewed the cap, raised it to her lips, and her father appeared. Not appeared, obviously. Her father was dead, had been dead since 2004, heart attack. She'd been on tour in Japan and hadn't made it back for the funeral, another addition to her catalogue of parenting failures. But there he was, sitting in the armchair by the window, looking exactly as he had at 65. Flannel shirt, work boots, the hands of a man who'd built houses his whole life and raised 4 daughters who mostly disappointed him.
"Hey, Peanut,"
he said. Ella stared at him.
"I'm hallucinating."
Probably. I'm dead and you're stressed, and apparently your brain thinks conjuring your dead father is a good use of resources.
This is insane!
You dying twice, leading a cult, and almost getting your daughter killed by gators isn't insane. But talking to your dead dad is where you draw the line. Fair point. Ella sat on the bed, still holding the vodka.
Why are you here?
To stop you from drinking that. I'm 67 years old. I can make my own decisions. Yeah, and your decisions have been stellar lately. Let's review. Morphine addiction, accidental cult leader, stalker compound, burned down, daughter in debt to criminals. You're really batting 1,000, Peanut. Don't call me Peanut. I'm a legend. You're a mess with good PR. She wanted to be offended, but he was right. He'd always been right, in that annoying way that parents are right, even when you desperately need them to be wrong. I'm tired, Ella said. I'm so tired of being sober. Being sober means feeling everything. And feeling everything is exhausting. Yeah, that's kind of the point. But why? Why does recovery have to be so hard? Why can't I just... She gestured with the vodka bottle.
take the edge off. Just tonight, just because my life is a disaster." Her father leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and fixed her with that look, the one that had made her confess to stealing from his wallet when she was 12, to skipping school when she was 15, to dropping out of community college to move to New York when she was 20. "You want to know why you can't drink that?" he asked. "Enlighten me." "Because Melanie is asleep down the hall. And tomorrow, she's going to wake up and remember that her mother showed up. Actually showed up. Paid off her debt, saved her life, was present for maybe the first time in her 17 years. And if you drink that vodka, if you fall back into the bottle, then showing up stops meaning anything. It becomes just another performance. Another thing you did for the cameras and the story and the legend of Mirabella St. James. I hate when you're right. I know. I'm dead, and I'm still more mature than you." Ella looked at the vodka bottle, then at her father's ghost, then back at the vodka. "I miss you," she said quietly. "I miss you too. Even though you were a terrible daughter who chose fame over family at every possible opportunity." "Jesus, Dad." "But," he continued, "you're trying now. That's something. That's actually a lot. So don't fuck it up by drinking. Melanie needs a mom. Sober mom. Present mom. Not Mirabella St. James, but Ella Morrison, who knows how to show up when it matters." Ella felt tears on her face, hot and unexpected. "I don't know if I can be her." "Ella Morrison. She's been dead for so long." "Then resurrect her. You've got to own it. You've gotten pretty good at resurrection lately." He was fading now, becoming translucent because hallucinations couldn't last forever, and her brain was probably running out of whatever chemical made dead fathers appear in hotel rooms. "Wait," Ella said. "One more thing." "The knife in the cake. The stalker. Was that a Mayan danger?" Her father laughed. "Oh, that. No. That was just some art student. Misunderstood installation piece. Something about the intersection of violence and devotion, the knife as phallic symbol of patriarchal oppression, the cake as feminine representation of domestic labor. Got a C+, apparently." Professor said it was derivative. "You're kidding." "Nope. Kid left it on your doorstep for a class project. Meant to retrieve it before you saw it, but security stopped him. Whole thing was a miscommunication. Very embarrassing for everyone involved." "So I wasn't in danger?" "Not from the cake. From everything else? Absolutely. But the cake was harmless." And with that, he disappeared completely, leaving Ella alone with a vodka bottle and the profound, hilarious absurdity of her life.
Stalker caught. Cake explained, daughter saved, sexuality in question, and a false affair accusation trending worldwide. She looked at the vodka one more time, then walked to the bathroom, poured it down the sink, and watched it disappear with the same finality as her father's ghost.
"Thanks, Dad,"
she said to the empty room. No response. Because he was dead, and this had been a stress-induced hallucination, nothing more. But it had worked. She was sober. She was present. She was Ella Morrison trying to be a mouse. It was exhausting. But Flashback, 2019. Melanie is 12. It's Christmas. The whole family is at the penthouse, all 4 kids. Their partners, Ella's mother, still alive then, barely.
The chaos of trying to maintain family traditions when half the family is famous and the other half resents it.
Melanie hand Ella a present, a draw. She'd made colored pencils on construction paper. It shows the 2 of them holding hands under a rainbow, both smiling with words written in a child's handwriting. "My mom is the best mom ever." Ella stares at it, feels something crack in her chest. "Do you like it?" Melanie asks. "I love it, baby!" "It's beautiful. I made it in art class. Teacher said we should draw. I drew you." And Ella, high on painkillers from her hip surgery, exhausted from the tour, already planning her next album, pulls Melanie into a hug and thinks, "I don't deserve this. I don't deserve her love. I've failed her in every way that matters." But she says, "You're my hero too, baby," and means it, and fails to follow through. Because a week later she's back on tour, and Melanie is back with nannies, and the drawing gets filed away with all the other evidence of love that Ella collected but never quite knew how to return. The next morning, Melanie knocked on Ella's hotel room door. "Mom? Come in." Melanie shuffled in, still looking scared, still wearing her dead inside shirt, which was increasingly ironic, given that she was very much alive thanks to $250,000 and a photo op with criminals. "I just wanted to say thank you
for saving me.
I know I've been terrible to you. I know I've said awful things. I know I've...
You've been a teenager.
Teenagers are allowed to be terrible. But I almost got killed because I was stupid and greedy and... You made a mistake. A catastrophically stupid mistake, but still just a mistake. And parents are supposed to save their kids from mistakes, even when the kids are 17 and should know better." Melanie sat on the bed, pulled her knees to her chest. "Lilith said you paid a lot, Ma. It was worth it. She also said you had to take a photo with the people, like endorse them or whatever.
minor sound. But your image is everything to you. Your brand. Your land. You've always said, I was wrong. Ella sat beside her daughter, this child who'd grown up watching her mother choose fame over family, and had apparently decided if she couldn't have her mother's attention, she'd at least get her mother's lifestyle.
I've been wrong about a lot of things.
I'm trying to do better. Trying to be present. Trying to show up when it matters. I'm going to be mad. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at myself for not being there enough, that you felt like you had to get attention by stealing from drug dealers. They're not drug dealers. They're hospitality entrepreneurs. Melanie. Sorry. Yeah, they're drug dealers. They sat in silence for a moment, mother and daughter, legend and legacy. Two people trying to figure out how to love each other past all the damage and distance and years of absence. Can I ask you? Melanie said. Anything? Are you happy? Like actually happy. Not famous happy or successful happy. Just happy? Ella thought about it. Really thought about it. About her sobriety, her cult, her stalker, her sexuality crisis, her comeback, her legends, her failures, all of it. I'm getting there, she said finally. Some days are better than others. But I'm sober, I'm alive, and I have you and your siblings. That's something. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I have. Melanie leaned against her mother's shoulder, and they sat there watching the Miami sun rise over Biscayne Bay. Two people trying to rebuild something that maybe had never been fully built in the first place. The scandal broke while they were still in Miami. Celestia. Vox's press conference was carried live on every entertainment network. Her in a white suit, as very strategic, very pure, crying, also strategic, holding up evidence-printed emails, photos, hotel receipts. Mirabella St. James seduced my husband, Celestia said, voice breaking perfectly. She knew we were married. She knew how much I loved him. But she didn't care. Because, you got to own it. Because Mirabella St. James has never cared about anyone but herself. The photo showed Mario with a woman brunette, face not visible. Definitely not Ella, who'd been platinum blonde for 30 years. The emails were bad, could been about anything, business meetings, industry stuff, nothing. The hotel receipts proved Mario had stayed at various hotels. Not that he'd stayed with Ella. It was flimsy. Circumstantial. The kind of accusation that would fall apart under scrutiny.
It didn't need to be true.
It just needed to be interesting, Rachel called, while Ella was watching the press conference on her phone. We need to respond. Press conference statement something. She's murdering your reputation. What? Let her have her moment. Let her cry and accuse and make her play. Because the truth will come out eventually. It always does. And when it does, when people realize I never slept with Mario Steele, she'll look desperate and I'll look dignified. That's actually smart. I've been doing this for 47 years, Rachel. I know how the game works.
But what about the actual truth?
About why you're not interested in Mario? Ella looked at Melanie, who was pretending not to listen but obviously listening. Then at the window overlooking Miami. Then at her reflection in the mirror 67 years old. Looking younger thanks to Swiss science, still figuring out who she was, still surprising herself. That's my truth, Ella said.
Mine to tell or not tell on my own schedule.
Not because Celestia Vox is having a meltdown. She hung up. And that's when her phone exploded with texts, calls, alerts. Because someone probably... Celestia... Probably her... PR... Exclusive. Mirabella St. James's secret relationship with. Redacted. And underneath, photos, real photos this time, of Ella at a cafe in Brooklyn, sitting with a woman. They were holding hands across the table, looking at each other with unmistakable intimacy. The woman was Yvette Laroche, her best friend for 30 years, and suddenly the narrative shifted. Not Mirabella stealing Celestia's husband, but Mirabella being photographed in what looked very much like a date with a woman, which opened up a whole new question, a whole new scandal, a whole new layer to the legend of Mirabella St. James. Except Yvette wasn't her secret girlfriend. Yvette was her best friend, and that photo was from a lunch where Yvette had been telling Ella about her own divorce, and the hand-holding was comfort, not romance. But it looked like romance. And in the court of public opinion, looking was the same as being... Mom? Melanie asked. What's happening? Ella stared at her phone, at the photos, at the comments already pouring in. OMG, Mirabella is gay. This explains so much. Lesbian icon. Wait, is she with Yvette? I ship it. Doesn't this mean she didn't sleep with Mario Steele? Plot twist of the century. And underneath all of it, the question she'd been avoiding for months. Was she gay? Bisexual? Something else entirely? And if she was,
did she want the world to know before she'd even fully admitted it to herself? Melanie asked again. Ella started, then stopped, because she didn't have an answer. Not yet. Not while Celestia was holding press conferences and photos were being leaked, and her entire life was being dissected again by millions of people who thought they knew her, but really only knew the performance. Her phone rang. Yvette. I've seen. I'm so sorry. I didn't know they were photographing us. If I'd known... It's fine. It's...
Ella paused.
Actually, I don't know if it's fine. I don't know why. Do you want to make a statement? Clarify that we're just friends? Did she? Or... Nay? I'll call you back, Ella said. She hung up, looked at Melanie, who was watching her with 14 different expressions: confusion, curiosity, love, concern, the complicated map of a daughter trying to understand her mother. Are you gay? Melanie asked simply. I don't know, Ella said honestly. Maybe... Possibly. It's complicated. It's only complicated if you make it complicated. Says the 17-year-old who just got her drug-dealing boyfriend killed by gators. That's fair. They looked at each other, and then they both started laughing, the kind of laughter that comes from exhaustion and absurdity and the recognition that life was ridiculous and you could either cry or laugh, and laughing was more fun. Mirabella St. Jamesella Morrison whoever. She was sat in a Miami hotel room with her daughter, who she'd saved from criminals, while the internet debated her sexuality and Celestia Vox held press conferences and photos circulated, and the legend grew more complicated by the hour. And for once, just once, she didn't know what came next. Didn't have a plan, a strategy. Just had herself, her daughter, and the uncomfortable, terrifying, exhilarating possibility of truth. You got to own it. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8, The Revelation. The studio was cold, they always kept them cold for television. Something about the lights and the cameras and preventing guests from sweating through their designer clothes. Mirabella sat in the interview chair, perfectly still, perfectly composed, wearing a simple black dress, gothier naturally, and minimal jewelry, the kind of outfit that said, I'm here to be honest, not to perform. Victoria Castellanos. If,
Barbara Walters and Diane Sawyer had a baby who grew up to become the most feared interviewer in America, it would be Victoria Castellanos.
62 years old, steel gray hair, cut in a precise bob, the kind of face that revealed nothing while extracting everything. She'd made presidents cry, celebrities confess, tyrants squirm. Her interviews weren't journalism, they were psychological warfare disguised as primetime entertainment. Mirabella St. James, Victoria said, and her voice was warm honey over razor blades. Thank you for sitting down with me. Thank you for having me. Let's start with the obvious. You've had quite a year. Drug addiction, a stalker, a cult, your daughter nearly killed by organized crime, and now accusations of an affair and questions about your sexuality. How are you, Mole? Ella smiled, the kind of smile that acknowledged the absurdity. Tired, but alive, which at 67 and after dying twice, I count as a win. You've been called many things in your 50-year career. Icon, legend, provocateur, train wreck, cautionary tale. How do you see yourself?
Honestly?
I'm still figuring it out. I spent so long being Mirabella St. James, she made air quotes with her fingers, that I forgot there was an Ella Morrison underneath. Recovery has been about finding her again, or maybe finding her for the first time. Victoria leaned forward slightly, the gesture of someone about to strike. Let's talk about 1990.
The incident at the VMAs.
You performed Jezebel while writhing on a bed of crucifixes, simulating various sexual acts, wearing what amounted to lingerie and a rosary. Sparked protests, death threats, calls for censorship. The Catholic Church condemned you. You received 17 bomb threats. And you never explained yourself. You never apologized, until now, apparently. The footage played on the monitor between them grainy VHS quality, but still shocking 3 decades later.
Mirabella...
Tell me the truth, Victoria said. What was that performance really about? Ella watched her younger self on the screen so fierce, so angry, so absolutely certain that provocation was the same as meaning. The truth is complicated, Ella began. Was about religious hypocrisy, about the Madonna/whore complex, about reclaiming female sexuality from patriarchal control. That's the artistic statement. That's what I told journalists at the time. But the real truth, the part I never told anyone, is that I did it because I was angry. Specifically angry at my mother. Victoria's eyebrow raised fractionally. Got you, the expression said. My mother was Catholic, devoutly Catholic, the kind who went to Mass every Sunday, confession every week, who prayed the rosary while watching television. And when I told her I was moving to New York to pursue music, she told me I was sinning, that I was abandoning God's plan for me, which apparently involved staying in Minnesota, getting married to someone local, having children, and never questioning anything, and remembering. She said, "You're going to hell, Ella, and I won't be able to save you." Those were her exact words. And I was 23 and angry and hurt, and I promised myself that if she thought I was going to hell anyway, I might as well earn it.
So every controversial thing I did, every scandal, every performance that made the church angry, that was me saying, "Fuck you" to my mother.
To her God. To the religion that made her choose doctrine over her daughter. The studio was silent, except for the hum of cameras. So, the VMA performance in 1990... Victoria said slowly, That was me simulating sex with religious imagery on national television because my mother had told me I was damned and I wanted to prove her right. It was art, yes. It was commentary, yes. But it was also just revenge against my mother, against the church, against everyone who tried to make me small. Did your mother see it? She saw it. She called me the next day and said, "I hope you're satisfied."
You've proven to everyone that I raised a devil.
And then she hung up.
We didn't speak for 2 years after that.
Do you regret it? Ella thought about it, really thought about it. I regret hurting my mother. It mattered to people not because of my issues with my mom, but because it said something about sexuality and religion and power that needed to be said. But I do regret that my personal anger got wrapped up in the art in ways that maybe undermined the message.
Made
Let's talk about the present. You've been accused of having an affair with Mario Steele, Celestia Vox's husband. Did you? No. Unequivocally? Unequivocally, I have not slept with Mario Steele. I've barely spoken to Mario Steele. The accusation is false. Why do you think Celestia made it? Because Ella paused, considered her words carefully, then decided, fuck it, truth was the theme tonight. Because Celestia has spent 30 years competing with me for chart positions, for awards, for relevance. And recently I've been winning. Not because I'm better, we're both talented, we're both legends, but because my disasters have been more interesting than her successes. And she can't stand it. So she invented an affair to make herself the victim and me the villain. That's a serious accusation. It's the truth. And here's another truth. While we're at it, I'm tired of pretending that competition between women artists is empowering or supportive. It's not, It's vicious, It's designed to make us tear each other down so men can keep the real power. Celestia and I should have been allies. Instead, the industry made us enemies, and we bought into it because we were too young and too ambitious to know better.
Victoria smiled the kind of smile that meant this soundbite would be everywhere by morning.
You're aware that's going to make headlines. Everything I do makes headlines.
At least this time it's true.
The interview continued for another 40 minutes. Questions about her sobriety, her cult, her daughter, her sexuality, which she danced around, not ready to give that truth to the cameras yet, her future, her legacy.
And through it all, something strange happened.
Victoria wasn't just interviewing her. She was seeing her, not as Mirabella St. James. Not as the legend or the cautionary tale or the comeback story. As a person. As someone who'd made choices, some brilliant, some catastrophic, and was now trying to understand why. You've spent 50 years performing, Victoria said near the end. Performing your songs, your persona, your scandals, your recovery. And start living. And Ella realized she'd been performing this interview too. Every answer carefully calibrated, every vulnerability strategically revealed. Even her honesty was a performance, wasn't it? Even telling the truth about the VMA incident was giving the audience what they wanted: confession, redemption, the narrative arc of growth. I don't know, Ella said. And for the first time in the interview, she wasn't performing.
I don't know if I'm capable of not performing.
I've been doing it so long that I can't tell where the performance ends and the person begins. Maybe they're the same thing now. Maybe I perform myself into existence and there's no going back. Victoria studied her for a long moment, then said something that wasn't on the prepared questions. That sounds exhausting.
It is.
So why not stop? Because Ella felt tears in her eyes, real ones, the kind that came from somewhere deeper than technique. Because if I stop performing, if I stop being interesting and relevant and something, then I'm just an old woman who made a lot of mistakes and hurt a lot of people and didn't leave much behind except some songs that people probably don't even remember the words to anymore. Is that what you really believe? Some days. And other days? Other days, I think maybe I mattered. Maybe the mistakes and the scandals and the disasters were worth it if they meant something to someone. If they changed anything at all. Victoria nodded slowly. One final question. What do you want your legacy to be? Ella thought about all the... Ella thought about all the answers she could give, the performance answers, the media-trained answers, the quotes that would look good in the obituary.
I want my legacy to be that I tried.
I failed at a lot of things: marriage, motherhood, sobriety, basic human decency sometimes. But I tried, and I kept trying, and maybe that's enough.
The interview ended. The lights came down.
And Ella sat in the chair feeling stripped bare, exposed, like Victoria Castellanos had performed some kind of journalistic surgery and removed layers she hadn't known were there. That was extraordinary, Victoria said, coming over after the cameras stopped. Thank you for your honesty. Was I honest? Honesty. Does it matter? I'm starting to think it does. Victoria handed her a card. If you ever want to talk again, off camera, just as people, Ella looked at the card, then at Victoria, this woman who'd spent an hour dissecting her life with surgical precision, and saw something unexpected. Respect.
Compassion!
Thank you, Ella said, and meant it. The interview aired 3 days later and broke records. Highest rated primetime interview in 5 years, trending #1 worldwide for 16 hours. Think pieces spawning faster than Ella could count. Mirabella finally tells the truth about 1990. Competition between women artists is vicious. Mirabella St. James calls out industry sexism. Watch. The moment Mirabella St. James broke down on camera, Rachel called, "This is perfect. This is exactly the narrative we needed. Honest, sympathetic. You're brilliant."
I wasn't trying to be brilliant.
I was just tired of lying. Well, keep being tired. It's working. But in her Brooklyn townhouse, alone, except for Paulette humming in the kitchen, Ella felt unsettled. Not because the interview had gone badly, it had gone perfectly, actually, but because Victoria's question kept echoing. When do you stop performing and start living? And she didn't have an answer.
The disciples were still out there.
Officially, the compound was gone. The community was disbanded. Everyone had gone home, back to their lives, back to being regular people instead of followers of a legend. Except they hadn't. AR/Resurrection Witness still had 340 members. They'd created regional chapters: Disciples of New York, West Coast Resurrection, European Witnesses. They held meetings not at the compound, but in parks, in community centers, in people's homes. They still sang her songs like hymns, still analyzed her lyrics like scripture, still organized their lives around the narrative of Mirabella's death and resurrection. And now they were causing problems. It started small. Disciples showing up at Ella's Brooklyn townhouse, leaving offerings on her doorstep, flowers, letters, once a live chicken which Paulette chased away with a broom while cursing in patois. Her security team lead had to install additional cameras, hire more guards, create protocols for enthusiastic visitors. Then it escalated. A disciple named Temperance Swan of the Ori Jangle compound, residents had started a podcast called Following the Prophet, where she shared teachings from Mirabella, except Mirabella had never taught any of this. Just Temperance's interpretation of casual conversations turned into doctrine, disseminated to thousands of listeners who took it as gospel. "You need to shut this down," Deshawn said one evening, showing her the podcast analytics.
She's got...
She's literally speaking on your behalf and making shit up. How do I shut down someone else's podcast? Cease and desist. Legal action. Something. Because he played a clip. And the prophet said, suffering is sacred. She taught us that pain is the path to transcendence, that we must embrace our wounds as gifts, that only through destruction can we achieve resurrection. I never said that, Ella protested. Doesn't matter. They believe you said it. And now there are people who there are people hurting themselves deliberately because Temperance's podcast told them that's what you want. That's what leads to enlightenment. Jesus Christ. You've become Jesus Christ to these people. And they're martyring themselves in your name. A disciple in Ohio had carved Mirabella's lyrics into his arms with a knife, posted photos online with the caption, "Sanctified through suffering, as the prophet teaches." A woman in Portland had stopped eating, was on day 12 of a fast, said she was purifying herself for the resurrection, and wouldn't stop until Mirabella personally blessed her. 3 disciples in Florida had formed what they called a sacred house, where they lived communally, gave all their money to the collective, and followed rules they claimed came from Mirabella's teachings rules about diet, behavior, sexuality, all of it invented, all of it cultish, all of it using her name. "We need to release a statement," Rachel said via video call. Clear. Unambiguous. You are not a prophet. You do not endorse this behavior. People need to seek professional help, not spiritual guidance from a pop star. Will that work? Probably not. Cults don't usually respond to reason. But at least we're on record saying you don't support this. The statement went out. The disciples ignored it, posted their own counter-statement. The prophet is being forced to deny her divinity by the secular world.
This is a test of our faith.
Forceful resolution, Deshawn said. That's what you said might be needed. I think we're there. What does forceful resolution even look like? I can't exactly have my cult members arrested for believing in me. No, but you can cut off their access. Block them on social media. Refuse to engage. Make it clear that if they continue this behavior, they're not welcome in your life in any capacity. They'll just see that as more persecution.
More proof they're right.
Then what's the alternative? Until someone actually dies?
Someone had already died, Michael, and
But that had been an accident. An arsonist, not a disciple. Or had it been? Strange things had been happening. Small things, weird things. Things that made Ella wonder if she was paranoid or if someone was genuinely fucking with her. Her mail kept disappearing.
Not all of it, just specific pieces.
A credit card statement here. A letter from her lawyer there. Things that mattered, but not enough to immediately notice. Battery was draining impossibly fast. Fully charged in the morning, dead by noon, even when she barely used it. Someone had rearranged her kitchen, subtly. Mugs were in a different cabinet. The silverware drawer was reorganized.
Paulette insisted she hadn't done it?
Mario checked the security footage, nothing. No one had entered the kitchen who shouldn't have been there. Her computer had strange files on it. Documents she didn't remember creating, titled things like Prophecy Draft and Disciple Instructions and Resurrection Protocol. When she opened them, they were blank. When she tried to delete them, they reappeared the next day.
I'm losing my mind, Ella said to Deshawn one night.
I'm 67. I spent 18 months on morphine. I've died twice. I'm clearly having some kind of cognitive decline. Or someone is gaslighting you.
Who?
Why? I don't know. But these aren't symptoms of cognitive decline. This is deliberate. Someone has access to your house, your computer, your mail. Someone close enough to know your routines. She looked at him. You think someone in my orbit isn't who they seem. I think you have a lot of people in your life. Staff, security, disciples, family, friends.
And one of them might not be what they appear to be.
This sounds paranoid.
Oh, hey.
This is just being observant about threats that do exist. Ella made a list in her mind of everyone who had access to her life. Paulette, housekeeper, here every day.
Mario, security lead, has keys and alarm codes.
Rachel, publicist, has passwords to her email and social media. Deshawn lives here half the time. Her children all have keys. Various disciples who still had her personal number. Her best friend comes and goes freely. Or no one could be doing this, and she was just old and paranoid and broken from decades of fame and drugs. She checked the security footage obsessively, saw nothing suspicious. Everyone who entered her house belonged there. Everyone who touched her things had permission. And yet, the files kept appearing. The mail kept disappearing. The kitchen kept rearranging itself in small, impossible ways.
Celestia Vox called on a Thursday.
We need to have dinner, she said. No preamble.
So you can accuse me of more...
I didn't have?
So I can apologize and explain. And a pause. Just have dinner with me, Mirabella. Please. Stop calling me Mirabella. It's Ella. Ella... Dinner. Tomorrow night. I'm in New York. There's a private dining room at Le Bernardin. Just us. No cameras, no witnesses. Just two old legends figuring out if we can still be friends.
Oh, we were never friends.
Exactly. Maybe it's time to try. Ella should have said no. Should have sent a polite decline, maintain the distance, let their feud continue playing out in tabloids and social media until one of them died and the other pretended to mourn publicly. But she was tired, so tired of performing feuds and rivalries and all the bullshit that fame required. Ella said, "Tomorrow night, but I'm bringing security." "Of course you are."
So,
They hung up, and Ella wondered what she'd just agreed to. Le Bernardain's private dining room was exactly what you'd expect. Elegant, discreet, the kind of place where celebrities and politicians made deals and ended marriages and negotiated treaties over $400 fish. Celestia was already there when Ella arrived, wearing Chanel naturally and looking absurdly good for 63 different Swiss clinic, same desperation for youth. Her silver hair was styled in waves that probably took 3 hours and $800. Her makeup was flawless. She looked like the kind of woman who'd never had a crisis, never doubted herself, never woken up at 3 a.m. wondering if her entire life was a performance.
Ella hated her immediately, which was familiar, which was comfortable.
"You came," Celestia said, standing to grieve her. "I said I would." They kissed, the way celebrities do, close enough to look intimate, far enough to avoid actual contact. Their security teams positioned themselves outside the door. Just the two of them now. Two legends. Two rivals. Two women who'd spent 30 years being compared, contrasted, pitted against each other by an industry that thrived on female competition. "Thank you for agreeing to this," Celestia said. Once they'd ordered, Ella, striped bass, Celestia, lobster, both, wine, fuck sobriety for one night. This was survival.
I hear, Celestia.
"Really? Because I owe you an apology. The affair accusation, it was bullshit. All of it. Mario never slept with you."
No.
"I know that." "I knew that when I made the accusation." "Then why?" "Because I was jealous and angry and tired of watching you be relevant while I fade into remember when territory."
You overdosed at the Met Gala, sorry.
The Olympus Gala, and somehow that made you more famous.
More interesting, more everything.
While I'm over here... While So you invented an affair. I invented an affair. And then those photos Lixiu and Yvette holding hands, and suddenly my narrative fell apart. And I looked desperate and pathetic, which I am, apparently. "Why are you telling me this?" Celestia took a long drink of wine. "Because I'm tired, Ella. I'm tired of competing with you. I'm tired of pretending we're enemies.
I'm tired of performing this rivalry that was manufactured by managers and media and our own stupid egos.
We're 67 and 63. We're too old for this shit. Speak for yourself on this shit. Are you? Or are you just surviving it?" That landed. They ate in silence for a few minutes, the kind of silence that felt full rather than empty, weighted with 30 years of unspoken things.
"I watched you Victoria Castellano's interview," Celestia said finally.
"The part about the VMA performance, about doing it to anger your mother, that was brave. Admitting that the art was personal, that the controversy was rooted in pain. I've spent 50 years being brave. I'm tired of being brave. Then be honest instead. What do you want me to say, Celestia? I want you to tell me the truth. Did you ever actually hate me? Months. 2. Ella thought about it. About all the years of shade thrown in interviews, the passive-aggressive comments, the eye rolls at award shows, the very public feuding that had sold magazines and generated clicks and kept both of them relevant.
Nah, she said finally.
I never hated you. I was jealous of you. You were always more technically skilled, better voice, better range, and controversy. You had talent, and I resented you for having what I couldn't quite reach. Jesus, Ella. I've spent 30 years jealous of you, of your fearlessness, your ability to not give a fuck what people thought. I was too scared to be controversial, too concerned with being liked.
And break every rule and become a legend while I played it safe and became...
Respectable is good. Respectable is boring. They looked at each other across the table, and something shifted. Some barrier that had been between them for 3 decades suddenly didn't seem as solid. Can I tell you something?
Celestia asked.
Might as well.
The affair accusation. It wasn't really about Mario cheating. He probably was cheating. He's been cheating for years. With various people, I've known and looked the other way, because our marriage is basically a business arrangement at this point. Then what was it about? Celestia's fingers traced the rim of her wine glass, and when she looked up, her expression was different, vulnerable, uncertain, not at all the polished legend she'd been performing. It was about getting your attention, making you notice me, making you care enough to respond, to engage, to acknowledge that I existed in your world.
Celestia!
I've been attracted to you since 1994, since we did the duet, since we spent 3 weeks in a recording studio together, and I realized that all my competitiveness and jealousy was actually just desire, attraction, whatever you want to call it. I wanted to be you, and I wanted to be with you. And I spent 30 years not knowing the difference. Ella's brain short-circuited. This was not what she'd expected.
Not even close.
I'm attracted to you, Ella. I have been for decades. And when I saw those photos of you with Yvette, looking at her the way I've wanted you to look at me, I lost it. The affair accusation was just, it was a tantrum, a desperate attempt to insert myself into your narrative. But you're married to a man. So were you. 3 times. Doesn't mean anything. Ella didn't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Say you'll finish your wine and come back to my hotel. Say we can stop performing Rivals and start being honest. Say that maybe, just maybe, you felt this too and were too scared to admit it. And the terrifying thing was, Ella had felt it, not consistently, not clearly, but in flashes over the years. The way Celestia's voice made her skin tingle during their duet.
The jealousy that felt a little too intense to be professional.
The attention she paid to Celestia's success and failures, tracking her career with the focus of someone who cared too much.
She'd written it off as competition.
But maybe it had been something else. I'm figuring out my sexuality, Ella said slowly. I'm 67 years old and, only now realizing that maybe I'm not straight, or maybe I'm bisexual.
Or maybe I'm just complicated.
And I don't know if jumping into bed with you is the healthy way to explore that. Who said anything about healthy? We're legends, Ella. We don't do healthy. We do spectacular. We do memorable. We do things that make good stories. That's exactly the kind of thinking that led to my morphine addiction. Then think of it as research. You're figuring out your sexuality.
I'm offering to help with that research.
Very hands-on research. Ella laughed, couldn't help it. This is insane. So is most of your life. Point. They finished their wine, ordered another bottle, talked about their careers, their failures, their marriages, their children, talked like people instead of legends, like friends instead of rivals, like women who'd spent decades being pitted against each other and were finally, tentatively, wondering what it would be like to be on the same side. And through it all, Ella felt it attraction. Real, undeniable, terrifying attraction to this woman who she'd spent 30 years competing with, resenting, envying, and apparently wanting. My hotel is 3 blocks away, Celestia said as they finished their second bottle. Mandarin Oriental, presidential suite, very private, very discreet. If we do this, it stays private. No press.
No announcements.
No using this as publicity. Agreed. This is just us.
Two old legends figuring out what we actually mean to each other.
Probably. But we'll regret it together. They paid the check, Celestia insisted. Said it was the least she could do after falsely accusing Ella of affair with her husband. Their security teams walked them the 3 blocks to the Mandarin Oriental, professional and discreet, the kind of people who'd seen everything and said nothing. The presidential suite was ridiculous 3 bedrooms, full kitchen, views of Central Park that cost more per night than most people's monthly rent. Celestia dismissed her security team, told them she was in for the night, didn't need anything. Ella did the same. And then it was just the 2 of them. 2 legends in a hotel suite. 2 rivals turned what?
Lovers.
Cautionary tales in progress? I'm nervous, Ella admitted. I've never actually been with a woman.
Not like this.
I thought about it, but...
We'll figure it out together.
Celestia closed the distance between them slowly, giving Ella time to back away, to change her mind, to run back to the safety of rivalry and distance. But Ella didn't run. She stood there as Celestia's hand touched her face, as their lips met, as 30 years of competition and jealousy and unacknowledged attraction finally found its expression. The kiss was tentative at first, exploratory, both of them figuring out what this was, what it meant, if it meant anything at all beyond 2 women tired of performing and desperate for something real. And then it deepened, became urgent, became the kind of kiss that was years in the making. All that competitive energy redirected, transformed, turned into something that felt both new and inevitable. They moved to the bedroom stumbling, laughing, nervous like teenagers, despite being 2 women in their 60s who'd had more lovers than they could count. But this was different.
This was uncharted.
This was admitting something they'd both been denying for decades. Ella's hands shook as she unbuttoned Celestia's Chanel blouse. Celestia's breath caught as Ella's fingers traced her collarbone, her shoulder, the curves she'd only ever admired from a distance. "Are you sure?" Celestia asked. "No. But I'm tired of only doing things I'm sure about." They fell into bed together, all those years of rivalry dissolving into something else, desire, curiosity,
The desperate need to be seen not as legends but as people, as women, as humans who'd been performing for so long they'd forgotten what it felt like to just feel. Ella let Celestia undress her, let herself be vulnerable in ways she'd never allowed herself to be vulnerable before. No calculation. Just two bodies, two people, trying to figure out if competing for decades could transform into connecting for one night. And it did. It was awkward sometimes. They were both out of practice with women, both figuring out what worked, what didn't, laughing at miscommunications and mishaps because humor was better than pressure. But it was also beautiful. Celestia knew her body in ways men never had knew what women needed, how to touch, when to push, and when to pause. And Ella discovered that being with a woman felt different, felt right in ways she'd been too scared to acknowledge. They made love not hate-fucking, not angry competition sex, but actual tender, exploratory, sometimes clumsy lovemaking that felt like discovering something she should have known about herself decades ago. Afterward, they lay tangled in expensive hotel sheets, both breathing hard, both processing what had just happened.
So, Celestia said finally,
I think we can safely say the rivalry is over. Or evolved into something more interesting. Are you going to regret this? Ella thought about it. About her sexuality crisis, about being 67 and just figuring herself out, about sleeping with her oldest rival in a hotel suite, while somewhere out there her cult was spiraling and someone was gaslighting her, and her life was a mess.
No, she said.
I don't think I am. Good. Because I'd really like to do it again. Eventually, maybe after we order room service and talk about the fact that we just completely rewrote 30 years of narrative. We don't have to tell anyone. We should probably tell people eventually. Or let them figure it out. But not tonight. Tonight can just be ours. Ella rolled over, looked at Celestia really, looked at her not as a rival or a competitor, but as a woman who'd just shown her something about herself that she'd been too scared to see. Thank you, Ella said. What? For being brave enough to say it, to admit you were attracted to me, to make this happen. I don't know if I could have...
Yeah.
You're Mirabella St. James.
You're the bravest person I know. I'm Ella Morrison, who performs Mirabella St. James. There's a difference.
Then maybe... Ella Morrison needed Celestia Vox Celeste Vaughn. That's my real Nemetta. Tell her it's okay to want what she wants. They ordered room service. Ate in bed. Talked until 3 a.m. about their lives, their choices, their failures, their hopes for whatever came next. And at some point, they fell asleep tangled together, two legends who'd spent decades being enemies, and had finally, tentatively, discovered they might be something else entirely. While Ella slept in Celestia's arms at the Mandarin Oriental, her phone left on silent, and her purse buzzed with increasingly urgent messages. Mario, security, we need to talk. Something on the security footage. Someone's been in your house. Call me ASAP. Rachel, big gathering next week. They're calling it the Second Coming. We need to shut this down now. Deshawn, where are you? Your computer files someone added more. They're not blank anymore. They're instructions. For the disciples, someone is giving them orders. In your name, an unknown number. I know what you did. I know everything. And soon. But Ella slept through all of it, peaceful for the first time in months, held by a woman who'd been her rival and might become something more,
blissfully unaware that while she'd been discovering herself, someone in her orbit had been orchestrating something much darker. The messages kept coming. The warnings piled up. And somewhere in Brooklyn, in Ella's townhouse, a figure stood in her bedroom, rearranging her jewelry box in small, deliberate ways, leaving clues that only Ella would notice, smiling at the camera that would show nothing, because they knew exactly where the blind spots were. The game was accelerating, and Ella didn't even know she was playing. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, The Convergence. Ella woke to her phone vibrating like it was having a seizure. The hotel room was soft morning light and expensive linens. Celestia still asleep beside her, one arm draped across Ella's waist in a way that felt both foreign and absolutely right. For exactly 3 seconds, Ella let herself exist in that peaceful space, the space where she was just a woman who'd spent the night with another woman and discovered something true about herself. Then she looked at her phone. 47 missed calls, 63 texts, 12 voicemails. All in the 6 hours she'd been asleep. She breathed. Celestia stirred.
Everything.
Always everything. She scrolled through the messages, her stomach dropping with each one. Mario, call me now. Emergency. Someone's been in your house. Rachel, the disciples are gathering. 100+ people. They're coming to Brooklyn. Deshawn, the files on your computer.
They're instructions for a ritual.
Actually resurrect you. Lilith. Mom, Melanie's missing. She left a note.
Said she's going to join the Prophet's ascension.
What the fuck does that mean?
No. Unknown. The performance ends tonight.
The second coming. You should be there. After all, you're the guest of honor. I have to go, Ella said, already getting dressed, finding her clothes scattered across the presidential suite like evidence of last night's revelation. What's happening? My cult is planning something. My daughter is missing. Someone's been breaking into my house. And I think...
She stopped, looked at Celestia.
I think it's all connected. I think someone's been orchestrating this, the gaslighting, the disciples, all of it. Then I'm coming with you.
Celestia!
Don't argue. You're going to confront a cult that thinks you're a deity. You need backup. And she smiled, I'm pretty good in a crisis. Plus, I owe you for the whole false affair thing.
This could be dangerous.
Danger is more interesting than my book club meeting. They took Ella's car, the SUV, with Mario driving, 2 additional security guards, Celestia beside her in the back seat, both of them calling everyone, trying to piece together what was happening. Yvette answered on the first ring. Thank God.
Where have you been? Long story.
What's going on with the disciples? They've been organizing for weeks. Some kind of gathering. They call it the second coming.
They think you're gonna
die again and resurrect.
Resurrection.
Tonight, in Brooklyn. Where in Brooklyn?
The old warehouse district in Red Hook.
Near where you met that woman, Keisha, the one from your first night. They've rented a massive space. Ella, there are 500 people planning to show up.
Maybe more.
This is Jonestown level shit. Red Hook. Circle. Back to where... I need you to do something, Ella said. Anything. Call Detective Morrison, the one who handled my stalker case. Get police there, but not in uniform, undercover. Ma, I don't want this to turn into a siege. Next call, Deshawn. Where the fuck have you been? He sounded terrified and angry in equal measure. Figuring out my sexuality, but that's not important right now. The files on my computer. Instructions for a resurrection ritual?
They're supposed to kill you!
Ceremonially. With a pickaxe. Something about how you died by morphine the first time, by heart failure the second time, and the third death has to be by iron and intention. Then they resurrect you with I don't even know. It's insane. Prayer and group intention and some kind of ceremony that looks like it came from a bad horror movie. A pickaxe. Someone had written instructions for her murder and called it a resurrection. Who wrote the files? Can you trace them? That's the thing they came from your computer. Your IP address. Your login. Someone has access to your system. Complete access. Deshawn, I need you to do something. Go to my house. The what? Tall, green, by the window. Check if it's been moved. We have bigger problems than houseplants. Just do it, please. She hung up, looked at Celestia. Someone with access to my house, my computer, my life. Someone who knows my routines well enough to move things without being caught on camera.
You think it's someone on your staff?
I think it's someone I trust. Which is worse. Rang. Lilith. Did you find Melanie? But I found something else. Mom, do you remember when Melanie was 10? You were recording that album in Paris. And you brought her along, but then left her at the hotel for 3 days while you worked? Vaguely. What does that have to... She wrote about it. In her diary. I found it in her room. She wrote, Mom left me in Paris. Always leaves. Will leave me forever unless I make her stay. Unless I become part of her story. Unless I'm more than just her daughter. Ella's chest tightened. What are you saying? I'm saying Melanie has been obsessed with being part of your narrative, with mattering to you. And the disciplesm, she's been active on their subreddit, not under her own name, under E. Morrison. She's been posting instructions, encouraging them, organizing this second coming event. The mysterious signature on the messages.
Not some outside threat.
Her own daughter. She's been doing this since the compound, Lilith continued. Since you saved her from Los Mentarias. She said, and I'm quoting from her diary, Mom only notices me when I'm in danger. Mom only shows up when I'm about to die. So, I'll give her a reason to show up. I'll give her the biggest performance of her career. I'll make her choose the legend or her daughter. Jesus Christ, Ella whispered. She's at the warehouse. She's been there since 4 a.m. setting up. I think she's planning to actually hurt you. Or herself. Or both. I think she's going to stage some kind of... don't know what to call it. Sacrifice? Something that forces you to choose. Ella looked at Celestia, who'd been listening, whose face had gone pale. We need to get to that warehouse, Celestia said. Now, back. 2007, Paris. Melanie is 10 years old, sitting in a hotel room at the Hotel Plaza Athénée, watching French television she can't understand, eating room service for the 3rd day in a row.
Ella...
The studio, recording vocals for what will become the Electric Prayer album.
She's on take 47 of Sacred and Profane, trying to hit a note that her vocal coach says is theoretically possible, but practically insane.
Mom's going to call soon, Melanie tells herself.
The phone doesn't ring. Through the window, she can see Paris, the Eiffel Tower in the distance, the beautiful city she'd been so excited to visit, that she's experiencing entirely through a hotel window because Ella keeps promising, tomorrow we'll go sightseeing, and tomorrow never comes. She pulls out her diary, the one with the cat on the cover, a stray cat she'd fed once in Brooklyn and wished she could keep, but Ella said no. Animals were too much responsibility when they traveled so much. She writes, Day 3 in Paris, still alone.
Mom says she's making art.
But I think she just doesn't want to be with me. I think I'm boring compared to being famous. I think I'm not enough. She's 10 years old and already understanding what it means to be the daughter of a legend. You're always competing with the legend, and you're always losing. They arrived at the Red Hook warehouse. The gathering was scheduled for 6 p.m. sunset because, of course, it was. Because cults loved symbolism, and nothing said resurrection like dying light. The warehouse was massive an old shipping facility from the days when Brooklyn's waterfront actually did shipping, before gentrification turned everything into lofts and art galleries. Someone had decorated the exterior with paper dolls, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all cut from newspaper and magazine pages, all featuring Ella's face. They hung from the rafters, from the windows, creating a rustling chorus every time the wind blew. That's not creepy at all, Celestia muttered.
Mario had already scoped the perimeter.
2 entrances, both unlocked.
No security except disciples.
Maybe 50 people inside setting up.
More arriving
every hour.
Is Melanie in there? Can't confirm. But there's someone matching her description near what looks like an altar? Of course there was an altar.
Police are en route, Yvette said via phone.
Undercover?
They'll be positioned outside by 5 p.m.
But Ella, they need probable cause to enter. Unless someone's in immediate danger, someone will be. I'm going in. That's on brand. She turned to her team. Mario, 2 guards, Celestia, Deshawn, who'd just arrived looking panicked. I need someone to stay outside. Coordinate with police. Be ready to call them in if this goes sideways. I'm coming with you, Deshawn said.
No.
I need you out here. If something happens to me, you're the one who knows the whole story. You can explain... Explain what? That your daughter orchestrated a cult ritual to get your attention? Celestia stepped forward. I'm coming with you. Don't argue. Last night I was your rival. Today I'm whatever we are. And whatever we are doesn't let you walk into a warehouse full of people who think you're divine without backup. Ella looked at her, this woman, who'd spent 30 years being her enemy, and one night being her lover, and was now volunteering to walk into danger, because that's what did. Lovers. And they hadn't defined it yet. Didn't have time to define it now. Okay, Ella said. But stay behind me. And if shooting starts... Why would shooting start? Because this is my life. Shooting always starts eventually.
They walked toward the warehouse entrance, paper dolls rustling overhead like whispered prayers or warnings, impossible to tell which.
Inside, the warehouse had been transformed. Someone with a background in modern art or a psychotic break had turned the space into a cathedral of Ella's mythology. The walls were painted white, stark, and clinical, covered with projections, footage from her concerts, interviews, the famous moments that defined her career. There was the 90 VMA performance, playing on loop. There was her collapse at the Olympus Gala, the moment her heart stopped.
There was footage from the Resurrection Tour, her emerging from the coffin.
All of it edited together into a disorienting montage that made her life look like a religious text, like scripture, like proof of divinity, rather than the messy chaos it actually was. In the center of the warehouse, an altar. An actual altar wood and white cloth and candles and symbols that looked vaguely religious, but were probably just made up. The kind of hodgepodge spirituality that happened when people decided to worship a pop star. And standing at the altar, wearing all white, looking like a priestess or a sacrifice or both, Melanie, 17 years old, her daughter, the child she'd carried and birthed and failed in approximately 17,000 ways. Melanie said, and her voice echoed in the empty warehouse. You came. Of course I came, Melanie. What is this? What are you doing? Around them, disciples were emerging from the shadows, 50 people, then 100, then more, all wearing white, all holding candles, all looking at Ella with that particular combination of love and madness that defined cult worship. This is your third coming, Melanie said. Your final resurrection. By drugs, once by heart failure. Tonight you die by sacrifice. And then her smile was beatific, terrifying. Then you rise again. And this time you stay. You don't leave for tours or recording sessions or Paris. You stay with us.
With me.
Melanie, I'm not dying tonight. And neither are you. This needs to stop. But it can't stop. Don't you see? This is what you created. The legend of Mirabella St. James, the woman who keeps dying and coming back. You made yourself immortal. You made us believe in resurrection. So now we're giving you what you wanted. Eternal life, eternal relevance. One of the disciples stepped forward, Temperance, from the compound, the one with the podcast. Prophet, she said reverently, we've prepared everything. The pickaxe for the third death, for the resurrection. All of us together, 500 witnesses, channeling our energy, our faith, our devotion. It has to work, because you've taught us that suffering is sacred, that death is just performance, that resurrection is possible if you believe hard enough. I never taught you that, Ella said, her voice sharper now.
I never said suffering was sacred.
I never said you should kill anyone, including me.
This is insane.
Is it?
Melanie held up a flashcard, the kind you'd use for studying, except this one had Ella's own words written on it. Pain is purpose. Death is transformation.
The only way to truly live is to die and come back stronger.
Where did you get that? Your interview with Rolling Stone in 2019. After your hip surgery, when you were high on painkillers and rambling about how pain had made you better, stronger, more interesting. You said this, Mom. You taught us this. And she had
Sort of. In the fog of morphine and the desperation to make her suffering mean something. She'd said a lot of things over 50 years. Given hundreds of interviews, made thousands of statements. All of them taken out of context, remixed, reinterpreted by people who needed her words to mean something they'd never meant. Melanie, listen to me very carefully. I was high when I said that. I was addicted. Pain isn't purpose. Death isn't performance. You don't need to kill me to get my attention. You have it. You've always had it. I just didn't show up the way you needed me to, and I'm sorry, but this... She gestured to the altar, the disciples, the warehouse of madness. This isn't the answer. Then what is? You saved me from Las Mantarrayas because I was about to die. You paid attention to me for the first time in years because I fucked up badly enough to warrant it. So I thought, what if I gave you something bigger, something legendary, something that would make you stay? You don't have to die to make me stay, don't I? Name one time you chose me over your career. One time you canceled a show, an interview, a tour to be present for me. Ella opened her mouth, closed it, because she couldn't. Not once in 17 years had she chosen Melanie over the legend of Mirabella St. James. No! That's what I thought, Melanie said, and tears were streaming down her face now. So tonight, you choose. The legend or your daughter, or the person. You can walk out of here, call the police, end this, go back to your life. Or you can stay, cancel everything, be here, and prove that I matter more than the applause. It was emotional blackmail. It was manipulation. It was the desperate act of a 17-year-old who'd been neglected so thoroughly that she'd created a cult ritual to force her mother to notice her. And it was working, because Ella realized she could walk out, call the police, end this. The disciples would scatter, Melanie would be furious, and life would go on. The legend would survive, but Melanie wouldn't.
Not emotionally.
Not after this. Okay, Ella said quietly. I choose you. I stay. We cancel the ritual, we send everyone home, and I stay. For as long as you need. No tours, no interviews, no performances. Just us. Mother and daughter. Figuring out how to be a family. Melanie stared at her like she'd spoken in a foreign language.
You're lying. You're saying what I want to hear.
I'm not. Slowly, hands up, approaching the altar like it was a bomb. I'm tired, Melanie. I'm 67 years old. I've died twice. I've been addicted and sober and famous for 50 years. And I'm tired. The legend can survive without me, but you can't. And I finally understand that. She reached the altar, reached her daughter. Put her hands on Melanie's face, looked into eyes that were hers, that held 50 years of her failures reflected back. I'm sorry, Ella said. I'm so sorry. Paris. For every missed birthday and school play and moment that mattered, making you compete with a legend for your own mother's attention. I can't undo it, but I can stop doing it. Starting now, Melanie collapsed into her arms, sobbing 17 years of neglect, pouring out in her mother's embrace. And the disciples, 500 of them now, filling the warehouse, all holding candles, all waiting didn't know what to do.
Their script had been interrupted.
The ritual derailed. The prophet was hugging her daughter instead of dying for their redemption. Temperance stepped forward, and she was holding something, a semi-automatic pistol.
No, she said, voice sharp.
This isn't how it goes. The prophet doesn't get to just be normal. That's not her purpose. That's not what we need. Mario moved immediately, hand on his own weapon, but Temperance had hers pointed at Ella, at Melanie, at both of them. You taught us that you were more than human, Temperance said. You taught us that suffering was sacred, that death was transformation, that resurrection was possible. You can't take it back now. You can't just decide to be mortal again. We need you to be divine. We need you to die and come back.
We need the miracle.
I'm not divine.
Ella said, still holding Melanie, positioning herself between her daughter and the gun.
I'm just a woman who got famous and let you turn that fame into religion. I'm sorry. I should have stopped this sooner, but it stops now. It can't stop.
Temperance's hand was shaking, the gun wavering.
If you're not divine, then what was it all for? The community, the faith.
Her voice cracked. We're just human, then her voice cracked. We're just lost people who followed a pop star instead of fixing our actual lives.
Yes, Ella said gently. That's exactly what you are. I'm sorry I let you believe otherwise because it fed my ego. But belief in me won't save you. Only you can save yourself. Temperance looked like she might fire. The warehouse held its breath. And then Yvette's voice came from the entrance. Everybody freeze! Police. Except it wasn't the police. Not yet. It was Yvette, Rachel, and improbably, impossibly Madonna. The actual Madonna. Madonna Louise Ciccone. The real one. The Queen of Pop herself. What the fuck is happening here? Madonna said, her voice carrying across the space. I got a call from Yvette saying Mirabella was about to get killed by her own cult, and I thought, that sounds on brand. I should probably intervene. Ella stared. Madonna? The one and only. Well, technically you're also Madonna adjacent, but I've got seniority. Now she turned to Temperance. Are you seriously pointing a gun at Mirabella St. James? Do you know how bad that is for the entire pop music ecosystem? We legends have to stick together. Put the gun down before I make you famous for all the wrong reasons. It was absurd. It was Madonna showing up to Ella's cult intervention like this was just another day in the life of pop royalty. And somehow, it worked.
Temperance lowered the gun, confused, starstruck, unable to process that Madonna was here, interrupting her ritual.
Mario moved in immediately, disarmed her, secured the weapon. And the disciples just stood there, candles still burning, staring at two pop legends and trying to figure out if this was still part of the ritual or if their entire cosmology had just collapsed. Everybody out. Madonna said, voice sharp with authority. Ritual's over. Prophet's retiring. A new hobby. I recommend therapy. Slowly, reluctantly, the disciples started to leave. Some crying, some angry, some just confused. 100 people filtering out of the warehouse, their faith shattered, their purpose dissolved, their prophet revealed as just a woman holding her daughter. Within 20 minutes. The warehouse was empty, except for Ella's inner circle. Melanie, Celestia, Deshawn, Mario, Yvette, Rachel, and Madonna. You okay? Madonna asked, approaching Ella. Define okay. Not actively dying. Not being worshipped by a death cult. Then yeah, barely. But okay. Madonna pulled her into a hug brief, fierce, the kind of hug between peers who'd spent decades in parallel careers, respecting each other from a distance but never quite connecting. I've been where you are, Madonna said quietly. Not the cult thing specifically, but the fame addiction thing. The turning yourself into a deity thing. It's a trap. Glad you got out. How did you know to come? Said you needed backup from someone who understood what it's like to be legendary and fucked up. I was in New York anyway. Figured why not add cult intervention to my resume? Thank you. Don't thank me.
Just learn from this.
Stop performing. Start living. You've got a daughter who needs you more than the world needs another Mirabella St. James comeback. She left private security escorting her out, disappearing as quickly as she'd arrived, leaving behind the faint scent of expensive perfume and the reality check that even legends needed help. Sometimes. Police arrived minutes later, actual police this time, securing the scene, taking statements, confiscating the pickaxe, and other ritual implements as evidence of what? Attempted celebrity murder? Cult activity? The legal gray area where worship became dangerous? Melanie was sitting on the floor now, white robes discarded, looking small and 17 and terrified of what she'd almost caused. I'm sorry, she whispered. I'm so sorry. I didn't think I just wanted... I know, Ella said, sitting beside her. You wanted me to notice you, and I should have noticed you before you had to create a death cult to get my attention. Are you going to hate me forever? I could never hate you, be furious with you, absolutely, by your choices, definitely, but hate you, never. You're my daughter, and I'm going to do better, starting with actual therapy. For both of us, probably years of therapy. Melanie laughed through tears. Decades, probably. We have a lot to unpack. They left Red Hook as the sun set the second coming that never happened, the resurrection that was just a hug instead of a ritual, the climax that ended not with death but with choosing life, choosing family, choosing to be mortal instead of divine. Back at the townhouse, Ella's phone buzzed one final time. A message from an unknown number. The airplane plant is fine and hasn't been moved. But your jewelry box... Check the bottom drawer. D. She went to her bedroom, opened the jewelry box, pulled out the bottom drawer.
Inside a letter.
Handwritten. Dear Mom, I started this 6 months ago. The gaslighting. The cult organizing. I wanted to see if you'd notice. If you'd care enough to figure it out. If anything could make you pay attention to me. I'm sorry, Ma. I'm sorry for manipulating you and hurting you and creating a situation where you almost got killed. I'm sorry for being the kind of daughter who thinks the only way to get her mother's love is through psychological warfare. But I'm also angry.
Angry that you chose fame over family so many times that I lost count. Angry that I'm 17 and still competing with a legend for my own mother.
I don't know if tonight will work. If the ritual will make you stay, or if you'll walk away and choose the legend like you always do. But either way, I needed you to know I'm here. I've always been here, waiting for you to see me. Love, Melanie. Then a third time. Then she walked to Melanie's room, where her daughter was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling.
I read your letter, Ella said.
I know. You could have just told me. Used words instead of orchestrating a months-long psychological operation. Would you have listened? Honestly? Probably not. Not until something dramatic forced me to.
Exactly.
Ella sat on the edge of the bed. I don't know how to be a good mother. I've never known. I thought providing money and opportunities and fame by association was enough. But it's not enough. You needed presence. You needed me to show up. And I didn't.
Yeah.
Showing up now. Because you terrified me into it. That's not sustainable. So what do? We start over. We figure out how to have a relationship that isn't based on me being a legend and you being my daughter.
Just two people.
What about your career? You're Mirabella St. James. You can't just retire. It was a lie, partially. She'd probably still make music, still do occasional performances. But the endless touring, the constant need for relevance, the performance of being Mirabella St. James, every single day that could stop, had to stop before it killed her, or worse, before it killed Melanie.
I saw you with Celestia, Melanie said suddenly.
In the warehouse. The way you looked at her. Are you guys? I don't know what we are, but maybe. Because you're gay? Because I'm 67 and just figuring out I'm not straight, and your timing is terrible, but also perfect because apparently we're having all the difficult conversations tonight.
Melanie laughed. So I nearly created a
productive evening. That's one way to describe it. They sat in silence for a while, mother and daughter, two people who'd spent 17 years misunderstanding each other and were now finally, tentatively trying to actually communicate. I'm scared, Melanie said quietly. I'm scared I'm too broken. That what I did tonight was too fucked up. That you'll try to be present for like 6 months and then get bored and go back to being famous and I'll be left alone again.
I'm scared!
I'm scared I don't know how to be anything other than famous. But I have to try because the alternative is losing you. And I've already lost too much to this career.
I'm not losing you two.
Later that night, after police interviews and statements, and the beginning of what would be months of legal cleanup, Ella sat in her living room with Celestia. So Celestia said, that was dramatic. That was Tuesday. Your daughter orchestrated a death cult to get your attention. Madonna showed up like a leather jacket-wearing deus ex machina, and we spent the night together right before all of this. I'd say we've had an eventful 48 hours. Do you regret it? Last night? The sex? No. The timing? Maybe. But also, maybe the timing was perfect. Ma, maybe you needed to know who you were before you could face all of this. I still don't know who I am. Then we'll figure it out together. If you want, no pressure, no expectations. Just two women who spent 30 years being enemies and one night being something else, seeing where it goes.
I'd like that.
They kiss gentle, exploratory. The kiss of people who were still figuring out what they meant to each other but were willing to take the time to find out. Ella's phone buzzed one final time. A message from an unknown number. The paper dolls were my idea. An art installation about fame and worship and how we reduce celebrities to paper-thin representations. Sorry if they were creepy. The professor gave me a B+. Better than the knife cake, at least. Not E for Ella. E for... Apparently, he'd also done the paper dolls. The themes were getting repetitive. Everything okay? Celestia asked.
Yeah.
Just clearing up the last mystery. Turns out the paper dolls were also art. Not a threat, just a college student with a B+ grade and a fixation on celebrity culture. Your life is weird.
Mom, my life is ridiculous.
Same thing. They sat in comfortable silence, two legends taking a moment to just be humans, when a vet called. Just checking in, she said. Making sure you're alive and not worshipped and generally okay. Okay. Thank you for calling Madonna. She was my backup plan. I figured if anyone could interrupt a cult ritual, it was someone with more fame than you. Sound logic. Are you really retiring? I'm really taking a break. Long break. Maybe permanent. I need to be Melanie's mother before I'm anything else. Good. That's really good, Ella. They hung up. Ella sat in her townhouse in Brooklyn. With Celestia beside her, her daughter safe down the hall, her cult disbanded, her stalker caught, her secrets revealed, her life a mess, but a manageable mess, for the first time in 50 years.
The stray cat from the neighborhood appeared at the window, the same one that showed up periodically.
The one Ella had started feeding despite her better judgment.
She opened the window, let it in, gave it some of Paulette's leftover fish.
You're keeping that?
Celestia asked.
Probably. I need something in my life that needs me, but doesn't worship me. That's what partners are for.
Is that what we are?
We're something. Still figuring out what, but something. Outside, Brooklyn continued its eternal chaos sirens, traffic, the sounds of 8 million people living their lives, mostly unaware that Mirabella St. James had almost been sacrificed by her own cult in a Red Hook warehouse. The legend would survive. It always did. But for the first time in 50 years, Ella Morrison wasn't sure she wanted it to.
Maybe that was enough.
That was everything. The cat purred in her lap, completely unimpressed by her fame. Perfect. End of chapter 9. To be continued.